In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks and welcome to Aneke TV, broadcasting live from Enugu State. And this is the business segment here on Business Outlook. If you are stepping out into the Nigerian markets this morning, you are stepping into a landscape that demands tactical agility and an absolute refusal to panic. Just yesterday, we witnessed a sharp bearish wave hit the domestic bourse as equities investors, shared a staggering 2.28 trillion naira. The Nigerian Exchange All Share Index tumbled by 1.44%, marking a third consecutive day of retreat in June as institutional players aggressively trimmed positions and locked in profits on overbought stocks. But let's look beyond the immediate red on the screen. The bigger picture reveals a fascinating tug of war for capital. While equities are undergoing a healthy, albeit painful correction, Nigeria's overall macroeconomic narrative is pulling in massive external attention. Fresh data from the National Bureau of Statistics reveals that capital importation into Nigeria soared by over 83% year-on-year to hit a $10.37 billion in Q1, with the banking sector swallowing a massive 2% of that inflow. At the same time, the federal government is currently in London making a direct pitch to global capital in the London Stock Exchange. What does this tell us? The liquidity is there, but the smart money is shifting. As we prepare for the opening bell this morning, the golden rule for every Nigerian investor remains simple, unbreakable and more critical than ever. Never chase the hype. Diversify to defend and invest to outpace inflation. And this is the business desk where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian equity market, where the BS consolidated their grip on custom street as at Wednesday, as the local pulse extended its downward lead from the third consecutive session this week. Intense profit-taking and strategic sell-offs in heavyweight banking and consumer goods tickers continue to shave value off the main board. By the close of trading, the benchmark Nigeria All-Share Index dropped by 2,082.83 basis points, a decline of 0.84% to finish at 244,733.03 points. This downward movement severely impacted investors' portfolio, dragging total equity value down by 1.34 trillion naira, with market capitalization sealing the day at 156.97 trillion naira. Market breadth remained firmly negative as a wave of 34 decliners easily overwhelmed a thin pack of just 10 advancing stocks. High liquidity tracking saw over 515 million shares change hands across more than 37,000 days, with Sterling Bank leading the volume charts. And quickly, let's run to the top 5 gainers. Yes, despite the overreaching bearish sentiment, these 5 equities managed to buck the trend and secure strong gain by the closing bell. We're looking at Abi Mortgage Bank PLC, which closed at 7 naira 75 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 9.93%. International Energies Insurance PLC closed at 6 naira to make a positive adjustment of 89%. Then Triple G and Company PLC equally closing the rim of a positive adjustment of 9.80%, yes, closing its book at 4 naira 34 kobo. Universal Insurance PLC, yes, they closed at 1 naira 10 kobo, making a positive 8.91% positive adjustment. Royal Exchange PLC, yes, they closed bullish as it made a positive adjustment of 7.14% to close its trading book at 1 naira 50 kobo. On the flip side, aggressive sell-offs across conglomerate tech stocks pushed these equities to the bottom of the day's performance table, speaking to the laggers, yes, the top 5 losers, led by John Holt PLC, which closed trading yesterday at 13 naira 80 kobo, making a negative dip of 9.80%. Len Africa PLC is another that followed suit in the dip of a 9.80% negative adjustment, closing at 11 naira 50 kobo. PZ Cushions Nigeria PLC, yes, they closed its trading book at 88 naira 20 kobo, making a negative bearish adjustment of 9.80% yesterday. And then University Press PLC, yes, they closed at 5 naira 60 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 8.94%. Wema Bank PLC closed yesterday at 30 naira. It has been the last of these 5 leggers, making a bearish adjustment of 8.91%. And quickly, let's take a look at our market projection for today. Yes, we are looking ahead to today's trading section. Institutional analysts expect the market to remain mixed, heavily pivoting a continuous institutional portfolio rebalancing because the market breadth remains weak and the all-share index has shared key support lines over the last 72 hours. We are likely to see early morning hunting for discounted, fundamentally strong blue chip banking and telecom assets. However, if macroeconomic liquidity pressures persist and regional institutional investors continue locking in profit from the stellar gains recorded earlier in the year, the broader index may face residual consolidation before stabilizing into a late weak recovery loop. Investors are advised to look past short-term volatility and focus clearly on corporate dividend yields for upcoming mid-year financial scorecards. And quickly, moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira held its ground with notable resilience yesterday, maintaining a steady posture across both the official and parallel window as central bank liquidity intervention continued to anchor market sentiments. And looking at the closing rate at the official market, yes, the naira was able to close at 1,373 naira 25 kobo against the US dollar, indicating a trajectory of a stable, flat and stable movement. And then at the parallel market or the street market or black market, depending on what you used to call it, whatever you choose goes. Yes, the naira at the parallel market was able to, move between 1,385 naira to 1,400 naira. Yes, indicating a narrowing spread in trajectory. Then looking at the forex market, the key drivers for yesterday, one is sustained liquidity, where traders attributed the day's trading, stable performance to an increased volume of interbank transactions and the Central Bank of Nigeria's ongoing market reforms aimed at dampening sudden volatility. Another factor that pushed the market is the spread. Yes, the premium gap between the official and the parallel markets remained remarkably tight, hovering at just around 1% to 2%, signaling a significant reduction in speculative activities that historically drove sharp depreciation. Then looking at the trending range as another factor, key factor, that drove the market yesterday within the official Nigerian foreign exchange market. Intraday spot rates, saw a high of 1,375 naira and a low of 1,372 naira before settling back at the previous session's average. The analysts here, point out that the ongoing alignment between two windows is a direct reflection of improved transparency and better enterprise access to formal forex sources, squeezing the breadth out of the parallel market premium. And quickly, our market outlook. Yes, moving to our market outlook. I know that's where interests most investors. Our projection looking ahead to today's trading section, market analysts project continued stability with a slight bias towards minor appreciation, contingent on foreign exchange inflows and the defense of external reserves. However, corporate demand for import financial remains the primary variable to watch. If the CBN sustains its current volume of intervention to meet this demand, the Naira is highly likely to maintain its solid footing within the 1,370 Naira to 1,380 Naira range in the official window. Conversely, any sudden surge in unbacked end-of-week retail demand could see the parallel market experience minor localized pressure. And quickly moving on to the energy market, yes, turning now to the global energy desk. International benchmark Brent crude experienced an aggressive rally yesterday, climbing for a third consecutive session as fresh geopolitical hostilities ignited a severe, supply risk premium in the Middle East. Prices surged towards the upper 90s, $90, following reports of U.S. retaliatory military strikes on Iranian's Quench Island, coupled with retaliatory ballistic missiles exchanges across the Gulf. The sudden breakdown in diplomatic channels has sparked acute anxiety over the safety of critical maritime choke points, most notably the Strait of Hormuz. And then this impacted the daily price adjustments. And looking at Brent crude futures yesterday, which closed at $97.81 per barrel, indicating a daily change of 1.92% in the positive rim. That is a signal of appreciation of $1.81. Yes, the strikes around the island and the Hormuz supply fears spin to the trajectory, what sparked the upward movement of Brent crude. And then looking at West Texas Intermediate, where it closed at $96.37 per barrel, indicating a daily adjustment of plus 0.80%. Then that's an appreciation of 76 cents. Yes, looking at the trajectory here is that of a U.S. Domestic tracking and geopolitical flow, yielding to the market movements. The insights here, as of today, where we look at critical market catalysts for today. One of such is the geopolitical premium, where energy traders rapidly, priced back in a war risk premium. The markets had previously sold off sharply on hopes of a U.S.-Iran peace deal, but today's kinetic escalation entirely raised that optimism. The Strait of Hormuz factor is another key issue, with roughly 1/5 of global seaborne petroleum passing through the strait. The threat of a prolonged deadlock and a shipping disruption is heavily outweighing underlying bearish data. And then when we look at technical indicators, Brent successfully broke out of its short-term bearish corrective channel, finding strong structural support above its 50-day exponential moving average, indicating sustained near-term upward movement. Yes, the rally highlights a fierce tug-of-war in the energy sector, while weakening global consumption data from the IEA, points to a softening long-term demand curve. Military actions on the ground are keeping a tight artificial floor under current prices. And quickly moving to market outlook for today. Yes, heading into today's section, the energy desk projects, continued high volatility with a strong upward bias, likely keeping Brent pinned between the $95.50 support floor and the psychological $100 resistance ceiling. For the immediate outlook, all eyes remain fixed on two critical variables. One is diplomatic and military headlines. Any further kinetic escalation in the Gulf will likely act as a catalyst to push Brent past the $100 mark. Conversely, any sudden back-channel diplomatic cooling could trigger a swift profit-taking sell-offs. Another factor here is the inventory data. Yes, today's is estimated the release of the U.S. EIA weekly crude inventories report will provide a secondary baseline for fiscal demand, though its impact may be heavily overshadowed by Middle Eastern developments. Further out, the market is quietly positioning for the upcoming OPEC ministerial meeting slated for June 7th, where production quotas for the next quarter will be strictly reviewed. And quickly turning on to the domestic agricultural desk, trading on the Nigerian commodities markets, yes, they showed mixed sentiment as grain markets experienced divergent price actions across key regional trading hubs. Supply realignment and localized demand pools continue to dictate the pace on the exchange, with maize leading yesterday's gainers while soybeans and cowpeas faced downward pressure. We are looking at performance indices where white maize, indicated an upward trajectory, closing at 34,000 naira, yes, making a positive adjustment of 2.71% daily change, an increase of 900 naira. And then when you move to Kano Hub, where paddy rice is at 51,000 naira, indicating a flat, stable trajectory. And in Lagos, the soya bean, is sold for 41,000 naira, indicating a negative adjustment of 1.20%. Yes, that's losing 500 naira from the initial price. And then around the Kaduna Hub, where cowpeas, speaking to bees, sold for 41,800 naira, indicating a negative adjustment of a 0.71%. In naira term, that means it shaded 300 naira from the previous price. And then quickly looking at the critical market drivers here, we are looking at maize rebound. The white maize emerged as yesterday's top gainers and picking up strong price momentum in the northwest zone, driven primarily by localized animal feed manufacturing demand out of the Kano axis. Then looking at soybeans and beans retreat, conversely, soybeans and cowpeas put back midweek, increased warehouse offloading by aggregators in the Kaduna and Ibadan injected immediate liquidity into the spot market, forcing a slight price correction. And then looking at rice stability, paddy, and milled rice variants maintained a highly defensive stance. High national consumer demand continues to keep a firm floor under prices, balancing out steady supply inflows into major coastal consumption markets. The broader macroeconomic landscape shows an inflation trend tracking at 15.74% for 2026, while the overall food commodity prices have cooled off significantly from their historic peaks over the last year. Structural transport costs continue to prevent all full cross-regional price equalization. And then our market outlook, yes, looking ahead to today's trading section, the commodities desk projects consolidation across the grain sector with localized volatility in cash crops. For the immediate outlook, watch these two critical dynamics. The Shogun, vector, where Shogun is demonstrating the strongest upward price momentum heading into the late week session. Increased institutional purchasing from industrial breweries is expected to drive a near-term bullish action in northern assembly markets. Then weather condition, stable farming conditions and favorable rainfall forecasts across key agricultural beds are encouraging farmers to, release old stock. This expected increase in supply should keep caps on potential price spikes for staples like garri and millet in the coming days. And quickly running to the international markets, yes, in stark contrast to previous record-breaking momentum, a wave of risk aversion swept through global equity markets as escalating geopolitical hostilities in the Middle East rattled investors' confidence. The Dow Jones, in U.S. Wall Street, Dow Jones Industrial Average, up at 50,687.07 points, indicating a downward trajectory of a negative 620.72 points. That's losing about 1.21%. S&P 500 index, it shows that it closed at 7,553.68 points, equally indicating a downward trajectory, shading 56.10 points, a negative daily adjustment of 0.74%. Nasdaq Composite closed at 26,853.98 points, yes, indicating equally a downward trajectory where it shaded 239.93 points, yes, a daily adjustment of a 0.89%. And quickly moving on to Europe, Pan-European Stoxx 600, yes, they equally, shaded is negative 0.54%, indicating a broad sectoral decline. Germany's DAX, yes, closed at 24,811.63 points, equally in the downward trajectory, shading 1.24% in a daily adjustment, and it was the leader of the major market losses. Britain's FTSE 100 closed at 8,150.42 points, making a daily adjustment of a negative 0.71%, yes, indicating a late session liquidation. France CSE 40 was at 10,332.30 points, indicating a defensive consolidation. And quickly moving on to the Asian market, yes, Japan's Nikkei 225 closed at 68,402.13 points, indicating an upward trajectory, leading a historic peak in AI and semiconductor boom, where it made a daily adjustment of 2.50%. And then Hong Kong's Hang Seng, yes, they closed at 25,633.21 points, losing 1.60% in daily adjustment, in a trajectory of aggressive late session liquidation. And, India's BSE census, yes, they closed at 3,595.48 points, equally in the decline, yes, indicating an energy shockwaves, yesterday, where it shaded a negative 0.92%. China's Shanghai Composites, yes, they closed at 4,083.97 points, making a positive daily adjustment of 0.22%, yes. And then quickly, we'll give you our market advice, yes, before we, draw the curtains on this segment. To protect and grow wealth in the current environment, your immediate market approach should be, segmented by asset class. One is on fixed income, where we're looking at Treasury bill and FGN bonds. The advice here is to lock in funds. The Central Bank of Nigeria's hawkish stance means yields on short-term Treasury bills and government bonds remain highly attractive. We are urging you to prioritize short-term duration instruments that will last within 91 day to 182-day bills to keep your capital liquid enough to reinvest if interest rates climb even higher. Then on equities, now speaking to the Nigerian exchange market, where we are urging you to avoid speculative penny stocks. You should just focus on tier 1 banking stocks and consumer goods giants with dollar-denominated export revenues or deep pricing power to pass costs to consumers. Look for companies with a consistent track record of strong dividend payouts. In a high inflation environment, cash dividend yield is king. Then again, we'll look at hedging and dollar assets. Yes, for you to mitigate current currency risk, we urge you to maintain a portion of your portfolio in dollar-denominated mutual funds, euro bonds, or stable global equities to act as a shock absorber against local currency fluctuation. However, the golden rule for today for the Nigerian investors is that, while there are many tactical maneuvers, one foundational law trumps them all in a volatile economy, and that's the rule of the day. It says, never chase the hype. No matter what, don't chase the hype today. Diversify to defend. Invest, to outpace inflation. That's the way to go. Diversify, in order to defend, so that you can, invest, and then your investment should outpace the inflation. And that's the only way to go. But in all, remember never to chase the hype. Don't do that today, as that may be, leading you to a very deep of a bearish, loss in an environment, inflation environment markets like this. So when you keep to the golden rule, obviously you're not going to lose your investment. You're going to, take a defensive option where when the market turns around, you make profit. In all, we urge you to consult a certified financial analyst, due to the volatility of the market. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtains today on this market segment. And we're urging you to stay sharp. Manage your entry points closely. Yes, stay sharp, but manage your entry points closely and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell, and keep watching Aneke TV's market segment for informed, data-driven information, so you know when to make a move and when to take defensive options and profitably take movements when it's time to cash out, speaking in the Nigerian parlance. I am Uche Osai. urging you to invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sport. I am your one and only sports oracle, Gudok Chukuma. I live and I dream and I breed sport. Bringing you today's edition of sports, we have a lot of stories, a lot of jits, a lot of it to give you an update on what is happening in the world of Formula One as the Monaco GP comes this weekend. Also talking about the world of Formula One, we have that Charles Leclerc of Ferrari has signed to commit to Ferrari till 2030. And also that is what is going on in the rounds of the updates and the transfers in the world of Formula One, then going on to the world of tennis, where you have that it is almost a year and it is almost a time of the life where you had the likes of Roger Federer and the rest of them playing in the game of lawn tennis. And now going to the WWE grand display, where a lot of them had to put themselves together to get what is happening. Now, I want to let you know that the World Cup is around the corner. I don't know what you think about that, but it's going to be officially unveiled in just a few days to come, and we're going to dive right into that when we come back from something I could say, just a snippet of that. Now, I want to bring your way Worldwide. Worldwide has been with me. Of course, sorry about yesterday, we were not able to take on the sports, but yes, in the grand slide of things, we're also here again to bring you what's happening. Good morning, Worldwide.
Good morning, Mr. Gudo.
We're back again, man.
Yeah, it's like it's been ages that we have been doing this thing. Like when we skipped there yesterday, it was like the world went, on a pause. And
yeah, the world went on a pause. Everyone was like, where is
a day without sport is not really good for the body. When you don't get to do your sporting activities, you don't get to give your viewers the update of sport. A lot of things happened on Tuesday. A lot of things happened even yesterday. From the world of tennis, you saw the matches in WWE, you saw the matches in boxing, you saw the statement that Tony Joshua made, and in Formula One, it's also something else. A lot of activities are happening, during these days that we missed. And of course, coming up, as you have said, the World Cup that is just in a few days' time that we are going to, get to enjoy. A lot of things are happening in the world of sports, and we hope to keep our viewers updated.
Yes, we hope to keep our viewers updated. Remember that Rangers, they had their, trophy display around enugu, where they had
last weekend they could not do this parade, and because of the sit-at-home order, and they had to postpone it yesterday, and it was a beautiful moment.
Yes,
we saw the pictures,
and then coming from Enugu to the Enugu state government, get to offer them. In fact,
he has fulfilled his promise. Cash prize, of course.
150 million, 50 million to the management of
the coaching
Rangers, then 100 million
to the
players. Then each of them are to receive a plot of land.
That is something
amazing. That's amazing.
Something wonderful that we used to say that River State promised their players a lot of things, or their team a lot of this kind of promises where they get to get a plot of land and cash prizes. And this is the governor of Enugu State, Barrister Dr. Peter Ndlea, delivering on his promise that was expected, that he's going to give these players 100 million. Imagine the players getting to share 100 million. It's something that will motivate them. Then getting a plot of land from the Enugu state governor, it's also something that will motivate them to wanting to go ahead and repeat this same kind of performance over some seasons to come. And it's a great thing to see that the governor is actually backing these guys
yes,
to motivate them.
It's a wonderful thing that the governor has been up to his words, really, because a lot of people started with the rumor, are you sure these guys are going to have the governor's assent? I mean, governor fulfilling his promise. We've seen how Dr. Petermbah has really done a lot for the people of Enugu, and also what he has achieved, what he has, fusing sports into social-economic
people that are doubting his words of course, they have been cleared.
It's clear.
So they don't need to doubt anymore.
I'm still gonna get Sanchez here.
Of course,
he needs to come. We can have a conversation with him and then know what's happening. The other time I asked him about. We kind of had a chat. They were trying to play the game I showed the other day about with Rivers United.
Against Rivers.
It is something that he will be around very soon.
Of course, he needs to come. Right now he's a million richer. We don't know how many millions, but of course he's a million richer. Yes. So he needs to come to the show and tell us how he feels right now. When he came before, he was not that excited. But now you are going to see a different Sanchez.
You should be very, very excited. Now, let's just go over to the zone. That's that zone of the fight that is coming up today. I'm talking about the fight between Ramirez and Richards. That's the fight that's coming up today. Ramirez and Richards is going to be on the zone. That's on June 4th. Is one of the games that a lot of people are tuning in, are going to, stay true to watch, because Ramirez and the opponent, they have had other games, but so far it is something that people are looking up to see the game come up on the zone. Now, I feel like it is still not as heavyweight as other games.
Of course,
other boxing games. It's still not as heavyweight.
This is not the names that that carries, like you said, heavyweights. These names are not that heavy in the world of boxing. Ramirez is like an amateur boxer. It's not on that level of the heavyweights like them Anthony Joshua, them Usyk, them Fury. So it's boxing is like there are different stages, there are different levels to these guys that box. These people are not on that level with the heavyweight guys that you get to hear almost all the time. So it's like sometimes they call them featherweight. I know they have lightweight, featherweight, heavyweight. So this is a different level for these guys. So the names might not sound familiar right now, but as they get to fight, engage themselves in the competition, of course they will get to that level that you begin to call them the heavyweights.
Yes, it's also on the stage of the zone. The zone has been very strategic with showing the fight. I think the zone actually shows fight that has more of an entertaining effect than the reality of fight.
Of course, they are looking forward to make money now. It's a platform that wants to get the viewers engaged, to see these fights. Sometimes we don't have opportunities to watch these fights, at our regular stations, TV stations. But this DAZN has exposed the world to the world of boxing. Everyone now can see or have an avenue to watch these fights.
Yes, they're talking about that. We are having to hear from the main man.
Yeah.
Talking about Anthony Joshua, who is preparing his fight that's coming. I'm sure you have what he said.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yes, where he has been, making it obvious that this is a reality and this is something that he would want everyone to know.
He said, according to his words in quotes, he said, maybe until I am like 40.
Yeah.
I am coming up to 37 in October. He will turn 37 by October. That's only 3 years and they go quickly. Obviously, it's going to be tough, but I definitely think I am tough enough to do it. So why not? This is him telling, I believe it's like a motivation for him that, okay, maybe until I get to 40, maybe that's when I'm going to retire. But for now, that I'm not at that age, it's going to be 3 years from now to get to 40. That's when he turns at 37 at October. He still has a lot of years to fight. 3 years in boxing is not something small. So he's encouraging himself to go all out. Even when he's close to retirement, but he wants to fight. Letting the opponent know that I'm not giving up easily. You are not going to watch me go down easily. I'm going to give a lot of fight. I'm going to give my best at this stage of my career to still win more medals, even despite getting close to his retirement.
It is important that he voices out.
Yeah,
it's very important. Just like the other day, Lewis Hamilton came out to say, we're still going
of course,
to that story.
These veterans, they get, it's motivation for them. Then the younger ones should be aware that we are here, we are still here. Don't look at us like we are aging away. We are still here to compete. We are not retiring. You saw Williams coming out of retirement at what age is she? Almost 44. Still coming to partake in the sport of long tennis. These people still want to play, and it's a motivation for the younger ones to see that, well, it's not about getting to, let's say, 35, 38, and you say you want to retire. Sometimes these veterans, they even play. Ronaldo is 41. He's still playing football. Serena Williams came out of retirement at the age of 44. She still wants to play long tennis. This is Anthony Joshua at turning 37 at October, still telling the young ones that I'm still around. So I believe it's a motivation that sports is not something that you do for a certain age that, you may say they do it within 10 years. Some people, they say once you have been involved in sports for 10 to 15 years, you are likely going to retire. But these guys, you have seen some of them stay up to 20 years, some of them stay up to 25. So it's a motivation for even the younger ones to, take this as a path that, will lead them for a long year. They are going to be around. So they should take it very serious and put in their best while they can still do it.
One thing, I just want to go back a bit. As we are talking about Anthony Joshua, and I'm seeing Ramirez versus Richards last day, Eyes of the Tiger. Now, one thing I want to draw and link up with the story of Anthony Joshua, what he said, is that these guys are young in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, they are very young.
They are very young. However, it could be wherever you are, or whatever progress you're making, it is the side that you focus on that makes you what you are.
Yeah.
For instance, Anthony Joshua started with the heavyweight. Straight
up to the...
now you have Ramirez and Richards coming up with just the lightweight, the basic UFC, and then the entertainment side of boxing.
Yeah.
But even though it is that, as we're seeing, it's not as though, or it's not going to be as heavy when Anthony Joshua comes into the field.
No, of course, it's definitely not going to be the same. This is
like, in fact,
they are starting from the bottom, climbing, the step by step to get to that heavyweight kind of competition. Why Anthony Joshua is like he skipped starting from the bottom. He just went straight for the big gun, took the big stage once, and fought at that level. So it's like a path for them. It's like a trajectory. They are going to start from the bottom, try and work their way to the up. While Joshua started his own fighting career from the bottom, he fought. He now go through the stages of featherweight, lightweight. He's just heavyweight. So this is a different kind of story for them.
Yes, it's a different kind of story, and then we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Talking about Anthony Joshua, and then his fight that is coming up. Is coming up, even though it's at the venue has not been confirmed yet. But we all know it's in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
it's going to be in Saudi Arabia.
It's already, or at least we are. The knowledge that we have right now is that it's in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, we don't know, but it's in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And maybe the location, the reason why the location is not being open.
Sometimes for security
reasons. And Anthony Joshua, in his next fight, which is coming up in July, is going to be a strong bout.
No, it's going to be something that people, I can't remember when last he fought. It should be last year. I think maybe November or October. So imagine you not watching your favorite boxer in the ring for about, close to 7 to 8 months, and it's coming to fight in July. So it's something the fans, we the lovers of Anthony Joshua, we are wanting to see him, after that accident that took the friend's life, the two of his friends' lives, close colleagues. It's something we want to see. We want to see him standing up, staying motivated, staying strong, to the sport that he knows how to do well. So it's something I myself, I would love to see. In fact, that July, I don't know the venue yet, I don't know the time, but of course, I'm going to watch that match all throughout.
Yes. All right, we take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. When we return, we're going to go into the world of Formula One and also the world of the WWE to bring you what is happening in the fights and also the race that is coming up this weekend. We're going to go in full details. For now, stay with us. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now, I was telling you when the show started that Charles Leclerc of Formula One, I'm talking about Charles Leclerc of the Ferrari side of Formula One, has committed his future to Ferrari Scudetto till 2030. That is to say that he will be with the side of Formula One, that's Ferrari, till 2030, driving and trying to make history. It's actually been years that Ferrari had laid hands on their trophy. I mean, on the trophy, on the Formula One Grand Prix trophy, the one that gets summed up after the year of driving, the one that Lando Norris took last year. That's Lando Norris of McLaren. It's been years. That's the last time they saw the trophy was 2008. From the history and from the records which are available. Now, I'm talking about Charles Leclerc of Ferrari. He has committed his future. This is a colleague to Lewis Hamilton, and it is said that he aims up to $50 million yearly, and not winning the trophy or not being among the even the first third or the first fourth in the year does not stop Ferrari from still paying or still.
He's still a great guy. Now you said till 2031. 2030. He has committed 4 years. It's like signing a 4 years contract.
Yes, he has signed a 4-year contract, and that is important because when you look at teams and look at the Formula One drivers and the way they are positioning themselves, they make them so comfortable that you don't think about many things. You only think about your driving.
Just drive.
If not, you will perish.
No, because
you know I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Imagine you are driving, you are in a race, and you remember you've not been paid.
You have not. Maybe you remember one bill that is waiting for you, or maybe one outstanding bill or debt. It's not good for sports, of course. You need to encourage this guy, and the way you can encourage them is through finance. Let them not bother of some kind of bills they have to pay. Let the money they are earning be able to sort out their bills at any time, so that they will focus on what they are doing. This Leclerc that's been involved with Ferrari for a long time. If you look at his achievement with Ferrari, here it's written that he has a 155 Grand Prix. He has 6 race wins. He has 27 pole positions, and he has 52 podiums. This is someone that's done a lot for Ferrari. So it's not so surprising to see that Ferrari has committed, or he has committed to Ferrari for another 4 years till 2030. So it's not easy to get these good drivers. No, sometimes so when you let go, sometimes they switch from this car to this. Sometimes you switch from Ferrari to Mercedes. Sometimes you switch from Mercedes to McLaren.
Yes, so there's something I'm noticing actually. There's what I'm noticing in Formula One.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to see. It's just few of them that has beards.
maybe of course Kimi is still young, so Kimi has not grown. But you see the likes of what's his name, our legend
Lewis Hamilton.
Of course he has beard, he has beard, but the rest you will not see them. Maybe normally these guys are young guys. They are young guys in their 20s, so you don't really get to see much of the beards except the ones that has beards. Of course, Hamilton, when Hamilton was younger, he didn't have those beards. You can see that over time he grew, he started getting the beards. But the rest, they are still young sportsmen in this field. So maybe likely you will not see the beards like you see in other sports, in football or in boxing, where they have some beards that make you get scared when you see them.
Yes, we're talking about the round 6 of the Formula One game. That is the game in Monaco that will take place in Monaco.
Yeah.
This is one of the games and one of the drivers' competition everyone is looking up to. Everyone wants to see what happens, seeing how Mercedes has been performing, seeing also how Max Verstappen from Red Bulls has been performing, and the likes of Lewis Hamilton. The names are there, and the history is going to be made again.
From Monaco.
And yes, from Monaco driving spree that is going to take place on the 7th of June. It is one of the races that everyone has been, you know, anticipating. And I don't know, you've given your predictions.
Of
that,
course.
Kimi Antonelli.
I'm not changing my prediction.
Would drive past Lewis Hamilton.
He would drive, the last time Hamilton won it was in 2019 that he won this Monaco Grand Prix. Yeah. And of course, the previous winners, you have Ricardo. Ricardo won it in 2018 before Hamilton. Verstappen won it in 2021. Then
Lando Norris.
Perez won 2022. Verstappen again won 2023. Then Leclerc, that we just talked about, won 2024. Then Norris was the last winner, 2025. Of course, while all these guys were driving, my favorite contestant was somewhere, you know, still doing maybe his schoolwork. But now he's coming to this competition, and I have no other favorites to win this. And he has seen what he has been doing since he joined this Formula One racing. And of course, I have no other. I could say Hamilton coming out second. That's if possible. But as at now, I'm tipping my favorites to win, and maybe Verstappen getting second position.
Verstappen may not be able to get the second position.
Let's see how it goes. Because Hamilton, for me, is coming out highest third. He's not even going to see second. With the way Kimi is now, Kimi first, Verstappen or Leclerc second. Hamilton will get third position.
That's your prediction.
Yes, that's my prediction.
Because everyone is rooting for Lewis Hamilton.
Anyway, I'm not everyone.
No, of course, you're not everyone, but kind of, you have the mind of
till tomorrow is
many
Kimi.
other people.
I just hope this competition should come so fast that we will see who gets the win. But for me, it's Kimi all the way.
It's Kimi all the way. Now let's go to the world of tennis, where we have Felix Auger-Aliassime, who has it over Koboli Flavio. Yes, this is the game that they had, and he has qualified for the next Grand Slam semis, which would take place, which is you know, taking shape in the world of tennis, long tennis, and it is making sense that these guys are finding their way just from the back. I remember just a few years ago he was struggling to have his stance and to stand his way out. Now in the Roland Garros, he is taking the next step, and he has qualified for. It was an emotional time for him. It was so emotional, sensational. I would say it was the moment he has been waiting for, and taking it and making it over that fight was something I could tell you. It was not just planned. It's just like when you are prepared and then all hope is lost, then you come back,
you fight your way out again.
Yes, you fight your way into what is going. That's the game featuring him and Koboli Flavio. That's in the Roland Garros.
No, I think he was behind. You know, I know long tennis is a 3-set kind of game. You play the first set, you play second set, and third set. He fell short in the first set, and you know, this sometimes when you are down by the first set, it's sometimes weakening, and you need a lot of motivation to, you know, overturn the scoreline. You know, just like you have 3 halves, you lost the first one, you have 2 more that you need to get a win from. So it's not easy to come from behind and taking the lead. And I know it's going to be emotional for the young lad, and I'm happy that he won the competition at the end of the day.
Also in the Roland Garros, we also have Matteo Berrettini, and you are having and now the Matteo. They both have
the Matteo. Actually, you know, when I saw the name, I thought they were, you know, brothers or something. You have Matteo Berrettini and Arnold Matteo, the same Matteo.
Yes.
So I thought they were maybe siblings or something.
They are not siblings. You see that Arnold won Berrettini.
Yeah, he won Berrettini.
Had to, you know, he had to bow out from the game in the Roland Garros. He had to just take a leave and bow out from the game. This is what we have been seeing in the world of
long tennis.
Long tennis, and then a lot of other matches which will be coming up. It's going to be, you know, coming your way tomorrow, while I keep you updated on what is going on in the world of of lawn tennis. Also, now talking about WWE, you know, the other time there was a fight. I mean, the time Jacob Fatu had to submit to the tribal chief, talking about Roman Reigns. He had to publicly come out and say, yes, yo.
I've been in the ring with this titan, and I've seen what he can do.
And I've seen that he's the chief.
Now I'm coming to confess that he's the tribal chief.
He's actually the tribal chief. That's what he said, that he's the tribal chief and he is the one who everyone should you know, respect and bow. I mean, it's just like fighting Cristiano Ronaldo and Sadio Mane, you know, going head to head.
Yeah.
And then Cristiano Ronaldo would win Sadio Mane, of course, and Sadio Mane will be like, okay, this is the GOAT. This is actually the GOAT.
It's good to recognize, you know, someone even after losing out on the match. You know, sometimes it shows sportsmanship, it shows a healthy competition. You know, it's a wrestling match that, of course, there will be a winner at the end of the day, but when the winner, it's maybe something that was expected, and you as the loser comes out to acknowledge that, wow, this guy, you know, after all that has been said, is the person that he says he is. I have been in the ring with him, I fought him, I did my best. There was nothing Jacob did not do to get a win over Roman Reigns, but at the end of the day, he saw that this is the tribal chief. He's the tribal chief for a reason, and he has seen the reason that he's almost undefeatable. This is not someone you can get a win out of easily, and he came out to recognize that. He said he's the tribal chief, and I'm here to admit that he is actually the tribal chief. He is full of energy, he's full of strength, he has the velocity. When you are with him on the in the ring, he has the speed, he has the tactics. You know, he has physically, he's equipped. So he came out to admit, and I think it's something that I would love to see in sports.
It's something we would love to see. Me, I would love to see that when people lose, they don't go to start,
you know, causing beef,
talking.
You know, being sometimes they roll out hate speech, and you know, this is someone you have to compete against. It's not something that you have to at the end of the day come out to start saying negative things about. We see that a lot sometimes in boxing, but sometimes in boxing we know it's all kind of just trying to make the opponent scared. They do that. You have the preview before the match where they exchange words. Sometimes they can go physical. You know, in boxing they say a lot of things, but this is wrestling where someone has come out to say, okay, I admit that yes, this person is good, and you don't have to hate on him. He's good. He's actually better than you, and you are striving to get to the level he is. So it's something we encourage in the world of sports.
Yes, it's something very encouraging, and then I will tell you for a fact that if we can promote that unity even when we disagree, that unity in diversity, you know, we are not just talking about the nation, we're talking about the competition, where people, you know, people come from the nation to join the competition. So if we can promote that trend of we disagree to agree, and that's what sports is, since we are inning.
And there's life after this, you know, after they finish from the ring, there's life outside the ring. You don't become enemies outside the ring. You know, you fought me in the ring does not mean we are enemies outside the ring. So it's something that we should show friendship, we should show sportsmanship in any field of sports, whether it's boxing, whether it's football, whether it's athletics, whatever it is. You have to come outside and know that this could be my friend outside the ring. So it's a healthy thing that it should be promoted in the world of sports.
All right, let me give you the upcoming fight that's coming up on the zone. That's the US schedule of the zone. We have on June 13th. June 13th, we have the fight that is coming up. And it's a fight between Vargas. That's the fight that is coming up. They are going to have a great time, you know, fighting and then scaling through the game. And you also have the Zayas boat. The Zayas boat is coming, and also you have Mason versus Codina is coming up, and you also have a Kochia and the fight that's the Zepe. They are coming up, and these are the fights you have to be expecting from the 13th of June. The game is on. I don't know who you're excited to see perform, excited to see fight, excited to see in the boxing games, and we're expecting them to have a great time. This was the fight, that's the fight I'm talking about, Ramirez versus Richard, and this is about the fight that we are all anticipating to, you know, see how it's going to take you and I mean, but one thing I love about boxing is that they roll out the games early so that you can come for sponsorship or you can come out for communication or whatever, you can come out for deals.
Yeah.
Because there's a great deal in boxing than other across other
of course,
sports.
these people want to get a sponsorship. They want to get funds into this game, so they have to roll out these fights earlier so people can be aware of these matches.
Imagine that there's a fight coming. That's the Rocha Junior fight that is coming. It's in August, and
we are in June. June, July, August. That's 2 months.
In 2 months, they have rolled out the sponsorship. They have rolled out the.
People will still come. They need the people to come and view this match. These are matches that they want the stadium or wherever they are hosting is to be filled up. These people have to pay for tickets to enter the place. They have to get a viewing right for TV stations to show it or whatever platform. So it's a lot that involves them investing money into the competition. So that's why they do this thing. We have talked about promotion a lot, and at the end of the day, you see that money invested and the money that they will get after the tournament, they will get more. Let's say it's going to be more profit for them than what they have invested. So you have to roll out these things early enough to get to get people to view it, to get sponsorship deals, and to get other people to be glued to their TV when this thing is going to come up. Not that when it's maybe 2 weeks to the competition, you are rolling out the show or the promotion, and these things will not allow people or gain people's attention when it comes on.
Yes, it will not. Now let's just go over to football, where we have the World Cup coming up. I don't know the games you're expecting from the World Cup to see, and I don't know your team. Well, Worldwide said his team should be.
I've told you already now.
No. Tell me again.
France,
France and Morocco.
Morocco, yeah.
That's the teams you are fanning. I don't know you viewers, the teams you are expecting to support during the World Cup, since Nigeria is not the World Cup. For me, the sports oracle will tell you I will not be anywhere. I would rather see the games.
You'll be at the middle.
Yes,
you are not supporting anybody.
Of course, see the games and enjoy the match. And World Cup is starting June 11. Just few days from now, we are set for a tide. Before I give you more updates on this World Cup, I want to also tell you that there is an album, which has featured some of the Nigerian Afrobeat singers, the likes of Burna Boy, the likes of Davido, the likes of Arresta, the likes of Odumodo Black.
Yeah.
He's on the album, World Cup album, and the songs which you're expecting, which we are expecting them to have. It's very awesome. And then there's also a rumor, while one of the artists, one of the big artists, I'm talking about one of the big three, he has come out to say, of course, this is not an entertainment show, but I could tell you, because it's related.
I know the big artists you are talking about, because
he came out to say,
many of their fans are, why is he not in this place?
No, he said that a certain amount was offered that he
rejected it.
He rejected it. Let them increase the amount.
There is nothing like that.
No. That was what he said. But then let's just focus and talk about the album, seeing the names of the artists. That's the official 2026 World Cup album. Yes, you have the likes of OBO. You have the likes of Odumodo Black. You have the likes of Rema and Ira Star. These guys are setting up the stage. The likes of Burna Boy versus Shakira. Now, very, very sudden and important appearance on the album is Speed.
Speed what?
No, that's
I should speed.
Yeah.
When you started with speed, I wanted you to learn. Is it the speed I'm hope it's not the speed you are.
It's not the speed.
So since you did not start from I show, I say, okay, let me wait for you to. Is it speed?
It's not the speed you mean.
It cannot be that speed, because speed is not in this.
What do you mean?
No, speed is not in this category. Speed cannot get to this level.
Well,
no, it's not that it cannot get to this level. But it's not at this level.
Let's talk about the album. Yeah. The album has been making rounds on the internet.
And you did not mention Rema.
No, I mentioned Rema.
Okay, Rema is still in this album.
You can't do anything. This is not entertainment. But I could tell you that in the grand scheme of entertainment, around Nigeria and the whole world, if you're bringing a representatives from Nigeria, you cannot not mention Rema.
Of course, right now Rema is
you
is
cannot
that guy.
not mention Rema. And featuring Rema here and Ira Star is a big deal, because both of them are I could tell you the hotties from the Nigerian music space. Now. So you have the FIFA World Cup album out, and you go listen, you go pay attention to, see what they are talking about, and it's for football. Just like in 2010, we had the Shakira, Zamina Mina.
That song is forever. It's forever green.
Yes, it's forever green.
Yeah.
Yes, it's forever green. Then you had the other songs that came out from the World Cup, but that song and made a lot of rounds. This year, talking about Burna Boy and Shakira, both of them have partnered again to give and deliver.
The song is out already.
Yes, the song is out. It's everywhere. Everyone has,
and I think this is something interesting for FIFA to, incorporate, all these artists, entertainment into football.
Listen, I used to say this. There are things you do. For instance, when the Manchester City, when they won their league, when they did their cup parade, just this is it. They invited artists.
People
came. They invited artists. You don't take away entertainment from entertainment.
It's sports.
The reason, why I said entertainment from entertainment?
Sports is entertainment.
Yes,
also.
You don't take away entertainment from entertainment, because sports is an entertainment.
And it draws you a lot of people,
yes,
a lot of crowd. Imagine people that are used to, music world is quite. Some people are good at listening to music. They might not be interested in sports, but you fusing the two together. There are some people like fans are music lovers, but they might not even know sport. We have a lot of people that don't know about
sport. Just like the 2022 World Cup, when during the halftime, Calm Down was played, and the whole stadium went. Everyone in the stadium,
for them.
Everybody who was on the pitch. On the pitch. They were vibing "Calm Down" from Rema. That was the moment Rema was waiting for.
This is a good PR from FIFA. This is something other people should recognize and they are going to pay attention. It's World Cup, for God's sake. This is something that different countries are coming to partake in, and you are bringing different artists from all around the globe. It's not just from USA. It's not just from you have about 4 from Nigeria.
Because you've talked about the artists. Let's go down to the songs very fast.
Okay.
Where we have Goals, Lisa, Anita, and Rema. They are talking about Goals. I would love to listen. to
this song is something we would love to.
Something
just that Rema is here. We need to listen to this.
We need to listen to the song Goals. This from Lisa, Anita, and Rema. Now I'm talking about Game Time, Future and Tyler. That's a fusion of US and South Africa. I'm sure this is going to be one of the games that one of the songs people would listen to more. Now we have Illuminate, Jesse versus Revev, and you have Elvana still making that same round of game. Then you're talking about Echo, Daddy Yankee versus Sensei. Then you have Poella, Los Angeles Azules versus and Belinda. I'm saying versus because it looks, is it like they are playing the game?
It's like a fight that you are going to have this versus this, or a match that you are going to have this, but actually they are featuring this person versus this person, so it's like a feature for them.
Then you have 3 Nations, 21 Savage, Nato Kano, and French Montana.
Wow.
There are
a lot of artists in this album. There are a lot. If this album was prepared by somebody, believe me, this is the album of the year. Because this is featuring a lot of top artists.
And guess what? In the PlayStation 2026 that is coming out, these songs are still going to be.
Yes, it's going to be there.
And I'm sure that who's that girl from Rema and Ira Styles?
Of course.
Well, I'm the sponsor.
Let's leave this album because this album is too long.
This album is
a lot. It's a lot.
Now you have No Place Like Home, Major Lazer. If you know Major Lazer,
of course.
Yes, you know Major Lazer. Major Lazer, Nelly Furtado, and Davido.
Wow.
Then you have In the Stars remix, the Rolling Stones. Then you have Show Me, Ira Stan, Lato. What a combination! What a combination!
These features are a lot.
Yeah, you have Me Mexico Lindo. That's the Mexican Mexican natural.
There's a way Mexican songs used to sound very sweet, very entertaining.
And they have this
Caribbean vibe.
Vibe to the song. Then you have Alejandro Garnacho. You have Alejandro Fernandez. I know this guy is.
Let me look at it. Of course, he could be in this category because normally that boy is not a footballer. So maybe he has, at the end of the day, recognized his talent. That's okay. This is where I'm supposed to be, and FIFA recognize him. Of course, this is our boy, so let's give him a chance. But of course, it's not the Alejandro. I wanted to look at this very well. Is it the Alejandro that we know?
It's Alejandro Fernandez. Then we have Blessing, Stormzy, and Friday and Angel. These guys are going to make the read. Then we have Energy, Avamax versus Lighter, the song Lighter, Jelly Roll, and Karen Leon. These two are going to. They have already done something to the World Cup. And we are going to see how the opening game, the opening performance will come. The video is going to feature in the opening performance of the World Cup on the 10th of June. I know the whole world, every eye is on that.
Of course, people from, let's say from Nigeria, people are going to view, if it's just because of the video that is going to feature. Of course, you have seen the promotion. This is just pure class promotion.
Pure class promotion.
Pure class. And
it's quite
a lot of people are going to turn in. The world will be at standstill for football to take place that day, where the artists will have to perform first before the match.
Even Shakira and Burna Boy, they're going to have their own performance. Now you also have Sir from Nora Fatehi, Vegre Dream, and Sanjov. Then you have Patty Dazzle. Coming from Danny Ocean. Then you have Champion from I Show Speed.
These are the songs they will play at that opening day.
You have Champion, I Show. Then you have Love Always Win, Shaggy, Chamfong, Zema. Then you have Die Shakira and Burna Boy, and more to come. And more is going to come from this. Then also talking about the World Cup, there's this special edition of jersey that Adidas has produced. They have promoted it. It's actually just out for sale. Talking about the jersey that has Jesus saves. Yes, I don't actually know what happens, but this is amazing.
No,
this is really amazing.
It's quite amazing to see them promoting religion. Promoted religion in this category,
and they promoted Jesus saves, and that's what they
have. You have seen a lot of footballers wearing this acronym. Sometimes you see them put it on their socks. Sometimes when they pull up Jesus saves, there has been a lot.
The likes of
especially the African guys, they have promoted it.
Yes, even.
And when he used to write
Roberto
it on
Firmino.
Roberto, of course, he's a pastor.
Yes, and Daniel Alves and these footballers, even Kepa. Alison Kepa. All of them.
It's something good for us to see that FIFA also have promoted it. Branding a jersey to show Jesus. It's promoting religion, and it's nice.
It's very nice. Now let's go down to the game that happened yesterday, talking about Poland versus Nigeria in the match that came yesterday, where you have the two country teams drawing, while one was trying to get a win, or that the other team was trying to, fix up the game and then draw the match.
Nigeria was trying to get a win from that. It was something impressive.
Nigeria was not actually trying to get a win.
No, Nigeria of course we were leading 2-1.
Nigeria was winning 2-1.
Yeah, it was at the tail end of the match that Poland equalized.
They scored.
It was very lucky for us, to concede this last goal.
Yes, people were blaming Maduko Okoye for that goal.
It's
that goal. You cannot catch that goal. If you are,
how is he supposed to catch that ball? They are blaming.
You cannot catch that goal.
Put Raya in that post. Raya will not catch it. So why will you not blame Maduko? It's not his fault.
When you that kind of socialized goal.
Yeah.
Those goals that come and they change direction.
it's kind of a collar. They will call the ball. So
they will swerve it.
Anybody blaming keeper? I don't know why you should be blaming keeper.
A lot of people are saying if it was Nwabali standing,
there's nothing like that. There is nothing like that. Except they did not watch that ball well. They don't see that ball well.
Stanley Nwabali. How can Stanley Nwabali keep? Stanley Nwabali, when last did he keep for a team?
No, I don't know why you should be. That's why I said the person did not see the ball well. Maybe he watched it from an angle. You're assuming that he's supposed to catch that boy. that ball was a corner that you don't expect the keeper to save. And it's something I say it was unlucky for Nigeria. Nigeria were already winning 2-1. So that was 90 plus 5 minutes. It was at the tail end of the match. We would have just went out victorious in that match. But of course, it was a draw at the end of the day. And I don't blame Maduka for letting that ball in. It was an entertaining match. It was, of course, the match coming to. I was not even expecting 2-2. I was expecting to see something like 1-1 or 1-0. But at the end of the day, it was an entertaining match. So there is nothing to blame anybody for. It's a goal. Anybody can consider a goal. That's why I say put Raya in that position. Raya, that is kind of the best keeper right now. Put him in that position. They will still score him that goal. So I have nothing to blame Maduka Okoye for.
Yeah, there's nothing to blame the young lad. There's nothing to blame him for. Now, teams have also rolled out their World Cup squad list. Talking about Turkey. Turkey has rolled.
I saw the way they escorted them to the stadium.
Yes, the way they were escorted to the stadium.
It was I don't know. I've not seen that kind of escort for any other country.
I wonder if they don't win this World
Cup. No, of course. Let's put it on the football base. They are not going to win this World Cup, but it's kind of support and motivate the
motivation. Team. Everyone was wondering.
No, they flew almost more than 100 cars.
More than 100 cars
to escort.
Yes,
it's something encouraging. That to show you that the country is with you. You know, it's not all necessary that you win the competition, but only players getting that kind of support is motivational for them. It gives them a lot of backing that when they get to the pitch, they want to deliver. The country is already proud of them for even qualifying. Not everybody is going to the World Cup, but this is something that they show that we are proud of you guys. You guys have already done well, despite where you will finish. If you like, come outside of the group stage, and you have already made us proud to qualify. Turkey qualified from a tough group, and it's something that the country appreciated and showed them that, will I say love? They showed them that massive love, where you have more than 100 cars escorting just the national team to the stadium.
National team bus to the stadium.
It was a beautiful sight. When I say it was beautiful, all red. It was not like different, all red, all true.
And then the drone that went.
No, it was a beautiful.
The drone had to do an extra job to capture.
Yes, now you have to make the.
Yes,
the photos were beautiful. It was something that. It's going to be a long-lasting photo. It's not that photo will be kept in a gallery where you see more than 100 cars escorting 2 team buses to the airport. I really love that sight. When I saw it, I was impressed. I was like, this is encouraging. People should emulate this.
At least the likes of Adagula and Altabani.
Right now they are feeling like the country's president, because I'm not even sure the president gets that kind of escort if he's moving. So they will be feeling so special. It makes them feel important that, wow, this country is really supporting them. And when they get to the pitch, you will see them. They will do their best.
They will do their best. Imagine as they were escorted and they get to, qualify and
even get maybe to the third place.
Wow. And then play the final. And
if they should win this competition, they just close the borders, because Turkey will have a public holiday. They will maybe 1 week public holiday.
Why would you have a public holiday?
It will be 1 week public holiday where nobody is going anywhere.
Imagine you win the World Cup. Why won't you?
The public holiday will just be one. Normally, it's just a day, for them to celebrate. But you see these Turkey people with this kind of escort, with this kind of momentum that they have to escort the team to the. If they should win the World Cup, believe me, it's going to be 1 week public holiday. It will be free food, free internet, free healthcare, free everything will be free for that 1 week. Just enjoy yourself.
Now let's go into the transfer news. What we're having from the Premier League, where we have Iraola to Liverpool. Here we go, and it is confirmed. We also have Ederson. Ederson
to Manchester
has gone to Manchester United. It is also here we go. Then we have vote the best match of 2025-2026 season. What would you say is the match that made it for you? The match that gave you those cheers, the match that was it for you. So now we are going to vote for the best game, and the games are not so many, just few of the games where you have you could see the Manchester United game versus Arsenal, where Manchester United had to win the game. You could see the games of Liverpool, Fulham, and the rest of them.
There were a lot of scorelines in this game. This match is, of course,
it was not one of them.
We saw some of the matches.
It was the match that was sensational in the Premier League. The best match of the season was Bournemouth Manchester United.
That one ended 4-4.
Yes, well, that was the best match of the Premier League.
You could say that was because of the excitement, but even this match, there is a match that I saw, at least I watched the match live. Manchester City against Fulham, where they ended up playing 5-4. It was one kind of a hell of a match. You see that Manchester City scored to the level, I think they got up to 4. Fulham were at 4 goals down. That Fulham started battling 4-1, 4-2. They came close 4-3. Manchester City gave them 5. They scored again 5. I think that was the match Chukwueze scored, I think, about 2 goals, where Pep Guardiola had to go and meet him to shake him after the match that, you look, young man, you are almost about to spoil this winning for me. The match ended 5-4 and it was close. Manchester City had to start defending. They had to start defending for Fulham not to get the 5th goal. You know, that could have been almost the match of the season for me. But of course, there are a lot of other matches that, you know, had a lot of scoreline here.
Like Manchester United versus Arsenal.
Yeah.
At Arsenal's home. Then we was having the news that Hansi Flick, the Barcelona's coach, he has been appointed as the best coach of La Liga.
Yeah, of course, I expected nothing less. This is a man that, you know, imagine playing how many matches? About 18 matches or 19 matches, and you won all. That was a record that he has set in the La Liga, playing 19 matches at home. All his home matches he won, and it was something exceptional. For him to get that award is nothing. It's nothing that anyone was expecting someone else to get. So it's an award that was befitting for him, and he, of course, is the La Liga title holder, and it's something encouraging.
Yes, Ibrahim Konate to live up to
Madrid.
Real Madrid. Here we go. Ibrahim Konate.
Mourinho, you know, is making a lot of moves right now.
He's making a lot of moves.
He's not yet in Madrid
you are
officially.
Talking about that. You are talking about
Dumfries. He's making a lot of moves. You can see him strengthening. He's strengthening the back line because he knows that's the major problem for Madrid. Madrid attack is quite okay. You have Mbappe, you have Vinicius. It's quite okay for him. But you see that defense, you have to strengthen that. He saw, at least, maybe he did not see, but he's aware of what Barcelona, Hansi Flick, used Madrid eye to see last season. You know, where Hansi Flick were almost beating them at any stadium. If you take them to Peterbah Football Club stadium, they will beat them. So he knew that this problem was all from the back line, where the defenders were getting injury and they have to be exchanging, you know, formation from the back. They have to change different, almost 8 to 10 persons featured in that defense. There was no stable lineup for that defense. So of course he knew the weakness.
Now, still talking about transfers. Andre Onana back to Manchester United. Andre Onana is back to Manchester United.
He's not back.
Compete for his position. He's back to Manchester United after this.
He's going back. That loan spell, they will spell him again.
They actually want to, you know, Trosbonso is set to come back for him for another loan.
Yes, he definitely. Manchester United.
Are you not excited that?
No, I'm not. Sorry, this news is not exciting as a Man U fan for me.
I'm excited. Andre Onana is back.
What are you excited for?
I'm
that
excited.
We are going to concede more.
To compete with Senne Lammens.
Sometimes you don't need to compete with somebody. Just look at Trabzon. Look at Trabzonspor that are, you know, you are there like a demigod, and you are coming to Manchester United to compete for what? Don't compete for anything in Manchester United. Go back to that place.
Well, it's what we're going to see at the end of the day, if he's going to stay over there in Manchester United or he's going to go back to Trabzonspor where he came from. And this is where we're drawing it, which we're calling it a day on this edition of Aneke Sports. Thank you very much, Worldwide.
Thank you for
and thank you very much, our viewers, for tuning in and for watching. I hope you had a wonderful time. We catch up with you same time, same station on Aneke TV. 8 a.m. we've started to bring you the latest updates in the world of sports. And before I go, I'd like to remind you that World Cup is just close by. You have to stay glued and stay true. YouTube will be broadcasting the World Cup, and
AIT will be broadcasting.
AIT.
Yes, it's
AIT
confirmed.
would also be broadcasting.
Start Times is
and Start Times and other channels will broadcast the World Cup. Please find your way and see these games so that when we come back, we can delve right into the gist and conversations. I am Good Hope Chukuma, your sports oracle. I live and I dream and I breathe sports. So have a wonderful morning. Goodbye.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Glad to have you join us. On the headline, Oyo Assembly rejects ransom talks, demands stronger action against bandits. National Assembly fast-tracks constitutional amendment on state police. On the foreign scene, 16 civilians killed in Eastern DR Congo attack linked to Islamic State militants. In business, federal government launches net billing policy for solar power users. Now the news in details. The Oyo State House of Assembly has rejected calls for ransom negotiations with bandits responsible for the abduction of pupils, students and teachers in Orire local government area. Lawmakers insisted that negotiating with criminal groups would encourage further kidnappings and undermine ongoing security efforts. The position of the House followed deliberations on a motion of urgent public importance concerning recurring attacks in the area. Members expressed concern over a series of violent incidents, including the killing of forest guards, a teacher, a student, and a commercial motorcyclist. The Assembly urged the federal government to establish a permanent military base in the affected area and called for the deployment of additional security personnel, including operatives of the Western Nigeria Security Network, Amote-Kuku, to strengthen rescue operations. Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, also renewed calls for the establishment of state police and directed that security assessments be conducted in schools located near forest and border communities. Lawmakers further called for psychological and humanitarian support for affected families. The Senate has commenced legislative processes aimed at creating state police as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture. The move is expected to form part of ongoing constitutional amendment proposals before the National Assembly. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, said the Red Chamber is committed to expediting consideration of measures designed to improve community-based security and intelligence gathering. The renewed push follows growing concerns over insecurity across the country, including recent attacks on schools and communities. Senators observed a minute of silence in honor of victims of the Orire school abduction in Oyo State. Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, described attacks on educational institutions as threats to national development, emphasizing the need for long-term security reforms capable of addressing emerging challenges across the Federation. Residents of Amorokeni community in Ogbia, local government area of Bayelsa State, has appealed for urgent government intervention over what they describe as decades of infrastructural neglect. Community leaders said the area, known for large-scale production of plantain, banana and fish, lacks motorable roads, healthcare facilities, electricity, and other basic social amenities necessary for economic growth. They also expressed concern over recurring flooding, which they said has disrupted livelihoods and resulted in loss of lives. Residents noted that seasonal flooding continues to isolate the community and worsen living conditions. The community appealed to the Bayelsa State Government, the Niger Delta Development Commission, and federal authorities to provide flood control measures, potable water, road infrastructure, and healthcare services to improve living standards. Residents of Efut Ifio Ene community in Calabar South local government area of Cross River State have raised alarm over severe flooding affecting homes, businesses, and public infrastructure. The clan head of the community, His Royal Highness Muri Ekong Omo Ekpo II, said blocked drainage channels and years of poor maintenance has worsened flooding and increased health risks for residents. Community leaders warned that the peak of the rainy season could result in further damage to buildings and property if urgent intervention is not undertaken. They called for immediate desilting of draining channels and construction of flood control infrastructure. Director General of the Cross River State Emergency Management Agency, Mr. Atinga Gill, said the agency had notified relevant authorities and was working with the Ministry of Environment and other agencies to address the situation. 6 persons have lost their lives in a road accident involving a military gun truck and a commercial passenger bus along the Narehi axis of Girei local government area of Adamawa State. Police Public Relations Officer of the Adamawa State Command, Mr. Suleiman Nguroje, said preliminary investigations show that both vehicles were involved in a head-on collision before the commercial bus burst into flames. According to the police, 5 passengers traveling in the bus were burnt to death, while military personnel attached to the gun truck also died in the crash. The police said 4 of the victims have been identified as National Youth Service Corps members serving in Adamawa State. The federal government says reforms within the Nigerian Correctional Service are yielding positive results, with a significant reduction recorded in the number of repeat offenders nationwide. Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, said that recidivism figures dropped from more than 11,000 cases in 2023 to 1,382 cases in 2025. The minister said the development reflects the impact of ongoing rehabilitation, skills acquisition and reintegration programs designed to prepare inmates for productive lives after release. Dr. Tunji-Ojo also announced plans to establish a monitoring and evaluation committee to strengthen correctional reforms, while advocating collaboration with state governments for the relocation and modernization of aging custodial facilities. Ondo State Governor, Mr. Lucky Aiyedatiwa, has announced that security operatives recently foiled an alleged plot to attack the government house. The governor said 5 suspects were arrested during a joint operation carried out by the Nigeria Police Force and the Ondo State Security Network Agency, also known as Amoteco. According to him, intelligence reports led security operatives to a hotel where materials suspected to be intended for criminal activities were recovered before any attack could be executed. Governor Aiyedatiwa commended the security agencies for their swift response and assured residents that efforts are being intensified to prevent threats to public safety across the state. The Umuahia Capital Development Authority has commenced the demolition of illegal structures in parts of Abia State capital as part of ongoing urban renewal efforts. General Manager of the authority, Mr. Kingsley Agomo, said the affected structures in the Siama Afaruku area were identified as illegal developments and in some cases hideouts for criminal activities. He explained that notices were issued to property owners before enforcement began, dismissing claims that the exercise was carried out without due process. Mr. Agomo said similar operations would continue in other parts of Umuahia to improve environmental standards, enhance public safety, and ensure compliance with planning regulations. In the meantime, the Abia State government has inaugurated computerized vehicle inspection centers in Aba and Umuahia to improve road safety and ensure that only roadworthy vehicles operate within the state. Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kano, said the facilities are equipped with modern technology capable of detecting mechanical and structural faults that may not be visible during routine inspections. The government said the initiative forms part of broader efforts to reduce road accidents and strengthen transportation safety across the state. Meanwhile, Special Advisor to the Governor on Media and Publicity, Mr. Ferdinand Ekoma, announced that workers under the Passenger Integrated Manifest and Safety Scheme have been absorbed into the state civil service, with assurances that outstanding salary arrears will be addressed. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Oka has ordered the remand of a herbalist, Mr. Ikechukwu Ezenago, popularly known as Momiri Afulanya, at the Amobe Correctional Center over allegations of fraudulent practices. Mr. Ezenago, who was earlier arrested by the Anambra State government, was brought before the court for proceedings after being transferred from a medical facility where he had reportedly been receiving treatment. During the hearing, defense counsel Mr. Kingsley Aoka applied for bail and requested that his client be allowed to remain in hospital pending the determination of the case. However, prosecuting counsel Mr. Wike opposed the application. In his ruling, Justice Jude Obiora held that a hospital is not a legally recognized detention facility and ordered the defendant's remand at the Amobia Correctional Center. The matter was adjourned until June 19th for further proceedings. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Oyo State House of Assembly rejects ransom negotiations over school abductions. National Assembly moves to fast-track state police legislation. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, 16 civilians killed in attack linked to Islamic State militants in DR Congo. And on business, federal government introduces net billing framework for solar energy users. Stay with us, more details after the break.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. At least 16 civilians have been killed in an attack by suspected Allied Democratic Forces fighters in Mbao village, Beni territory of North Kivu province in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Military spokesperson Lieutenant Mark Elongo said the attackers carried out the late-night raid in an area already battling an Ebola outbreak. Their Allied Democratic Forces, a Ugandan-origin armed group linked to the Islamic State, has been blamed for a series of deadly attacks in the region. The latest incident comes days after another attack in Beni City that reportedly left 15 civilians and 1 soldier dead. Security officials say the recurring violence is creating additional challenges for humanitarian and health workers operating in affected communities. Health authorities warn that insecurity is disrupting disease surveillance, contact tracing, and vaccination campaigns. The World Health Organization says Ebola cases have been recorded in parts of North Kivu and neighboring Uganda, raising concerns about the spread of the disease. Ukraine has recorded a significant milestone in its domestic defense industry with the successful test of a new ballistic missile developed by local manufacturer Firepoint. The company said the missile, known as FP7X, completed a controlled test flight and is expected to form part of a future air defense system known as Fragile. The development comes as Ukraine seeks to strengthen its air defense capabilities amid continued attacks on critical infrastructure. Firepoint says the project is designed to provide a cost-effective alternative to some foreign defense systems. The company also said that discussions are ongoing with European defense partners on the future deployment of the technology. South Korea's ruling Democratic Party has recorded major gains in the country's local elections, winning 12 of 16 mayoral and provincial contests across the country. The results are being viewed as a significant endorsement of President Lee Jae-myung's administration 1 year after he assumed office. The party also secured victories in several regions previously controlled by the conservative opposition. Despite the nationwide gains, the ruling party failed to capture the Seoul mayoralty, where incumbent mayor Oh Sing-un retained his position. Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, Dr. Adebowale Adedokun, has called on procurement officers to embrace artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies to improve efficiency and accountability in public procurement. Speaking at the 6th National Conference of the Association of Public Procurement Practitioners of Nigeria in Enugu, Dr. Adedokun said technological intervention and innovation is rapidly transforming governance and business operations around the world. He urged procurement professionals to acquire digital skills in areas such as artificial intelligence, big data, and blockchain technology, stressing that continuous learning remains essential for professional relevance and institutional reforms. The BPP Director General also announced that work is ongoing on the National Procurement Officers Management System and an electronic government procurement platform aimed at strengthening transparency, accountability, and efficiency in procurement processes nationwide. The Nigeria Electricity Regulation Commission has commenced implementation of the Net Billing Regulations 2026, aimed at expanding renewable energy participation in the country's electricity sector. Under the framework, eligible consumers with solar power installations can export surplus electricity to distribution companies and receive credits for the energy supplied to the national grid. The initiative targets medium and large-scale energy users, including industries, hospitals, universities, and commercial facilities with renewable energy systems ranging from 50 kilowatts to 1.5 megawatts. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has confirmed the collapse of 6 transmission towers along the Apia-Lafia 330 kilovolt transmission corridor, raising concerns about power supply in parts of the north-central region. According to the company, the affected towers were weakened after vandals removed critical structural components before heavy rainfall caused the eventual collapse. General Manager, Public Affairs, Mrs. Ndlea, said the emergency technical teams have been deployed to assess the damage and commence reconstruction work on the affected infrastructure. The company has introduced temporary supply arrangements through alternative transmission routes to reduce the impact on consumers while repairs continue. It also called on communities to assist security agencies in protecting national power assets from vandalism. Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has reaffirmed the state's readiness to host the maiden edition of the National Intermediate Games, scheduled for September 2026. The governor made the assurance during an inspection of sporting facilities earmarked for the competition. He described the event as an important platform for discovering and developing young sporting talents. Officials of the National Sports Commission, led by Director General Mr. Bukola Olopade, expressed satisfaction with the level of preparations and ongoing rehabilitation works at major venues, including the Taslim Balogun Stadium. Sports administrators say the competition is expected to provide a structured pathway for grassroots athletes and strengthen talent development efforts across Nigeria. Nigerian music stars Davido, Rema, Burna Boy, and Ara Star have been featured on the official music album of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. FIFA President Gianni Infantino announced the project, describing it as a global musical collaboration designed to celebrate unity through football ahead of the tournament in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The album includes collaborations between international and African artists. Rema joined LISA and Anita on one track, while Ara Star collaborates with Lato. Davido and Burna Boy also feature alongside several global music stars. Entertainment analysts say the inclusion of multiple Nigerian artists further highlights the growing global influence of Afrobeats and its expanding role in major international cultural and sporting events. And now to end the news, here are the major stories again. The Oyo State House of Assembly has ruled out any form of negotiation with the bandits responsible for the recent abduction of students and teachers in Orire local government area. Lawmakers called for intensified security operations, the establishment of a military base in the affected area, and renewed efforts to strengthen community-based security structures to secure the release of the victims and curb further attacks. The National Assembly has commenced legislative action to establish state police as part of wider efforts to address growing security challenges across the country. Senate President Godswill Akpabio and members of the Red Chamber said the proposed constitutional amendment is aimed at improving grassroots security, intelligence gathering, and rapid response to criminal activities. On the foreign scene, at least 16 civilians have been killed in an attack linked to Islamic State-affiliated militants in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. The assault occurred in an area already grappling with an Ebola outbreak, raising concerns among health officials that continued insecurity could undermine ongoing disease surveillance and containment efforts. And on the business scene, the federal government, through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, has commenced the implementation of the Net Billing Regulations 2026. This initiative allows eligible consumers with solar power installations to sell excess electricity to distribution companies, a move expected to encourage renewable energy investments and improve electricity supply across the country. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good morning.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abubu or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Oba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit often used in traditional dishes; Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas. We begin in Aneke local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes. Market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the bambara nut cake, akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogu local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats, and Milton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy, issue, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, oba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, oba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo Eze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzo local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dried tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. And Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Oji River is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients. Okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dried tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dried tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations, and cassava-based products with various soups. Uzuwani local government area is known for riverine and food networks, which are the okwa, tubers such as yam and cassava, and vegetable soups with their various ways of preparation, and also their festival cooking, which is a locally caught fish and smoked proteins.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy.
Good morning and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a fresh morning, it's a brand new day, a day to live, a day to fulfill, a day to aspire and perspire. Alright, I am Princess Kenna Choma welcoming you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, welcoming you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and joy. Yes, we're going to bring you that daily dose of everything you have been waiting for, from politics to hot topics to updates that you need to know in Nigeria and the rest of the world.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to our global audience. And we're so grateful for letting us to be in your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right. I mean, seeing that today is Thursday and it's the 4th day in the month of June. Earlier, just 3 days ago, we had just gotten into the month of June, and we said things, we encouraged, we tried to motivate. But it's 4 days into, I wonder what you've done differently. I hope you're doing something differently to change how the life goes for you. I hope you're having a change of mindset as regards everything that's happening in your life and across the country. For the past 3 days, we've read about stories in the newspapers, some, uplifting, some encouraging, some really disheartening. But these are the things that we see in the country to create and live with us a fresher perspective, a different perspective from what we know and what we have. So I just hope that as the month is going further, you're making plans and you're changing things about yourself.
It is important to note that today is the day that you have to take another step to the right direction. Well, I'm here to motivate you, and we're here together to inspire you to make the right move. And just like the quotes we will be seeing shortly says, it's important you know that this is what we're doing, and this is already 4th day. I don't know whose birthday it is, but it's going to be someone's birthday. Just make sure that you live to the fullest of the moment in your life.
All right, moving on to our quote for this morning. This is from the renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. This morning she's saying, our stories will only change when we become the active authors of our own reality, rather than passive readers of our own history. Our stories will only change. Your story, my story, can only change, can only be altered when we become the active authors of our own reality, rather than being passive readers of our own history. It's more prideful, it's more fulfilling when you take part in, the transformation of anything in history. When we study history, when we read about history, we read about men and women who have over time altered the creation of history, and we read about them in such light. Oh, this person made history. Because of this person, I have this. Because of this group of persons, these became to be. Now imagine what your future will look like when you become part of it. So you're not supposed to be a passive reader in your own history. You're supposed to be, however little it is, whether it be read in the history of time, that you passed through a certain region and then you are the one who was offering peace to people. That's a legacy you have to leave. So you don't have to be a passive reader. You don't need to be a passive reader in your own history. You need to take part in being active authors of your own reality.
2 things here. 1, when you're making history, whether you're living your daily life or you're living any life you're living, make sure you document. It's very important. 1, as you're making history, just ensure you document. Just from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said, our stories will change when we become active authors of our own reality, facing reality, knowing that, oh, we're living in a time when we need to understand the architecture of our political system. What do we need? Do we need a change, or do we need to move on? Do you think it's time to move on, or do you think it's time to stay? Now, knowing this and having that reality would help you. As you know it and have the reality, also document. I tell young people all the time, it's good you write things down. It's good you know that any day that you pass through, ensure you have notes which you've made. And also, this is something that will make you to understand that you are active in your own history. A lot of things we are reading now, the quotes of the likes of Chinua Achebe, the quotes of the likes of great authors that we have all over the world. What was different was that they had to write down something. What maybe at some point they thought was foolish now makes sense to us. even the music, the songs. Whatever you're doing, make sure you are active in your own reality. Make sure you stand your ground and make sure you believe in yourself and take note of whatever you believe in. Yes.
All right. The great writer herself, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, urging us to take part in our own history. It is said that until the lions have their own historians, the tale of the hunt will continue to favor the hunter. Having said that, Chimamanda here is encouraging us not just to go into writing literally, but to be active participants in shaping our own story. Remember, it is said in the academia that reading makes a man, but writing makes a complete man. And in this instance, Chimamanda lays it perfectly well for us. And the hour has come when we should be active participants in our own history, where we do not let others write our own story. What are we saying? Soon the bell will toll, and it will be time to, take part in that decisive moment where we will determine how the story will be written. Yes, soon you will be required to bring out your PVC to make that change, effect the change that would see the trajectory of this nation shaped for good forever, such that posterity would read of the changes you participated in making by joining and being part of that process. Yes, it's no longer time to sit on the fence. It's not time to toe the regular line of political apathy. No, the hour has come where we become active participants. In the words of Chimamanda Adichie, our stories will only change when we become the active actors of our own reality rather than passive readers of our own history. Though Chimamanda here is talking about the historical, enterprise of, the Africans writing and shaping their story, and not from the perspective of the Europeans, like we are told, that Mungo Park, discovered River Niger. River Niger that we had our mothers and our fathers go fetch water from, where they go had what do you call it?
Water play.
Water play. They went to swim. There's a key word for it. Where you go for party on the beach and then, all those relaxation and all that. They did all that. They were fishermen, who went fishing in those rivers. But it was written by Europeans who want to make us realize that until Mungo Park sojourned to River Niger, that River Niger wasn't discovered. That's simply because we allowed the Europeans be the determining factor in writing our own history. But the emphasis is here. As Nigerians, wherever you're watching from, be it in Ogbete market in Enugu, Ogige market in Nsukka, Ariere market in Aba, or Alaba International Market, or Sabongeri market in Kano, or Ochanja market in Onitsha. The emphasis here is that it's time where we will write our own history. Collectively, let's join hands together soon to write the history of this nation, in seeing that we entrust the right leadership.
And also, just to add to what he has said, if you don't participate in writing history, someone else will write it for you, and it's their version that you get to live with. So imagine if we have a story and it's collaborated by 20, 50, 100,000 people. The truth about such history, the truth about such events cannot be lost. So you have to be active authors of your history, not because you probably enjoy it. It may not be cozy, it may not be funny, but because of posterity, because of the generation to come after you, to understand how things work, to understand how things worked, so they can understand what is happening in their current dispensation. So Chimamanda is reminding us this morning that we do not need to be passive readers of our own history. We need to be active authors in our own reality. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing weather report for today. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles
with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State, Oka. Anambra will experience a hot and humid day with temperatures climbing to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Onitsha is expected to feel particularly uncomfortable due to high humidity levels. Expect intense afternoon heat, cloudy skies. Later in the day, thunderstorms from late afternoon and heavy evening rainfall that could cause localized flooding in vulnerable areas will go to shower the environment.
Good morning, Enugu. Enugu remains the most comfortable state weather-wise today. Temperatures will hover between 24 to 31 degrees Celsius, with cooler conditions compared to the rest of the region. We are to expect a pleasant morning, moderate afternoon, warmth, increasing cloud cover, and light to moderate evening showers with occasional thunder.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Ebonyi will be the hottest state in the southeast today, with temperatures reaching 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. Expect intense sunshine and heat during the afternoon. Possible heat stress for those outdoors, followed by strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy evening rainfall.
Good morning, Owerri. Owerri will be humid from morning through evening, with temperatures peaking around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius. And we are to expect muggy conditions throughout the day, thicker clouds in the afternoon, and thunderstorms occupied and accompanied by moderate rainfall during the evening hours.
Good morning, Abia State, Umuahia. Abia will record temperatures around 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, with Aba feeling warmer than Umuahia due to urban activity. Expect warm and humid conditions, increasing cloudiness as the day progresses, and thunderstorms also, with evening rainfall likely to affect movement and traffic.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're moving into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. On the papers we'll be reviewing this morning are The Nation, The Punch, Daily Sun, Daily Trust, and The Vanguard. All right, starting off strong is from the Nation. On the cover story we have killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. 2 to die by kidnapping. Troops kill 50 ISWAP terrorists in Northeast. All right, killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. That's the cover story on the Nation newspaper. Over to the Punch. Over 600 pupils, teachers abducted, despite 145 billion naira Save School scheme. This is on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. It says, Amnesty International says scheme derailed from corruption and bureaucracy. Bandits demand detainees released in exchange for abducted school Oyo school children. NUT threatens school shutdown as Oyo Assembly rejects negotiation with bandits. Also on the Punch newspaper, on page 2, we have looted weapons from Libya found with Nigerian extremists, says UN. The United Nations says that looted weapons from Libya was found with Nigerian extremists. On the cover story of the Daily Sun, NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. Backs teachers strike, demands urgent action on insecurity. And Obi asks bandits to release abducted children. This is it on page 6 of the Daily Sun. NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. And on the Daily Trust, again, gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. Gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. That's the cover story on the Daily Trust. And then lastly, on the Vanguard, from the Vanguard, on Senate to federal government security agencies, it says, deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped children. Deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped children. Barrow, Oshomole, Musa want accountability by service chiefs and security agencies. Gunmen on rampage in Ogbomosho, Ibadan. Sack immigration officer, cart away firearms. Rescue Oyo pupils, teachers now, or admit failure. Atiku tells Tinubu, please release these children for sake of our continued humanity. Obi begs kidnappers. NLC threatens solidarity strike with teachers. And U.S. pledges continues counter-terrorism support. All right.
Then we take a look at the Daily Trust headline, which says, again, government abduct students in Zamfara. Government abduct students in Zamfara. Government have reportedly abducted another group of students in Zamfara state, underscoring the persistent threat of insecurity and school-targeted attacks in the region. The incident has renewed concerns about student safety and intensified calls for stronger security measures to protect educational institutions. This is about the abduction, government abducting students, but there were about 7. One guy escaped from the den to make them 6, 3 girls and 3 guys who were abducted from the University of Zamfara State. Now, a lot of questions how the whole event happened could be, from what we are seeing, from what we read, would be that one of them just took a step out of the house and then left the door open as gunmen were passing. Imagine that kind of story. Gunmen were passing. They had to, come in and then abduct the students. Now, it has been a lot of issues that has been repeatedly consistent in Zamfara State. Even not just students, even from last year, you've had farmers being abducted, which has really reduced the quality and the output of the product from Zamfara State. This is a growing concern that the federal government, amidst the other kidnappings that are happening around the nation, it is sad to see that students are the target of these bandits and kidnappers. It is very sad to see. And also, we're also talking about the kidnapping that happened just a few hours ago, yesterday, of the former Minister of Power, Adelabu. The younger sister, Busayo, was kidnapped too. She was kidnapped by 7:30 in the morning when she was taking her kids to school, her twins to school, and who has served in the Central Bank of Nigeria and also in the pension department, who is said to be planning to relocate to the US to be with her husband. It is a sad thing, a sad occurrence in our nation that we are seeing series of kidnappings going on. And the question that is being asked, a lot of people have been asking, what actually is going on? Why are there sprees of kidnapping here and there? What is happening in Ibadan? What is happening in Zamfara? Does it mean that the Northeast are sharing some connections with those in the Southwest region? That is a problem that we are trying to figure out. That there's no day in Nigeria that you don't have issues of gunmen abducting people. Now the target seems to be students, seems to be young, pupils. You saw the one in Oyo, you saw the one that they had to, it's been days, it's been more than 20 days that these guys were in captivity. They have not been released. Even after well, there's no negotiation, we could say, because we are not hearing anything from the federal government. All we are hearing is, okay, it is the process is ongoing, and at the end of the day, they'll come out. However, these issues are growing concern that no Nigerian is safe, much more the younger people. Imagine that a sister to the former minister of power will be kidnapped. A lot of people might say everything they want to say, but I'm telling you, from a stance of someone who has been in this nation, Nigeria is not, this is the highest we've had as a nation of issues in kidnapping. It looks like every day the story is getting worse. And we're not having to see that there's a progress about this abduction. And it is something that is not nice. Now, taking the focus to the students, where students are being taken in captivity. Choma.
Honestly, I'm a bit emotional right now. My question is, what exactly is happening? All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will continue on this conversation. Stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Oh yeah, welcome back. I apologize for that break in transmission. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV.
Yes, it's still Sunrise on Aneke TV, and joining us at this moment is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Meka Odom. Mr. Meka, a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to our viewers.
All right, we are neck deep into the conversation around issues affecting Nigeria. Ochoma?
Yes, on the Daily Trust this morning, they started with the catchword again. Gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. Now, before we went on the break, I was saying that, seeing this headline this morning got me a bit shaky. We are not over Oyo State. We are not over the retired general that was kidnapped. And yesterday, in broad daylight, a teacher was kidnapped in Oyo State, in Ibadan. in broad daylight, in open space. And then these are university students kidnapped again. Another woman was kidnapped with her twin children. What is going on? And then this morning, we are learning from the Oyo State government that they are not negotiating. They are not negotiating with the bandits. And if you're choosing not to negotiate with the bandit, what are your efforts? It's not like you have a set-up intelligence to, ransack or canvass the whole forest in Nigeria to find these people. The alternative we have with the level Nigeria is at now is negotiating with bandits. And you are saying you do not want to negotiate with them because you don't want them to leverage on the fact that Nigerian government will keep negotiating. But then again, you've not done anything, and people are still being kidnapped on a daily basis.
Oh yes, people are being kidnapped on a daily basis. Mr. Mekaldom, on the front page of the Daily Trust, we're talking about, again, government abduct students in Zamfara. And let me start with, are you surprised that it's still happening? Reeling from Oyo State to Zamfara. We don't know where next. And as we speak, another kidnap could be happening in another sphere or area of Nigeria at this moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation keeps reoccurring. And, it's... I remember very well in the words of a one-time military administrator of Lagos State, Raji Rasaki. I think he retired at the time he was in Lagos at Milad. I think he was a colonel or so, but eventually he left the military, maybe as a brigadier general or so. But what I'm emphasizing on now is something he said. At the time, he was the military administrator that was in office when Maroko, if you know that suburb in Lagos, was brought down to robbers, and a lot of criticisms came to him, and he made a famous statement. He said he welcomed the criticisms because he said, as a people and as a leadership, they cannot afford to put themselves in a situation where they will be receiving condolence and sympathy messages over a situation that they had the power to avert. And that also applies to individuals. You don't allow yourself to come to a point where you now be a recipient of sympathy and condolence messages over a situation that you had the power to avert. You see, we have said this over and over and again. As much as we sympathize, and very deeply, from is a heartfelt sympathy, because you can imagine when people are held, even inside a comfortable room. Assuming, let's give an instance now, everybody agrees that where we are now is a relatively comfortable place. This place is well air conditioned. There are no mosquitoes here. Very well illuminated. We are sitting down in a chair. We could say that. But imagine when you want to go out for any reason whatsoever, and you are restrained. You are told that, look, sorry, you can't go out. There's a certain psychological state that now comes to be that does not even respect the comfort that you are enjoying here. Now, just oppose that with children who are in a very uncomfortable place, and they are held back, perhaps, and I'm sure, what else again with terrorism, at gunpoint. So the psychological trauma alone is enough to cause your blood pressure to rise, and so one can't imagine it. But these things keep reoccurring. I remember in one of our sessions on this program, we had said that, look, the danger is not even while we are dealing with the situation. Let's make sure that it doesn't happen anywhere within the shores of Nigeria, and of course, nobody wants that to happen anywhere in the world. But unfortunately, here we are. We're hearing there's hardly any day you open the pages of newspaper or you scroll through the, you go through the social media, like you don't get to read or get to learn about one ugly situation of this nature or the other. Honestly speaking, you talked about the Oyo State government, saying that they are not going to negotiate. It's a very difficult situation and a dicey one too, because two things are there. There are two extreme points. At one side of the extreme is you don't want to negotiate with terrorists because I mean, what are you going to negotiate with them? Give them money, make them promises, give them money. When you give them money to release the captives, yes, the captives are out in most instances, and some other times, even when the ransoms are paid, we have also had situations where at the end of the day, the people don't end up not coming out. But let's be very hopeful that when you pay the ransom, the terrorists will release them. But ultimately, you've also enriched the pocket of the terrorists. And that becomes a highly illegitimate economic gain for the terrorists. And so nobody wants to encourage that kind of a thing, because when you embark on any means of making money successfully, it becomes an encouragement to do more. So if they probably have kidnapped 10 children now, or 10 people, and they are being promised 1 million naira, next time they want to make more money by kidnapping more, or even people of higher profile. So so when you keep negotiating with them, it looks as if you're encouraging that trade, and nobody wants that. Most countries of the world, most governments adopt that policy of no negotiation with terrorists. But again, that leads us to the important question of what you asked. In the absence of negotiation, what else do we do? But again, also, the other side of it is, you know, it's easier said than done. In Africa, there's a proverb that says that when they carry the remains of a dead man across in front of your compound, who is a strange person, it looks as if it's a log of wood. Wait until the day they carry your very close relative. You will understand the pains of death. You will understand how difficult it is to deal with, you know, that kind of situation. So when your person is in captive, when your own person, you know, in Nigerian palace we say your personal person is in captive, is in the kidnappers den, you will understand what desperation is. You will understand what sleeplessness is. You will understand what it means to be anxious over a situation. So for you to preach, please don't negotiate, don't give money, don't pay ransom. These messages and these rhetorics are better understood and told when you are not when it's not your person. When it's your person, it's a different ballgame entirely. So like I said, this takes us to the center point of, in the absence of no ransom, in the absence of no negotiation, what do we do? And that is why we preach that, look, let's do everything possible to ensure that security in the land. And security in the land, not just kinetic security, not just hardcore security. Because all over the world today, the United Nations will tell you that security threats, it's all encompassing. It includes development. It includes good governance. Whether we like it or not, yes, we know that in Nigeria, over time, it's been established that a lot of these people who are conducting, who are involved in these criminal activities, many of them are ideologically driven. So when a man is ideologically driven, there's no amount of, perhaps no amount of offers you can make to him until he's able to drive home the ideology that is pushing him. Yes. But beyond that, we also know that there are common criminals who are probably being driven by harsh economic realities. Whether we like it or not, everybody says, oh, hardship is not an excuse to go and steal. Yes, we know it has to be not an excuse to go and steal. But we also know that there are people who are driven into criminality due to hardship, and not just hardship, due to bad governance, not just bad governance, due to many difficulties we're having in our society today. That's why we say one of the surest way to fight insecurity is not all, but a sure way to fight insecurity is good governance and development.
All right, Mr. Meka, just quickly, is Nigeria worse off today, security-wise, than it was in pre-2015 at the point when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, where we were seeing placards everywhere, dignitaries, VIPs, first ladies carrying placards, bring back girls? Is Nigeria worse off today than it was then? And again, why are we not seeing expedited action, to create a state police that would enable the ungoverned space to be placed by at the subnational level?
Okay, is Nigeria worse off today? That's a question that before anybody answers, you probably have to look very deeper and do a lot of consider a lot of things and do more detailed analysis. To be very fair, to be very frank, and to be very balanced, I will tell you that it depends on how you're looking at it. Yes, there were a lot of things that were happening in pre-2015. We saw the Chibok girls that were kidnapped, perhaps the first of its kind then, and we saw a lot of improvised explosive devices, the one you call bomb, going off in several places. I was living in Abuja at that time, and a couple of times those bombs went off at locations that were not too far away from my house, and even where I was working at that point in time. I mean, the one that went off in one of the newspaper houses in Abuja there was just very close to my house. We were just sitting down with my boss and one of two of my colleagues when it just happened, and it was like we saw the everywhere shaking. So nobody wants that kind of situation to repeat itself again. And then I remember the song we were singing in that time was "Now So We Go the Day," because it looked as if there was no solution. Again, also that also gave rise to, in many places, before you could access public buildings, before you could access many other places, churches, even when you are traveling when you are within town, you have to pass through very difficult, security screening checkpoints, hold up everywhere. For those who are coming in from the Nyanya axis, it was a major. Every day, be rest assured. You probably spend like 1 hour or 2 hours on the road before you access the city. If you're coming in from Lube, the same thing. You're coming in from Kubwa, the same thing. So nobody wanted that kind of situation. But today, I don't think that's the way it is exactly. So it's some kind of relief. Then, if you look at the other way around, you also tell yourself, yes, many parts of Nigeria now are probably more bothered than they were then, in terms of, because then, apart from maybe places like Abuja also, the bulk of the things were happening within the northeast, the Bedugris, the Gombes, and Adamawas. So, but today, there's a whole lot of insecurity in many other states in Nigeria. And so it depends on how you look at it. But the basic thing is that the nation is also from the budget. We also know that we are probably the budgets are much higher than, on security-wise, much higher now. And we also expect that the military would have undergone it. Because when this battle started, the rhetorics we were getting then was that, well, it's a new phase of security threat. And so the military needed to readjust themselves to adapt to it. It's not like the normal, security issues. But this is a case where there's guerrilla warfare involved. There's using soft targets and many other things. So, but I believe that more than 10 years after today, the military would have acquainted themselves with everything about it and probably prepare better. So maybe that's why, with all the money that is being spent, the budget, the assistance from many other countries. So probably that's why people are more, and the promises that were made, as a matter of fact. So that's why there's far more cries from people today, that this thing has lingered for too long. I mean, and again, also considering the fact that many of the threats are occurring and reoccurring. So that's the issue. God forbid, if somebody comes to your house today and probably comes in through the window from the kitchen, comes into your house, well, God forbid, if the person succeeds and goes, as long as you're alive, I think the next thing for you to do is to fortify that place.
Yes.
And what about the situation by the person comes in again, several times the same? You begin to ask, what is going on now?
All right, thank you very much. While you were analyzing this issue, you just struck a chord, and then I became retrospective to the happenings pre-2015, talking about the IED explosions, and then a lot of memories just flooded, and then I now begin to see faces that were lost, in some of those instances. However, the call is on the federal government of Nigeria to do the needful, that don't continue to lose our citizens. This situation needs to be brought to an end. Like yesterday, we have children who are in the kidnappers' den, and again, yet students are equally being kidnapped. Are we getting to a point where education will be abandoned? what state are we in? And what is the nation doing concerning this situation? The nation continues to grapple with increasing insecurity daily. Do we wait and continue to talk about the next election? Why the situation continue to deteriorate? Please, the Nigerian state, our leaders, it's time for us to go beyond our comfort zone and interrogate this issue before it consumes all of us.
Okay, moving on. We're moving to the nation. Killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death. This, brought about a little glimpse of hope. So it was Judgment Day yesterday for 4 out of the 5 men prosecuted by the Department of State Justice over their involvement in the June 5th, 2022 attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. So this 4 person, there were 5, but 1 person was discharged on all 9 counts. So in the first 3 counts, these 4 men were sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. And from the 4 to 9 counts, they were sentenced to death by hanging. And this is a crime that happened in 2022. They've been tried, they were convicted and sentenced at the Federal High Court in Abuja. So, I feel it's a delayed gratification or a delayed punishment. But then again, it has brought about a glimpse of hope in what is happening in the country currently.
Yes, of course, no. You see, when we say is a cheering news, nobody is happy to see another person dead. However, the simple law of justice demands that, look, when you bring death to the doorstep of someone else, that you yourself must have a handshake with that death before. So with these men, remember the untold hardship and difficulties and horror they brought to the church, the Catholic Church in Owo. The Sunday morning, Nigerians woke up to that very devastating and heart-wrecking news. And so, somehow, 2022 and 2026, that's about 4 years, one would have wished that perhaps this judgment would have come earlier. But however, it's coming now, not too bad. Sometimes they say that the wheel of progress may be very slow, but it does grind. It moves slowly. It could just like the propeller of a big, big ship. But it's moving. It's moving, and it's also a very good one because sometimes Nigerians ask the question: these men that are wreaking these havocs, are they spirits? Is it that no arrest is made? When they are arrested, is it that no conviction is made with all the evidences and the security agencies have? So, but this now is a testimony. Although, this is the court of first instance. The men themselves, they have opportunity to also appeal at the Court of Appeal and even up to the Supreme Court. My only issue is sometimes when eventually the court gives the final verdict, the highest court in the land gives the final verdict, we have been told, from the various information in the public domain that sometimes the chief executives in the states are a bit, hesitant to, because the truth is that even after the court has the chief executive in the states will have to sign off before they are eventually executed. So, but let the convictions come first and foremost. Let them come, because and sometimes this is why we all admire some developed nations. It's not, see, we are all proud of Nigeria. And if I'm not proud of Nigeria, which other country am I going to be proud of? Because this is my country. I don't have 2 countries. You see, but we can't help but admire what is happening in other countries. And when we do, it looks as if we love those countries more than our own. No, we still love our country. See, America will do, look at countries like America and Israel. They will do everything possible to hack down anyone who spills blood, innocent blood. They will commit resources. They will do everything possible to ensure. Look at the famous statement of George Bush Jr., former president of America. He said, look, after 9/11, he said, is either we bring them to justice. That's the perpetrators of Osama bin Laden and his colleagues. He said, is either we bring them to justice or we take justice to them wherever they are. And eventually that was what happened. Some of them they brought to justice, some they took justice to them. And that is it. Is either you bring them to justice to account for what they did, or you take the justice to wherever, meet them wherever they are.
All right. So, in this instance, we commend the Department of State Security for being able to bring these individuals to face justice. However, we continue to urge a little more proactiveness, in this engagement. However, the Nigerian state can go one step further and institutionalizing a specialized court to handle cases of this nature. 4 years is a number of years ahead within which this case could have been handled and settled. However, while we commend the DSS and the judiciary for the expeditious review and trial of this case, we continue to urge the Nigerian state to go one step further and see that we nip, situations like this on the board.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper headline, which says, Senate to federal government, security agencies deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped school children. The Senate of Nigeria has urged the federal government and security agencies to mobilize all available resources and intensify efforts to secure the release of kidnapped school children. The lawmakers stressed the need for swift action to protect students, restore public confidence, and address the growing threat of school abductions in Nigeria.
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying, that this thing has been happening too many times. Again, we still plead that, look, please let the ones that has happened, let it be the end. Whichever one is the current one, let it be the end. We don't want to hear about this again, because how can your child go to school? Say, where are your children, or where is your child? Say, oh, he or she, or they are in school, and eventually they are not there. So how do we imagine that kind of situation? Children, innocent children who are now paying for whatever is the case, whether it's the grievances or the wrongdoings or whatever is the mindset of the bandits or those who kidnapped them. So I agree to what the Senate is saying. I very completely, let the security agencies, and not just the security agencies, even they themselves too, because they are also part of the leadership. In fact, they are part of the political leadership of the country. So the government is one. The government is made up of the executive, judiciary, and the legislature. Sometimes we have the tendency to, even they themselves, they point hand at government as if government is just the executive. No, they are part of the government. So they should also join forces with, the executive and all other, agency of government to ensure that these children come back safely and handed over to their parents and their wards, and their guidance, and also ensure that we don't hear this kind of story again, because apart from the trauma that is causing Nigerians, is also not a good selling point for us outside the country. Let me tell you, you see, the educational system of a country, it's a lot of times is boosted by foreign investments, right? Sometimes you can be here and you say, oh, apart from the fact that we know today people have bastardized the name, the nomenclature, oh, American school, British school, people have bastardized. People go and set up one mushroom school somewhere and say it's an American school, but the way it should be, when you say this is a British school, it tells you that this is probably a school that, there's a lot of the consideration of either the British curriculum and their structure, their way of learning, their educational system also, and many a times it requires some level of investment, either expatriates coming to, be part of the system, or the investment is huge, and many times it's people from outside, coming to. So these are, but when you hear these kind of stories, and if today there are expatriates in this country, and their families are here, they want to send them to school. These are the kind of things they'll be thinking. So let me, if it's a British, I'll say, look, let me look for a good British school to send to my child to. The same thing, maybe Americans, or you can be somewhere, so I want to send my child to an American school, right? Because there's a mindset you have. But when these kind of stories begin to emerge, that children will go to school and from there they are moved to kidnappers, then it doesn't put our country in the rights. And we preach foreign direct investment. How will foreign direct investment come when stories like this are everywhere? And it's not as if they're made up stories. They are realities on ground. So that is why we must not allow things like this to happen again. Anywhere in Nigeria. And I'm happy that, a few days ago I was on this program and I was saying, if a youth, for instance, there's need for them to protest as a way to express their grievances to government, it shouldn't just be an Oyo State thing. It should be a national thing, and I'm happy many other states are doing that now. You see, because injustice to one is injustice to all, threat to one is threat to all. You don't just fold your hands to say, because a few months ago or even a few years ago, this was happening in the Northeast. From Northeast, it moved out to Northwest. From Northwest to North Central. Today we are talking about Southwest. And of course, the proximity between Southwest, South, and Southeast. So we don't want this to spread. Let something be done now. All hands should be on deck. Everybody should support the government, and government should do more to ensure that this comes to a halt. We don't want it again. It's not a good selling point for our country at all.
All right, Mr. Meka, quickly, why can we hazard a guess as to why this either non-kinetic approach to freeing these or your school children is lingering against the number of days we witnessed in Kebbi State, where we're meant to understand that the children were freed through non-kinetic understanding with the bandits. So why is this one taking more time in this very instance?
You see, that's what we're saying. And that's why I said that, look, there's something they call I'm trying to put that proverb in the most modest way, it's an African proverb. We learn that when you have a mosquito, or it's an African proverb, when you have mosquito or ants on the scrotum, you need to be very careful. You need to be very, very sure tact and carefulness, because if you hit hard, you wound yourself. And if you say, no, I don't want to wound myself, that's a sensitive part of the body, you keep doing what? Suffering the discomfort. So, the whole idea of discussing with the kidnappers or anything else, it sounds good sometimes, because where it is very successful, you quickly, release the abductors. I mean the captives, and they come out, and you heave a sigh of relief. Enjoy the relaxation and the easiness of your relatives back home. But it's an encouragement to the criminals for more exploit if no adequate structures are put on ground to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And so that is why when things like this happen, in some places, people may say, oh, what else do we do? Let's go and give them what they want and quickly. So the earlier you give them what they want, in some other places too, others may be very reluctant and say, look, I'm not going to pay any ransom. I don't even have the ransom to give. So this is also part of what can cause it to drag, right? And again also, you remember that even the abductors themselves, the criminals themselves, they may also want to, drag the issue so that we probably believe that they are more serious than they are, and create more tension, more panic, so that their bargaining advantage will increase. So these are the reasons why. And remember, the two societies are, even though they are all Nigerian societies, but they are slightly culturally different so the mindset and the thinking of the government in those two states, the people concerned, and the history, is not the same. Where you cited example now, they are, if you study the time, you know that more or less they are more accustomed to that kind of so I'm sure that they would have set all their structures, and when it happens, you know who and who to call and who to reach out to, and it's like, let me give you an example. When we were living in Lagos, when I was in Lagos in those days, there's an area you go to, they snatch your bag. If you're a lady, they snatch your bag, and all the lady needs to, when you cry out and say, they snatch my bag, there's people, they will just report it. So they snatch your bag. Which area? If you tell them the area, they will tell you, say, wait. They know who to meet. They know the networks. Before you know it, they will call you and say, look, is this your bag? Check, is everything inside complete? I say, they say go, because they know they understand what has happened. But there are other places where maybe that kind of a thing is not very common. So when it happens, you even need about 48 hours to figure out what has happened and how do you go about it. So these are some of the reasons.
Okay, I'll move on to the next on Punch. This is from the United Nations. It said, looted weapons from Libya found with Nigerian extremists. Okay, the United Nations has said some weapons looted during the Libyan conflict in 2011 have ended up in the hands of extremists in Nigeria. The United Nations Under Secretary General and High Representative Izumi Nakamitsu says these weapons were gotten from the Muammar Gaddafi after his rule ended, and somehow it has surfaced under the wider Sahel region, including Niger, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria, after 16.
Yes, or thereabouts.
Yes.
This information is not new. Remember that President Muhammadu Buhari, when he was president, said this several times. He talked about it, that the collapse of the Muammar Gaddafi regime in Libya, created a whole lot of security challenge, within Africa, particularly in countries along the Sahel region. Nigeria today. But I don't think anybody should be surprised, because you see, when regimes of that nature collapse, right? Not only that the regime collapsed, it affected the country the way it did in such a revolutionary manner. What happens is that it creates security challenges. And Muammar Gaddafi was one government, one president, or one head of state that was reputed to, invest heavily in weaponry. And so that is why today in Libya, all these different rebel groups exist. And it's the same thing that happened when Saddam Hussein, when his regime also collapsed in Iraq. It created cells of various rebellious, armed rebel groups, right? So what do you have in that kind of situation is, given how porous the African region is, in terms of border demarcations, it's very easy for people for these weapons to find their way. And given also the itinerant nature of the popular group that we all know their name, and from Sudan to Niger, from Niger, and also, what do you expect? But the only thing there is that one would have expected, and I do know that there's a committee it used to be, I don't know whether it's an agency now, a department, or just a mere committee, to checkmate, light weapons infiltration into the country. I know that used to be, because I knew where the office was located, somewhere in Asokoro, in those days. So these are the kind of, when you say a government should be very, very proactive, one would have expected that when that thing happened, because it is not new that, when such issues happen elsewhere in Africa, there are countries that are going to be on the receiving end. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are countries that are going to be, let me tell you also, you see, one of the reasons why America spends so much money and get involved in some certain happenings in some certain countries. Many times people who don't understand just castigate them and ask them, what is America's problem here now? If they're poke-nosing in every country, can't they just stay in their continent, their faraway continent? The reason why they don't want to do so is because they will know the consequences of, if we allow this to happen, it will affect us. You understand what that means? If you allow, it's just like as God forbid. That is why Nigeria, that's why most bigger nations in the world must contribute and make sure that there is peace in Nigeria. God forbid, if anything happens to this country, as large as it is,
it will affect
the whole of our neighbors, many countries in Africa, in Europe. So you understand, you now understand. So that is why one would have expected that Nigeria as a nation would have stepped up the issue of mopping up and checkmating the influx of light weapons in Nigeria. I know that the government probably didn't fold their hands, but the issue is that to what extent was the arrangement? Did it work? And if it worked, how come that we are still hearing this story of weapons infiltration into the country 12 years after the collapse of that regime?
All right, so Mr. Meka, just quickly, very briefly, do we say that the oppression of the United States oppression that ousted Muammar Gaddafi, leading to the rise of this conversation, where we're talking about the proliferation of arms, trickling down into the West African sub-region, and Mr. President did allude to the fact while he was on state visit in the UK. The question is, can we categorically say that operation, the US operation, was a total failure, as that nation has not known any peace and is beginning to cause more security challenges across sub-Saharan Africa?
No, you can't say so. As a matter of fact, now we're moving into the area of international relations and diplomacy, international security and diplomacy, which is a very interesting area. You cannot say it was a failure by any standard. Remember also, for every operation that any country involves into, there's always a goal and there are objectives. So when you know the goal, you know the objectives before you can say. To a bystander who doesn't understand what is going on may look at it and say it's a failure, but they know what they went for. And now, number one, the thing, in the first place, it wasn't only America that went to the operation. Even though America may have contributed hugely to it, that operation went on under NATO, right? Okay. Non-allied treaty organization. And of course, you know that NATO wouldn't want any threat anywhere close to them, not even from nations like Russia, not to talk of Libya. Again, also, if you understand very closely, you will know that the operations of NATO in Libya is very, very similar to the Israeli and American operation in Iran now. And if you are listening to the commentary and the narratives from President Trump, you will know that no nation wants to entertain threats around it. No nation wants to entertain threat. So now the objective, if the objective is we need to eliminate this threat, if that is objective or the goal, now they go ahead to eliminate the threat. Of course, there will always be consequences. Now, the consequences may be other nations that will now have to bear the brunt. It may be other nations. Now, what the bigger nation, whose goal is to eliminate threat here, because if you allow this to continue, it's going to pose as a threat to me or to them. Look, let me say, if I'm a bigger nation now, if I allow this threat to continue, it will grow. And it might grow to a point where if I will use $1 million to eliminate this threat,
I'll use more.
now I will now it might grow to a point where number one, I may now need to use 10 million, and it will be more risky for me, and it will be more, so I'll rather eliminate this threat now. Now, what are the consequences? Consequence number one: many nations are going to condemn my act. I don't care. I don't care. It's about my strategic national interest. 2, many nations are going to, castigate me. I don't care. All right. The only thing, and also many nations are going to be negatively impacted. Okay, what do I do to on that kind of situation? I can mitigate any nation. If I see any nations that are likely to be negatively impacted, I can assist. I can assist them to deal with the situation, but ultimately it's their problem. Ultimately, because when you talk about international relations, what comes first is strategic national interest. Now, when you look at strategic national interest, security is at the dominant part of it. You talk about security, talk about economy, talk about immigration and many other things. These are things that form strategic national interest. And so when nations decide to embark on operations like this, it's difficult for you to say, no, they are wrong, because you're not seeing what they are seeing. The only place is any nation that has a capacity will never want threat. And that is why countries like Israel will spend anything else to fly military jets, go and strike targets in Iran, even at the risk of being condemned by almost every country in the world. But they don't care, because if they don't do it, they feel that, look, if we don't do it, we will not have peace in our country. We will not live. We cannot live at the mercy of another country. And when President Muammar Gaddafi was alive, he didn't hide the fact that he had great resentment for countries like America. He didn't like, and they were left for him. He was building, although this is also arguable anyway. Because when you come to African development, it's also it's a major issue. There are people that will not agree with me, but one thing that is very clear is that Muammar Gaddafi never hid the fact that he had a great resentment for the West, and so the West saw him as a big threat, and to them there was every need to eliminate him. So whatever other consequences or whatever problem he created in Africa, those countries should go and deal with the problems. The best thing that can happen is that if you call them for assistance, they may help you, but ultimately it's your problem, so you deal with it.
All right. We'll take a look at the Daily Sun. Daily Sun headline which says, NLC threatens strike over terrorism. The Nigerian Labour Congress has threatened to embark on industrial action over the worsening security situation in Nigeria, expressing concern about terrorism, kidnappings and attacks on citizens. The union is calling for urgent and more effective measures to protect lives and restore public safety. This is about the Nigerian Labour Congress. They are threatening strike over the insecurity we are having in our nation, and them being one of the strongest labor, a society, a Congress that is looking and watching closely to whatever the government is doing, that are trying to understand and stand between the government and the people, especially in the socio-economic activities, in the issues that involves the economy. Them standing in that position makes it more, it gives them that avenue to voice out and stand their ground on the current insecurity issue. Before we started with the issues at the Middle East, where the war between Iran and Israel, that was where it all started. They were, shooting at the government also concerning the economic activities. Now they are down to the issues around terrorism, still threatening that there could be strike in the architecture of our labor concerning terrorism. So let everybody go and rest. You will not see anybody to kidnap again. Yes.
Yeah, you see, to an extent you're right. You see, the point is, Nigerian Labour Congress has built itself to a pressure group. One would have naturally, the argument would be that Nigerian Labour Congress they should concern themselves with issues of workers' welfare, salary, and conditions of service and things like that. So why are they delving into such very murky waters of national security issues and things like that? But on two grounds, we must excuse them. That number one, Nigerian Labour Congress has become a champion of the masses. issues concerning the masses, because the masses themselves may not have an organized body through which they can, make issues to influence government and except through public opinions and things like that. Nigerian Labour Congress has become like a flag bearer of the wishes and aspirations of the Nigerian people. So that is that. Then number two, you also understand that when you talk about security is part of the welfare of workers. I mean, the teachers that were kidnapped there, they belong to they belong to NUT, and NUT is an affiliate of Nigerian Workers, Nigerian Labour Congress. So if they believe that, you see, you must understand the mood of the nation. A lot of people believe that government is not doing enough. That's not to say that government is not doing enough. Government, because why would this challenge overwhelm? There are people who believe today that that government can do better than they are currently doing. And so all of these things, and that's why for me, I want to advise the government. Sometimes some of these protests and things, let them not see it as an affront on government. Let them not see it as an opposition. Let them see it as people, voicing out their frustrations and more like an appeal, telling government, please do more, do more to assist us. We are in discomfort, and let them view it from that perspective. So for me, that's what Nigerian Labour Congress is doing. If they are threatening to go on strike, it's a way to get government attention, to tell them, look, you need to do more, double your efforts.
Okay, that's a wrap on the show this morning. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this newspaper review and analysis. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I'll leave you with this from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie on our quote of the day. Our stories will only change when we become the active authors of our reality rather than passive readers of our own history. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Chukuma. Thanking you for watching.
And Mr. Mekodom, thank you for that in-depth analysis, especially on the foreign issues, dissecting the issue of with Libya, with such expert dissection or a surgeon's approach. It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Right. And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother, Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives, 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserve Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debate continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a deep dive into the 3 years of this administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, and we are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot boxes, from the ballot box to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, we are asking the hard questions. Yes, 3 years into the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigerians are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government really deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot box to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, the report card before us is not just about policy, it is about the health of other republic itself. Today on Tinubu's democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years, we are not interested in slogans or applause lines or political excuses. We are asking the hard questions. Has democracy become more responsive to the people? Has accountability improved? Have institutions grown stronger, or have citizens been left with more hardship, more anxiety, and less confidence in the system? To help us make sense of all this, we are joined by Chief Barrister Amos Obundaya Okoro, a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, to examine the scorecard, the gains, the failings, and what these 3 years truly mean for Nigeria's democratic future. Chief, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure too.
All right, Chief, as we take a deep dive into, Tinubu democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years of this administration. First of all, let me get your assessment of what this 3 years has been.
Okay.
An X-ray of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration exposes two divided lines, two parallel lines between aggressive macroeconomic reforms and the reality of economic depression and hardship it has brought on the people. So for us to do a realistic review of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration, we have to consider this scorecard against the backdrop of 5 critical sectors, which is economy, infrastructure, insecurity, education, and debt profile. We look at these 5 sectors, and then we do what we call dialectical prognosis in clinical medicine as to show where we are going as a nation if we continue on this trajectory. Now, if you take the economy, Tinubu started his administration in May 29, 2023 on 2 macroeconomic reform of removal of petroleum subsidy and then unifying the foreign exchange windows of the economy. This reform has the positive and negative sides. We'll take the positive first. The positive is that it removed the economic distortion or disparity between 2 foreign exchange lines, a situation where some privileged few go to the bank or central bank and get a highly subsidized exchange, while the rest of Nigeria goes to the general market to get it at a different price. And that gave birth to the concept of round tripping, when people simply go to bank and buy foreign exchange at a reduced price under the guise of traveling abroad. They will just go to the black market and sell it off and make their money. Remain in their house, 3 months they go back, buy further foreign exchange. That is round tripping. And that induced a lot of economic distortion in the economy, causing disparity and making people undeservedly rich without working hard. So that is a basic positive achievement of this aggressive economic reform, unifying these foreign exchange windows. Another advantage is that the Nigerian Stock Exchange gained strength, the highest in recent times. If you look at the market indicators in the foreign exchange and the all share index, you see that it's all-time high. That's another advantage. So there's investors' confidence now, which they can key into to invest in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And many other public quoted companies are coming in to get quoted in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So the heightened increase in these monetary factors is one of another advantage. Another advantage is that it has put more money in the hands of state governments and local governments, so that the allocation that goes to these 2 strata of government have heightened, unlike before. So they have more money at their disposal now to carry out their campaign promises to their people. Now, that is the positive side. Now, the negative side of this macroeconomic reforms of the administration is that it induced unprecedented shock and depression in the system. Nigerians were thrown into confusion. Nigerians were thrown into unbearable suffering and hardship. In fact, the World Bank has released a report that these economic reforms have thrown 189 Nigerians into poverty. 189 Nigerians. A country of about 200 million people. 189 have been thrown into poverty.
189 million?
189 million Nigerians have been thrown into poverty because of this. Because with these economic reforms came hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is different from inflation. Hyperinflation, uncontrollable inflation. That basic things that citizens ordinarily could afford can no more be afforded. It has raised the cost of goods and services. It has raised the cost of transportation. Because when you remove the fuel subsidy and the fuel prices are now subjected to market forces, there's a spiral consequence everywhere. You buy fuel for 1,500, 1,600. The transporters take it on the commuters. And by taking goods and services from one place to another at high cost, these high costs are passed on to the final consumers. So it makes it very difficult for Nigerians to make a living. And most Nigerians today, many Nigerians today, are now feeding from the dustbin. They go to the refuse bin to see what they can get to feed their family. Now, the resultant consequence is also that parents can no more send their children to school, and they pass the burden to the children, who now go hawking across the streets, carrying goods they sell when they should be in school. And they return with this money, and the family is fed by it. So that's a negative consequence of embarking on this kind of aggressive macroeconomic reforms without understanding the socioeconomic situation of Nigeria and coming up with some subsidy or some palliatives that could cushion the effect of this aggressive. Another negative form, like I said, more money has been put into the hands of state governments and local governments. But we have not seen a reflection of this increased income along these two strata of government. We have not seen the increase. The state governments and local governments are not doing anything differently, except in states like Enugu, Abia, and Lagos. That's where you see great improvement in government service to the people. You can see it if you come to Enugu State. You can see massive road construction across the streets, even the neighborhoods that are never remembered by government. If you go to Emene, if you go to Abakpa. The same in Umuahia. In Lagos State, you see local government building hospitals for their people. But in general, in most of the cases, in most of the states, what the governors do is that once this money arrives, they convert it to dollars and store it away for the next election. The same with local government chairmen. They take this money to the governor, because for you to move from that local government chairmanship to the National Assembly, for instance, you know, these days we see local government chairmen going straight to the Senate, prepared by their governor. For you to do that, you have to play the good boy by taking these resources that you should use to serve the people to the governor, so that you be a good boy. So, the reality of this more money into the hands of governors and local government, the money are stolen and diverted to other private uses. If government had designed a way of harnessing this money and putting it into a trust fund to attack and tackle critical sectors of the economy, like power supply. The issue of public power supply in Nigeria has been intractable. If the extra money we have made from removal of petroleum subsidy we are harnessed together and deployed to an agency or commission to just look critically into the issue of incessant collapse of our national grid, or to look critically into power supply and develop technical framework for a sustainable power supply in Nigeria, that could have been a very notable achievement of this administration. But by giving this money back to the government of the state and local government, whom I consider as political vampires, the money is dissipated and not much trickles down to the people of Nigeria. Now, that is about the economy. Now, we go to the infrastructure. The present government is doing so much in infrastructural rejuvenation. Gigantic, marvelous new initiatives, especially in road construction and railway construction. You take the example of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Super Highway. These are huge projects that take trillions of naira. Now, the positive effect is that Nigeria now, the government is bridging the gap between these extreme divides of the nation. You know, traveling from Sokoto to Badagry will take almost 2 days ordinarily, given the present infrastructure we have. But by this highway, you can do it in hours. Going from Lagos to Calabar by Coastal Highway, you can do it in hours. So, that is a great initiative. But the downside is that by embarking on these highly ambitious projects, the government is neglecting another sector of the road infrastructure.
Which is? That
is the city roads, the intercity roads, which are in very bad state of decay. Because the whole money is being taken up by these highly ambitious projects, the coastal highways, the super highways. We still have the interstate highways in very deplorable condition. You cannot travel from Lagos to Benin, for instance, or from Enugu to Onitsha, for instance, on a good road. Critics are saying that the government should have paid more attention to revamping existing infrastructure, road infrastructure, interstate infrastructure, intracity infrastructure. And this is where I commend the Governor of Anambra State, of Enugu State. He has done so much in road infrastructure within the city. Places like Emene, Abakpa, Okonano, and the rest of them, and he's still working. Areas where people never expected government to give attention, he is giving attention. That is good. The same thing in Abia State. The Abia State government is opening new roads and revamping existing ones. The government has also done something about internal roads. I will not forget to mention the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which largely, let me say 60%, has been renovated. And you can now travel from Aba to Enugu, or to Port Harcourt, or from Enugu to Port Harcourt on a fairly good road. At least one lane has been completed. The other lane is still begging for attention. That is good. So, but overall, the government is doing well in infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, and the rail network that is coming with it. But of course, critics are observing that a place like Southeast is not taken into account in this new, these ambitious highway projects and the railway projects. And that's a minus for the administration, because this has to do with distribution of public resources, public amenities, and it has to touch every segment, every component unit of the federation. Southeast is a basic component unit. In fact, a tripod on which Nigerian Federation rests, and should not be sidelined or neglected in any government project whatsoever. just like Northeast, just like Northwest, there should be equitable distribution of these resources to restore the confidence of people in government.
All right, Chief.
Yes.
Just to cut in a bit, you know, two quick issues. Speaking to the reforms, we are told that these are necessary reforms that must take place for us to be able to reset the economy of the nation moving forward. And there may be, you know, it may be painful, but they were necessary to undertake. And again, my question now is, on the ground of these necessary reforms with the associated pains, for example, the removal of subsidy has made more funds available, which, to excuse of the government at the center, has said that they've made more funds available at the subnational level. The question now is, where do we lay the blame? Is it at the federal that has made more funds available to the subnational, which should be closer to the people in this instance to alleviate the pains associated with these reforms?
We blame the national. We blame the federal government because they are the ones giving the money. They are the ones that are formulating policies. They are the ones that started the policy of removing fuel subsidy. And before doing that, they should have thought about how to harness the benefit of that subsidy removal. They didn't do good thinking. And that is why somebody like us, we fought the removal of subsidy on the day of handover, May 29. We would have loved President Tinubu to take his time, make consultation in a week or two, and fashion out ways to harness the dividend of this fuel subsidy removal. Critical thinking could have led government to a better conclusion or a better policy formulation. To harness this money, look at what Abacha did with PTF, Petroleum Trust Fund. That is critical thinking. That is good thinking by Abacha administration. Under Abacha administration, there was for. And what did he do? He moved this money to a Petroleum Trust Fund, appointed an administrator of this fund, and gave them terms of reference. And they intervened in critical areas of government, of the economy. Road infrastructure, rehabilitation of schools, rehabilitation of hospitals, furnishing of hospitals, funding hospitals, getting our hospitals equipped with drugs and equipment. That was what PTF did. That is the way government can deploy resources for the benefit of the people. You don't hand over resources to vampires. They call state governors, local government chairmen. No,
that may be too, because that may be too harsh.
Well, it doesn't matter. This is a frank talk, and I talk frankly. Democracy comes with accountability. You have to be accountable with your actions in government. When the federal government releases this money to state governments and local governments, what measures did they take in place? Did they put in place to monitor them, to monitor the use of this money? There's no such measure. EFCC, ICPC, they are overburdened by the functions that we are left with them. But the money you give the government, how do you trace it? How is it spent? Go to many states today. Nothing is happening there. No improvement whatsoever. There is no primary health care. People cannot access hospitals. There is no primary health care whatsoever. There is no school. The schools are in dilapidated situation across the states. The road networks, zero. And then you have more money to play with. What are they doing with the money? And what is the federal government doing about they are not using this money for the benefit of the people? They store the money up because a governor that is doing his second term wants to go to the Senate. So he keeps the money that is meant for the people so that he uses it to fight tooth and nail to get to the Senate. A governor that wants a second term keeps the money in dollars and use it to run the primary election and make sure that he not only gets the second term ticket, but that all his proxies and cronies are also taken to the House of Assembly and some sent to the National Assembly. Is that the way to deploy public resources? So I fault the federal government for not doing good thinking about harnessing the windfall the removal of public petroleum subsidy has brought to government. They did not manage it well because they didn't think properly about this policy of removal of subsidy. If you remove subsidy, what are you going to do with the money? If you give it to governors, will they not misapply this money? We don't know divide the money. Will they not treat it like they have been treating federal allocations? Many states are owing pensioners. Many states are owing workers, even with the increased money that is going to them. So how do you justify governors that have not shown cause why more money should be given to them? You see, it is this idea that to whom more is given, more is expected. And then you give more money to governors, and they don't do anything. Even to tackle security in their areas, they cannot. They wait for the federal government. So that is the antithesis of this economic reform. It's good on paper, but the end result has brought us to this untold hardship that we're expressing today. And all eyes are pointing on the federal government, not on the states, because they know the people of Nigeria feel the federal government should have done better by following the example of PTF to harness this money and put into a trust fund and begin to tackle critical areas of the economy and get them solved, so that as we are speaking today, we'll be praising the Tinubu administration for solving the electricity problem. By the way, what is even in that electricity problem? Even if it means bringing expatriates from Egypt, from Tunisia, or even from Ghana, bring them and get this thing solved. All these bureaucratic bottlenecks we have in our power ministry, remove them. Get a dedicated commission to tackle this electricity problem once and for all, and deploy the resources there, and monitor them. And this problem will be solved.
But in fairness,
this was not done.
But in fairness, administration, they've given a time frame with which the light issue may be solved.
We can no more be deceived. You see, they are given a time frame now because they are looking at second term. When he was running for president, Tinubu said that he was coming to fix the electricity problem. And he said, and it's on record, if I do not give you constant electricity, do not vote me for second term. You see now what he said? Now he has not even done anything. He has not made any effort about the electricity. He's busy living the big life. He's busy living the big life. Buying presidential yachts, buying presidential fleet, ignoring the basic things. And now another election has come. He has just remembered that he has not done anything about electricity. He's now giving us time framework. He can't do anything. This is 3 years. This is 3 years. He has no clue whatsoever how to solve the electricity problem. He's not even going to that. Because we are waiting for him to know exactly what he's coming to campaign with. Is he coming to tell us now that he has a time frame? Which time frame? Is the time frame going to be within the 4 years we have given you? Unless if he's going to solve this problem in the next 1 year, before May 2027 election, before he can win public confidence. But you cannot give us time frame beyond 2027 election. No, because you are categorical. And when I don't even see why our people, politicians, they use public facilities that we should take for granted, other countries take for granted for campaign. I will give you good road. I will give you good hospital. I will solve electricity problem. These are things taken for granted in other countries. Go to Cotonou here, Benin Republic. Go to Togo. Go to Ghana. They have constant power supply. Why can't we have it in Nigeria?
Chief, towing your line of conversation, let me ask explicitly on the economy. It said that the GDP is growing, And then when you looked at the foreign exchange, you did give credit to the administration in the fact that they've unified, and then taken away the arbitrage that is witnessed and seen in the foreign exchange aspect of the economy, that they inherited from the previous administration. So my question in this instance, don't you agree that the consolidation, in the area of the GDP growth that we're witnessing is one that we should commend this administration for?
Consolidation in the GDP.
The GDP is growing.
That is economic promise. We are talking about macroeconomic reforms, and we are talking about some of the positive indications in the economy. And then on the parallel side, we said there is still depression in the economy. People are still suffering. And there cannot be any reform with an attendant excruciating pain and suffering of the people. The government has no plan how to cushion this suffering. Look, Nigerians, the cost of living has skyrocketed. And then the standard of living has nosedived. That's the summary. The cost of living skyrocketed, standard of living nosedived. No, but Nigeria doesn't talk about standard now. What they are talking about is survivor.
But
and then we're talking about indexes, economic indexes.
All right, Chief, let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here.
Yes.
When we talk about the economy that was, being consolidated by this administration, the economy tanked before President Tinubu came into power, and we saw the trajectory until the crisis in the Gulf that has necessitated that Nigerians has to pay out of pocket. Do we lay the blame at the federal government when they didn't, in particular, orchestrated the situation in terms of the price of crude and fuel in Nigeria in this instance?
What is happening in the Gulf does not have anything to do with this. It's an excuse given to government to explain their failures. Dangote founded a private refinery. We have public refineries in Nigeria which we have been battling with since 1999. Successive governments will say we are going to revamp economies, governments will be developed at a maximum capacity. The whole 8 years we go, that government will not do anything about refinery. And the billions upon billions of naira is pumped into revamping our economy. And this money disappears. And nothing is done. They give us time frame when the economy, this facility will start working. The time frame will come, it will not work. And then the next administration will come and promise us that refineries will work. And then we'll go round and round in a cycle. See, the Dangote saw the need in this direction, and he founded the largest refinery in Africa. Just for NNPC to sell crude oil to Dangote, did they do it? Politics came in, and the federal government could not stamp its foot down to ensure that enough crude oil is given Dangote to beat down the prices of fuel. And then Dangote was forced to go outside to be buying crude oil that we have in our domain. What kind of government is that? And the Dangote cried severally how NNPC was frustrating its private initiative. Federal government, did they do anything? Till today, they are still in that quagmire. So if there had been a foundation, a framework, to make this country work, to make our downstream sector work, what is happening in the Gulf couldn't have affected us. Ukraine is at war with Russia. While at war, in the heat of that war, they were still sending grain to us, Nigeria. They are sending grain to us. We are not at war. They are sending grain to us. Ukraine is at war. They are prosecuting the war against one of the superpowers, and yet they are working, producing grains which they sell. Nigeria, what are we producing? What are we exporting? We remain an import-dependent country. And that is why the foreign exchange, the cost of dollar, the devaluation of the naira continues to be intractable because the foreign exchange is tilted towards importation, not exportation. And as long as we do not export to earn enough of this foreign exchange, we will continue to be where we are.
We will continue to be where
we will continue to be where we are because we don't appear to know what we are doing. How can we be import dependent, even at this age of our democratic journey? What has the government done to encourage domestic production? We have a lot of arable land across the north, even in the south. What are we doing about this arable land? We're not cultivating them. Everybody waits for government. Everybody waits for government. In the First Republic, we had farm settlements. We had farm settlements. In the eastern Nigeria, in western Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, we had farm settlements. People were at these settlements working day and night. They were accommodated and fed by government, and they had output. In the south, we had palm oil as our export. The north had their groundnut oil, the groundnut as export. The west had cocoa as export. And that was why in the First Republic, the eastern Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in the world. Then what happened? What happened? The military came, and Nigeria now was divided along tribal and religious lines. And since then, we have not recovered. We have not got a government that will redirect us to this life of productivity. We have not. We have not got a government that will take us to reviving these agricultural settlements, at least to make us self-reliant in agriculture. We have local automobile producing companies locally. No, government is not patronizing them. They manufacture this automobile and export to other countries. But we are not patronizing our own. Go to South Africa. The vehicles they are driving in South Africa are vehicles made in South Africa. I was in South Africa in 2001, in 2001. I really saw Mercedes and Toyota, Honda. All I saw was made in South African products. And they were giving citizens at very good rebate. You come, you don't have to pay cash for everything. You take a vehicle, be driving the vehicle, and be paying according to, it will be tailored according to your need, you know, and according to your monthly income. So that is how a country is run. We have to run this country in such a way as it will survive. Let the government cut down on their expenses. Because as we talk now, we are earning little in foreign exchange, and the little we are earning, government is using it to live a grandiose life.
Chief, on that note,
government has to cut down on expenses and make citizens get to work so that everybody has to produce something. Like in India, like in South Korea, like in Malaysia, like in Singapore. Everybody has to produce something. Not every day everybody flocks into local government because the local government chairman is around, because they're expecting a handout. Everybody has to get to work and produce something.
All right, Chief. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at the security sector. Please stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And we've been speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Ogbonnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us dissect the 3 years in office of this administration. Chief, so far it's been a pleasure speaking with you. However, let's migrate a bit, to take stock on the security aspect in these last 3 years. Let me get your perception.
Yes. We have a global terrorism index ranked Nigeria the 3rd most terrorized country in the world under Goodluck Jonathan administration. Under Buhari administration, we were ranked 6th in global terrorism index. That showed some improvement. And what engendered that improvement was the duplication of the terrorist groups in Nigeria, which distracted the Boko Haram. Under Jonathan, it was Boko Haram that was brought about by politicians to discredit his government. Now, when he was scared away, and Buhari took over, he had this problem of dealing with the problem he created. So he had the challenge of dealing with the problem he created. So he started dislodging the stronghold of these Boko Haram terrorists. Then, later in the 2nd term, there came other terror groups, the ISIS, the ISWAP, who now started struggling for space with the Boko Haram. And so we see that intergroup fights broke out, and that distracted them from the original purpose of destabilizing the polity, sacking villages and destroying the people. So for that, there was like a law in the terrorism index. We now improved from 3rd most terrorized country to the 6th most terrorized country. Now, under Tinubu's administration, security has worsened. And we're now on the 4th in the global terrorism index. We are now the 4th most terrorized country. And it is speculated that if we continue like this, by December, we'll go back to 3rd, like we were under Jonathan. Now, what is the cause of this problem? Terrorism in Nigeria is political.
It's political.
Political. It was politicians that brought terror groups from the Sahel to dislodge Jonathan administration because they felt Jonathan was occupying the space meant for the North. Remember, the South had done 8 years under Obasanjo. It was the turn of the North to do 8 years under Yar'Adua. After 2 years, Yar'Adua died in 2009, and Jonathan took over, finished the 2 years of Yar'Adua. 2011, he contested for his own term now, and won in 2011. And all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose in the North when they were campaigning that Jonathan should not run for 2nd term in 2015. Somebody like Buhari came on public media to say he has been running. He's a serial runner or contestant. 2003, 2007, 2011, and he kept failing. He said if he failed in 2015, the monkey and the baboon will soak themselves in blood. Nigeria ignored that threat. So, before we know it, he in cahoot with other political, northern politicians, opened our borders for all manner of people with dangerous weapons to move into Nigeria to dislodge the presidency of Jonathan in 2015, if he had won. Jonathan saw the handwriting on the wall and abdicated the office to him. He became the president, and it was a problem for him to clear the mess. El-Rufai gave us some of the bits and pieces of this news. And it was a problem how to settle these people they brought into Nigeria to dislodge the government of Jonathan. They went into the bushes, and then the kidnapping started. Now, most other politicians have joined in the kidnapping racket because they see it as a thriving industry. And I am telling the government of Nigeria today that the federal government, the state government, they are responsible for the terrorism in Nigeria.
How is that?
How they are responsible is that instead of engaging these terrorists head on, we have the army. The army is strong enough to engage these people, to take them out. They kidnap our children, and you pay them ransom. How do you pay them ransom? If you pay them ransom, you are funding the terrorism.
At the detriment of the children that
At
are
the detriment of Nigerian citizens. Because if you look at these people that are doing the kidnapping, this ragtag army that are destroying everywhere, villages, they look malnourished. They don't look fit. They don't look good. Where does the money we pay, 100 million, 150, 200, 300 million in ransom go to? It goes to their sponsors. Now, this money goes to them. They use it to buy more arms and fund more of this terrorist operation. Nigeria should map out a definite strategy to take these people out. And one tragedy that came under Buhari administration is this idea of rebranding these terrorists who have killed our soldiers, who have killed our people, who have tormented our villagers. You rebrand them and say they have repented, and you integrate them to the army, thereby compromising the integrity of our armed forces. What we expected the Tinubu administration to do was to weed out these terrorists that they say had rebranded. It was when they were incorporated into the army that we started hearing about ambush. Our soldiers going on operation, they are ambushed on the way. It's because of leakage of intelligence. So we have to clean out these people. If you have to integrate them into society, for all good and fine. It doesn't have to be in our armed forces. Our armed forces is the army is the last line of defense of any country. So you don't infiltrate it with people who are not even Nigerians, and you infiltrate them and say you have rebranded them. And this present administration is also continuing in that trajectory. I saw visuals of some people who were dressed in abada and is it yellow or blue headgear, and they say they are former terrorists and they be rebranded. They are going to be integrated into society. They may be integrated in society, no problem. Let them learn skill acquisition, but not to get them into the army. It compromises the integrity of our army. So now we are at the fourth. We have ranked fourth in global terrorism index, and now I'm calling on the federal government of Nigeria to develop a better strategy. Right. We already know those who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. We know them. The list has been published, even by South Africa under Buhari. Why are we not dealing with these people? We know them. Government knows them. Al-Rufai says government knows them. Sheikh Gumi says government knows every one of them. And as he goes each time to negotiate with them, he is talking or working for government. Government knows them. Government knows where they are. Abacha said that if terrorism or any form of insurrection should last more than 24 hours, there's a government hand in it. Abacha knew what he was saying. He was a military general, and he was a commander-in-chief of Nigerian army. Can this thing happen under Abacha? Can this thing happen under Babangida?
All right, Chief.
So the problem is with the government. And that is because they have failed to deal with the problem headlong. And it continues to fester.
All right, Chief. Bringing all this together, what is the, single most important questions Nigerians should be asking about the Tinubu's first 3 years in office?
The questions they will be asking. 2 basic questions. It's not even up to 3. Just 2. What are you doing about the electricity you promised us? Because it is electricity that drives macroeconomic organs of any economy. The medium, the small, and the macro enterprises. It is electricity. The small people that have shops in the street, the tailors, the artisans, they need electricity to work. Now, when they have to depend on generator, and still buy fuel at 1,600, what happens to the output? You see? Electricity. What happens to the electricity you promised us you deliver to Nigerians? That is one critical question we are asking Tinubu. Secondly, what are you doing about insecurity? Are you telling us that this ragtag militia group, they are stronger than our army? A country that has Air Force, Navy, Army, Civil Defense, this defense, that defense. Then the terrorists will go to a school in Obomosho and pick primary school pupils and take to the forest. And then it will take government more than 2 weeks to find their location. What happened to area surveillance? What happened to drones? The new technological devices that nations are using today in warfare. What happens to them? What happens to the billions of naira we budget in defense? Adam Shoshomale has just said in the floor of the Senate that the Senate should probe military expenditure. The money budgeted for Nigerian defense, the defense ministry. And he was shouted down at the floor of the... Why was that motion rejected by the Senate? If we have a serious Senate.
All right.
The Senate is supposed to be check and balance about how public expenditure is done. But they threw away that proposal to investigate how budget, because there are allegations that generals share this money. And those on the field have cried out repeatedly that they don't have enough weapons to fight these people. Why can't we investigate what is happening to the budget we have given to defense?
All right, Chief, quickly, we are running out of time. The question is, looking ahead, what must change in the remaining years for us to, judge this presidency as being successful?
It is not too late to stop the bleeding. The money federal government gives the state, which is the windfall from the removal of subsidy, is bleeding. I call it bleeding because it is money lost. Get a trust fund and get this money from removal of petroleum subsidy into a trust fund. You can do it between now and December this year, and there will be result. Get expatriates to have a panoramic view of our power infrastructure and see how they can put a stop to the incessant collapse of national grid, and then how they can generate more power for Nigerians. Generation, distribution. 200 million people in one country. South Africa, 80 million people. But they have 50,000 megawatts of electricity they generate. We are struggling with 4,000. 200 million people. What is the magic? Go to South Africa, bring them, pay the money, let them fix it for Nigeria. Forget all these bureaucrats. Right. They are the people holding us down in this country. Forget about them, do the right thing, and then your second term is guaranteed.
Okay, Chief, I'm getting signal. We're almost out of time, but quickly, just in one sentence, if you were advising the president right now, what one policy correction would you insist on immediately?
PTF. Take an example of PDF under Abacha. Get a trust fund. Put all our money there. Tackle just one thing. One, electricity. Tackle just one, electricity. And then do something about insecurity. Allow our army to work. If the chief of defense staff is not working, remove him. If the chief of army staff is not working, remove him. And is it not chief of the staff that said that there is prodigal sons? They are not our prodigal son. Maybe they are his prodigal son.
Chief, on that note, that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the A-site. And we've been speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Obunnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us to, debone and deconstruct issues around Tinubu Democracy Report Card, assessing the last 3 years in office. Let us know what you feel about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #TheInsight, all at Aneke on our social media handles. To come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Nigerian Medical Association calls off planned strike. Nigeria and 59 other economies face proposed 12.5% United States tariff increase. Details of the news. The Nigerian Medical Association NMA Abia State Branch has called off its planned industrial action following the release of kidnapped orthopedic surgeon Dr. Bonaventure Agwocha. Dr. Agwocha was abducted last month while traveling from Imo State to Umuahia, Abia State, and regained freedom after 9 days in captivity. In a joint statement, the Abia NMA chairman, Dr. Ezenwa Ezurike, and the secretary, Dr. Clement Ife-Nkoronye, expressed relief over his safe return and commended the effort of the Abia and Imo State governments as well as the Nigerian Police Force and the Department of State Services, DSS. The association, however, strongly condemned the continued targeting of healthcare workers, warning that such incidents are weakening morale in the medical sector and disrupting essential healthcare delivery across the country. The NMA called on both federal and state governments to strengthen security around hospitals and medical personnel, while also ensuring that those responsible for the kidnapping are brought to justice. Troops of the 12th Brigade Nigerian Army under the 2nd Division have rescued a mother and her 6-month-old baby following a kidnapping incident in Ebe, Yaba West, local government area of Kogi State. Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 12th Brigade, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi, said the attack occurred when armed men invaded a residence near Solid Rock School in Ijalu, abducting 5 members of the same family. According to the Army, troops acted on a distress call and, in collaboration with the Vigilante Group of Nigeria, launched a coordinated pursuit of the kidnappers along their escape route. The operation led to the rescue of Mrs. Adekemi Idowu and her 6-month-old baby, who were abducted by the abductor and later reunited with their family, while search operations continue for the remaining victims. The Oyo State Police Command has dismissed a viral message claiming that abducted pupils and teachers from Ahoro, Esiele, and Yawota communities in Orue local government area have been released. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Olayinka Anyalade described the report as false, misleading, and unverified, urging residents to rely only on official security communications. The command warned that misinformation on sensitive security matters could cause panic and disrupt ongoing rescue operations across the state. Over 40 pupils and teachers were abducted on May 15, 2026, during coordinated attacks on 3 schools in Orure local government area, according to police records. The Ogun State Police Command has arrested a man identified as Johnson Ele for allegedly producing and circulating a false video claiming kidnapping and banditry activities along the Owode-Idiroko axis. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Olusheyi Babasheyi said preliminary investigations confirmed that no such incident occurred in the area and that the video was deliberately fabricated to cause panic among residents. The suspect was arrested after investigators traced him as the individual featured in the viral video, with police saying he confessed to spreading the content for inline attention and engagement. The command condemned the spread of fake security alerts and warned that anyone involved in misinformation capable of disturbing public peace will be prosecuted. A 38-year-old man, Nsisa Kingsley, has been arrested by the Ondo State Police Command for allegedly beating his 65-year-old father, Adone Peter, to death in Oda community, Akure South local government area. Police spokesperson Mr. Abayomi Jimo said the incident occurred last month following a domestic dispute that escalated into a violent confrontation. The victim was rushed to a medical facility but was confirmed dead while receiving treatment. According to police findings, the suspect is in custody as investigations continue, with the Commissioner of Police, Felix Ohagu, describing the incident as tragic and urging residents to resolve disputes peacefully. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Oka has ordered the remand of a Nnewi-based native doctor, Ikechukwu Ezenago, popularly known as Momiri Afro Anya, at the Amobia Correctional Center. Justice Jude Obiora gave the order after hearing arguments from both prosecution and defense counsel during proceedings on June 3, 2026. The defendant had applied for bail on health grounds, but the prosecution opposed the application, urging the court to remand him pending determination of the bail motion. The court held that a hospital is not a legal detention facility and adjourned the matter to June 19, 2026 for continuation of hearing. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nigerian Medical Association calls off planned industrial action following release of orthopedic surgeon Dr. Bonaventure Agwocha. Coming up shortly, Nigeria among 60 economies facing proposed 12.5% United States tariff threat. We'll be right back shortly.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The federal government has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the ongoing computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination, CBT WASCE, describing the exercise as largely successful across selected centers in Abuja. The Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad, gave the assessment after monitoring examination centers at Government Secondary School, Garaki, and Federal Government Boys College, Garaki. Professor Ahmad says students demonstrated confidence in the use of the computer-based platform with no major technical challenges recorded at the centers visited. She explained that the smooth conduct of the examination was a result of extensive pilot testing and software validation carried out before deployment. She noted that while the current performance was encouraging, the federal government would adopt a cautious and phased approach toward full nationwide implementation of computer-based public examinations. According to her, infrastructure gaps in rural and underserved areas remain a major constraint to immediate expansion. The minister added that only schools with functional ICT facilities and adequate computer systems were selected for the CBT exercise, while the government continues to assess readiness for broader adoption. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has cautioned against Nigeria's continued dependence on oil revenue, warning that it poses long-term economic risk amid global energy transitions. He issued the warning while receiving a delegation from the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission in Umuahia. Governor Oti said Nigeria must strengthen internal revenue generation and build more resilient state economies. He stressed that over-reliance on oil exposes the country to global market shocks and limits sustainable development planning. He assured the delegation of full cooperation from Abia State for its nationwide data verification exercise. He also directed relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to provide necessary data and logistical support for the exercise. The team, led by Federal Commissioner representing Ekiti State, Honorable Omowumi Ogunlola, said the exercise is aimed at updating revenue allocation data across all tiers of government and called for full cooperation from the state. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has approved a compensation package for Band A electricity customers affected by power supply shortfalls between February and March 2026. The regulator said the decision followed nationwide generation constraints within the Nigerian electricity supply industry. NERC explained that the shortfall was largely caused by gas supply shortages and vandalism of critical gas and transmission infrastructure. which affected distribution companies' ability to meet serving obligations. He added that eligible customers will receive a 20% compensation based on applicable energy caps or billed usage. According to the directive, prepaid customers will receive credit adjustments, while postpaid customers will get bill reductions. The Commission also stated that affected feeders will not be downgraded during the period under review. NERC directed DISCOs to complete compensation for February 2026 by May 31st, 2026, and March 2026 by June 30th, 2026, while warning against using compensation credits for offset existing customer debts. The United States Trade Representative has listed Nigeria among 60 economies under review for alleged failure to enforce bans on goods produced with forced labor. The move could lead to additional tariffs on exports to the United States market. The USTR said its investigation under Section 301 of the U.S. Trade Act found that affected countries had not effectively prohibited the importation of forced labor products, describing the situation as unfair to global trade systems. It proposed an additional 12.5% tariff on goods from the listed countries, which, if approved, would raise Nigeria's total tariff exposure to about 27.5% under existing trade measures. U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Jameson Greer said the development is aimed at protecting American workers and ensuring fair competition, while consultations are ongoing before final implementation. Now in sports, football governing body FIFA has introduced a new rule banning refillable water bottles inside stadiums for the 2026 World Cup across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The policy replaces earlier guidelines that allowed empty reusable bottles. FIFA said the decision was taken on safety grounds, citing risks associated with objects being used as projectiles inside crowded venues. He added that hydration stations and cooling facilities will be provided for fans across host stadiums. The decision has raised concerns among supporters and health experts, especially given forecast of extreme heat conditions in several host cities. Reports indicate that a number of matches may be played under high heat stress based on climate assessments. The 2026 World Cup will feature 48 teams and 104 matches across 16 cities, making it the largest edition of the tournament in FIFA history. Selling sports, the head coach of Ekiti United Football Club, Bolarinwa Idris, has resigned after the conclusion of the 2025-2026 Nigerian National League season. He submitted his resignation letter to the club secretary in Ado, Ekiti. Under his leadership, Ekiti United finished third in the league and narrowly missed promotion, while maintaining a perfect home record with 9 wins from 9 matches. His performance was widely praised for discipline and consistency. In his resignation letter, Idris thanked the Ekiti state government, the club management, technical staff, players, and supporters for their support throughout the season. He described his tenure as a successful chapter in his coaching career. He said he is currently reviewing offers from interested clubs, but has not made any final decision on his next appointment, adding that he will announce his next move at the appropriate time. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has called off its planned nationwide industrial action following the safe release of an orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bonaventure Agwocha, who was abducted last month while traveling from Imo State to Umuahia in Abia State. In a joint statement, the Abia State chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Ezenwa Ezirike, and the state secretary, Dr. Clement Ife Koronye, confirmed the doctors released after 9 days in captivity, while commending the efforts of security agencies and state authorities. Nigeria is among 60 economies under consideration by the United States Trade Representative for a proposed 12.5% tariff increase over alleged failure to effectively enforce bans on goods produced with forced labor. If approved, the measure could significantly raise existing duties on Nigerian exports to the United States, pending further consultations and final approval by U.S. authorities. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masawa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
The Federal Capital Territory, FCT, is a monumental city of edifice strategically designed to showcase the aesthetic beauty of a natural ambience, a land of opportunities often referred to as the center of unity. Abuja is the political hub of the nation, lying strategically at the center of Nigeria. It was officially designated as the capital in 1976, replacing Lagos, and formally became the seat of government in 1991. The decision to build Abuja was rooted in its central location, neutrality among Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, and its vast land space, which made it perfect for expansion. Today, Abuja has grown into a well-planned, organized, and prestigious city that tells the story of Nigeria's unity and ambition. Early mornings in Abuja are alive with the buzzing sound of cars, speeding through wide boulevards and flyovers. Porsche cars and executive luxury vehicles glide alongside long buses and motorcycles, painting a picture of a city where classes mix but remain distinct. It is a city where aristocrats, ruling elites, and key players of the capitalist industry share the same roads with artisans, traders, and ordinary Nigerians striving for daily survival. Yet, despite the aura of power, excellence, and wealth, Abuja is uniquely human. It is not unusual to see a minister of the Federal Republic or a high-ranking official standing in line at a shopping mall, waiting to buy one or two things like everyone else. That blend of prestige and simplicity is part of what makes Abuja truly alive. As the center of unity, Abuja is home to people from every corner of the nation, hosting over 5 major ethnic languages and countless cultural groups. Each carries its cultural emblem and beliefs, all interwoven into the city's cosmopolitan fabric. Added to this is Abuja's international status. Embassies from nearly every nation in the world stand tall within its borders, making it not just Nigeria's capital, but also a diplomatic hub where cultures, politics, and global relations converge. The city's uniqueness is greatly seen in its structures and landmarks. Its skyline boasts the impressive NNPC Towers, the Golden Domed National Mosque, the World Trade Center, the City Gate, and the imposing Federal Secretariat. The Central Bank of Nigeria rises as a symbol of economic authority, while the National Assembly complex represents democracy in action. Justice is anchored at the Supreme Court, and other high courts and national pride gathers at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, a hub for global summits and national dialogues. These monumental structures scattered across the city give Abuja its distinctive blend of power, beauty, and modernity. Abuja's districts are carefully planned and speak volumes of its identity. Maitama is mapped out as a residential haven for the wealthy, top politicians, and high-profile individuals. Asokoro is equally affluent, hosting ministers, governors, and ambassadors. Katampe Extension and Gazupe Estate are fast-rising luxury neighborhoods with scenic landscapes, while areas like Garki, Wuse, and Area 11 estates blend commercial activities with residential living. Each zone tells its own story, yet all are tied together by the city's larger vision of order and beauty. Infrastructure is one of Abuja's strongest assets. Unlike many cities that grew without planning, Abuja was designed with foresight. Its broad highways are lined with greenery. Its roundabouts are often adorned with fountains and sculptures, and its flyovers make navigation seamless. The city gate stands as a welcoming symbol of pride, while routes leading to Aso Rock Presidential Villa reflect the seat of Nigeria's authority. From the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, travelers from across the world step into a city that is both modern and distinctly Nigerian. What makes Abuja special is not only its structures but also its spirit. It is a city where wealth and influence meet.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon where we, what we do here is, entertain you guys, give you hot gist, groove. This is our Vibe Central on our entertainment show. I go by the name Gift Buddha, probably called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy and mixed pepper. Today, I'm looking all spicy and mixed. And looking, damn, today, this week is glow up, baby. And with me here is Amma, how you doing? You look like okay. Sister Mera Ebere. Giving me that Sister Mera Ebere.
That's not name you won't call me. Bring it on.
So let me bring it on. Flavor said he belongs to the whole world, wide world, and he is an explorer. Yeah. He doesn't want to settle down.
He belongs to all women.
All women. I know, accept me. So have you seen this businessman, slow-tuted, turns head like this? He had a shoot with his wife. I don't even know who is the wife and who is the husband at this point.
Honestly,
but he's all glammed up like a woman.
Honestly, I've been trying to fathom the whole thing. Like, I saw it, I thought it was a Motala at first.
Yeah. See his shape. The shape is shaping.
I was like, who is this?
Who is this?
Who is this gorgeousness? She's looking way better than her wife. I'll be his wife.
So let me even tell you something. Our what's her name? Ifeoma Okoye, who happens to be Paul Okoye's wife, Ivy, advises women that you should not go after rich men. Before you have to go after a rich man, you have to be rich yourself. She said, I was already a millionaire before I met this man. Marrying a rich man shouldn't be your primary goal. See woman where they advise us.
Like,
so she married as even second wife. You not pay me.
See, if I give you uppercut,
if I
step where you are,
if other people should advise us, not her.
Like, I like you, girl, but don't give me such advice. Like don't tell me.
Somebody digging gold is telling you not to dig your own gold. Like, who does that? Who
dig gold?
No, she actually dig gold because she knows that this man is married with 4 kids.
He was married. Not like he didn't meet them married. They've already separated before she came into the picture. So
no, what is she doing in the picture if she's not the digger of the gold? Let's be serious. It's not her fault. She was there for the money.
It is not your fault, girl.
You're
choosing, okay? Yeah. Enjoy yourself. Yeah.
Okay, you are supporting this. Okay, let's move to the next one. This music man called CDQ, he said if you don't belong to a particular caucus or group or cult, nobody helps you in the music industry. Do you think that way?
Yeah, that's why some of these upcoming artists who are really good in what they do, you see them, they come into the breakthrough, into the limelight, they're shining, but within just few years or something, they start fading because they were not able to, meet up with the demand in the music industry because there's a lot going on there. Okay, there's a lot going on. They belong to something.
Let's leave this.
It's just for the fame.
Okay, but a lady just shares the message from her friend about her new boyfriend who wants her to take 5 million naira loan for her. Can you actually take loan for your guy?
I can't do that.
Why?
Alone after pursuing me, you'll be nowhere to be found.
And the man might have left
Who knows whether he needs the money to
pay another person's bribe?
Alright,
but you see ladies do this. A lot of ladies do
it. I've heard series of stories about ladies who go all the way to make their men who do not deserve them, who is not even worth it, you know, to make them happy. They're going as far as borrowing money from the loan apps just to make this.
So you can make your man happy.
I
Is that
can't
what?
do that. You know that man can't do that for her. You know that.
Somehow,
we cannot do such for her. We are the ladies. We are too weak. We just weakling. We are the weakling. We are too emotional to buy their stories. They don't buy ours. So let me tell you something, men can't do that for you. He can't borrow money to give you. But women do it. No.
So someone on earth said, some of you think you are wise and probably the only one who wants to pass the biofinance and will gradually go to court all day in a week. You want to come and write and copy everything and do everything. You know, have you ever tried or strived to pass exam by all means in your life? So what's the
everybody, every student would try as
no, I'm not talking about the normal way. Have you tried to do the dollar way? I'm elected. I thought that.
Yeah, we can't lie. I can't lie, I'm a sinner. I've done that. I've tried to copy. My sister, there was this that we're writing an exam in school. This particular girl, do you know, I was giving this girl answer. I was opening my book. She was copying from me. Then she was getting answer from another source. You know, this girl actually abandoned me when it struck to me that I didn't know what to write. So I asked her for the answer. She refused to give me, but she was copying from mine. I was giving her answers. But when it choked me, she abandoned me. I got so disappointed. Like, I was like, people are this mean. Can you imagine someone I was there for?
Yeah.
And somebody will be writing. Somebody will write it. They don't want to write it. They're writing. Their book is almost full. I'm not written anything, no. I've not written anything, no.
I tell you experience that in
I've not written something. Just they calm down. I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. Let me write number 1 first. Or as I've written number 1. No, I'm not. But they're full of.
I didn't experience that once, and I learned the hard way. And someone said my cousin got an entry-level job yesterday at the family dinner. He randomly told our uncle who paid his tuition that his retirement portfolio lacks scalability. I don't know where he got that. And 1 week in corporate and you are talking like a virtue capitalist. Please just pass the ball to to Turkey and rest. So have you ever, like, what if a child you actually train end up tomorrow correcting your grammar, your sentence and your words? How will you feel? Will you feel disappointed, or will you feel ashamed, or will you feel like, yes?
Someone that has paid my tuition and I'm coming to.
Can you correct your father?
It's necessary. It's necessary.
While in school, can you correct your father?
It is necessary now. We all are humans. We make mistakes. So there is this thing, something that he would do. He needs someone to correct him. That I tell him, oh, this is wrong. You know, he will pick it up. If the person is teachable, they'll pick it up. I don't think anything wrong.
Can you tell your father that he made the wrong choice in the university to study this kind of course? That he should have studied a better course other than this.
It's not something like cash.
Okay.
I don't just, if you see how we used to gist, like we just sit down, we talking. It's not like this. Somebody will see him and be like, this person is very high, but it's not. He's very calm. He's very understanding. He will give you listening ears. Okay, no matter what nonsense you want to talk about.
So, but can you tell him this particular thing I just said now?
I can.
Just be honest.
I can tell him.
Honest. Okay, someone said on X again, someone said, I hate when a couple dates for long and they decide to get married, divorce only few years after marriage. So, you know.
That means they were better off in dating pool. Haven't you seen people, they lived together for a long time?
So what's the essence of dating?
They dated, they be living as husband and wife, even when they're not married. Like, they are dating, they are living together. Then when the marriage...
Will you say that marriage is a thing of luck?
It's a luck. It's a thing of luck, yeah. It's not everybody that is successful in marriage. Not everybody is favored. So it's just luck.
So you have to Clean your eyes very, very well.
It's grace. No matter how you clean your eye very, very well, no matter how careful you are, no matter how investigative you are, like you're investigating your partner when you guys were dating, no matter how hard you try, no matter even how long you've been with this person, no matter how long you live with them, you know, to learn their character, to see that they don't hide nothing from you. When that marriage is not meant to hold, it's not going to last, it's not going to last.
Okay, someone like that also said the concept of a Nigerian woman asking for flower is still funny to me. I will send a fresh rose, a lavender, but yeah, but when you're going to do it with after, are you sure that in 5 or like, now the person is trying to say like for African women that are requesting for flowers, that they don't know how to maintain it, there's no need.
Please don't give me flowers.
Why?
Give me money. It's like give me money bouquet.
Hey, say sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry to yourself.
Why am I even telling myself sorry? I'm just being honest. I'm just being expressive. This is what I like. What would I be doing with this flower? You don't feel the... Please! Give me money, leave flower, leave roses. The roses are red. I can get it anywhere. I can just walk by and see flower. Natural ones, they last longer. So these ones are just plastic made. So
someone said, I'm actually envious of my elder brother's new wife. Whenever we have a family gathering, she doesn't do anything at all. She never helps with chores or offers to do any assistance. In December, we had our uncle's burial celebration. The entire family returned home for an event. I thought she might have to change by then, but she was much worse than that because I feel like my brother is a slave in his own marriage.
Change waiting. Change waiting. What did you want?
Make him come do housework.
Make him come do which house chores. This is the way this lady, you know, creates herself. She sets her standard high, like rightly. She from the outset, she already made it clear.
So when you go to your husband's house,
this is what I want. For the fact that she doesn't do it in the family gathering does not mean she wouldn't take care of her husband. I've got to judge her, you know. So maybe she doesn't. She set her boundaries straight.
So what if you marry someone that always tell you, "Nee, please come and do this for my family. Come and do that for my family."
I cannot do that.
Oh.
You're asking me to come and
no, married.
Married. I will do if I want to.
If you want
to. If I wish, I'll willingly do it. Not you telling me, go and do this one, go and cook. I don't want to. I will not do it.
So you not
good to be lazy sometimes.
In marriage, are you
be lazy? Not in marriage. I mean, like in yourself, like you're just lazy. So it helps you to avoid some certain things. It helps you to not prevent you from doing some things that you don't want to do.
Are you not seeing this as the reason why most people get divorced easily these days? Because a woman is not subjected to do this. Because our mothers did this during their time. They will sweep, they will cook, they will feed the child. I don't know.
I think they were happy.
Okay, let's assume
because they were not informed then. They were not informed. Not that this is it.
Okay, now you that was informed now, and there is everyday high rise of divorce. What do you think? Don't you think we should go back to the old ways of doing things?
We cannot go back to old ways.
Okay, we should increase the rate of divorce.
Any man that wants to stay with, any man that will work, no matter how lazy the woman, no matter whatever happens. There are some marriages women don't even do any, doesn't even cook for the husband. Like I have an aunt. She has chef, she has a maid. She doesn't cook for her husband. She doesn't cook. The marriage is going on well. Okay?
Is the maid a fine girl?
I don't know.
Can I apply?
They have chef.
Can I apply?
So they are doing so well. The husband loves
Can I apply?
So don't even like cooking. So the marriage is going well.
But can I apply?
I don't know. I'll ask her.
Please tell her that a fan girl needs to apply.
I'll ask her if she can apply.
And that's all very central best of the entertainment show in the industry. Thank you, ma. What do you have for the people of Enugu and what do you have to say to them?
Okay, my ladies, my efforts ladies, okay?
Don't
do past yourself. Like the lady, she's not doing anything in the family gathering. Don't do past yourself. Set boundaries, okay? That doesn't mean you should not take care of your husband, not take care of your home, don't take care of your husband, like don't cook for him, but set boundaries. Also stay safe wherever you are. Nigeria is not safe. We are not safe. Nobody is safe now. It can be you, it can be anybody, but I don't pray for it to be anyone. Just let's just stay safe and be careful where we go. Stay tuned, stay healthy, stay alive, don't die.
Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment, a nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent header-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanism within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. in a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Gladys, I have to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property. It also provides solutions to the current insecurity crisis in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our X, our Instagram, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obase. And today our focus is on the importance of security in Nigeria. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the former SSA to the local government chairman of UD on media and publicity. And she's also the executive director, UD 2030 project. Dr. Ijoma Ofo is on the show. Doc, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. How does it give you concern, the security situation as it stands in Nigeria?
In the truth of the matter, security in Nigeria is something for everyone to be worried about because it's not pretty much where it's supposed to be. And security is a fundamental issue, fundamental importance, is a very vital part of existence of any society, not just of humans, but any society, growth, development, being able to exist in any society. Security is of utmost importance, and it's being in a very low ebb is something to be very, very worried about. Okay.
In a broader term, I want you to itemize the importance of security.
Security is something that spans across a wide range of fields. So its importance varies from what you are pointing at. In education, we know security is very important because without security, you can't have people in schools. You can't have people trying to learn, and without education, the society has crumbled. So without security, education will be inhibited, and without that education, the society crumbles. The society doesn't have a tomorrow. Now, when you come to basic life and property, without security, lives and property cannot exist. If there is a high level of insecurity in a place, it usually leads to displacement of people from the place. And if security does not return to that place, eventually there will be a total case of non-habitation of the place. So there can be development in a place where people have run away from. It stalls and totally inhibits development in a place where people could not trust that their lives are safe. So it causes migration from a place of comfort to a place of uncertainty. You know, you are uncertain about your base. You can't even do anything on the long term in any place that you are running to as a refuge. You know, as a refugee, in any place you are running as a refugee, you don't have that work of permanence. You are practically hanging. In agricultural sector, insecurity impedes on people's ability to go to the farms, because we know that the mainstay of every society is food. Apart from education, if people can't eat, they can't exist, they can't live. So if people can't be allowed to go farm, they cannot make food and sell or even eat. They can't make exports, they can't make a living. Then when you talk about insecurity in the aspect of allowing people to come in, because any place that has a high level of insecurity, you can't expect even the locals to be there, let alone foreigners. And we know that in most instances, We're not saying that development by investors are brought by just foreigners, but it is usually encouraged by foreign, foreign persons bringing in investment. Locals cannot invest, foreigners cannot invest. Then you can't even talk about tourism that improves the reputation of your nation in the international community. So when we look at all the aspects of life, security or the lack of security affects us. Now, when you come to healthcare, when
before then,
yeah.
I want to know what you think can be done about the obvious food insecurity in Nigeria.
Food insecurity is primarily because farmers are not feeling safe in the farmlands. Nigerians generally, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, we are known as people who are very, very agricultural. You know, we love crop, we love raising crops, we love working in the farmlands, but we love our lives too. Any situation of little threat to life, people will leave their farmlands. So what we need to pay attention to is what exactly is causing this food insecurity. Is when there are farmers herders clash, usually it is treated with levity by some persons in government. Not all persons in government. Some persons in government kind of trivialize these clashes and make it look like it's nothing. But in the real sense of it, the farmers are complaining. So when we make sure that the farmlands are secure, the communities, the agrarian communities are secure, Nigeria is a place that is blessed with beautiful land that is always producing in and out of season, round the year. That the security of the lives of the farmers is very important for us to be able to have a great level of food security in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. You may remember that Benue State is nicknamed the food basket of the nation.
Yes.
Because of the bountiful food produce
Absolutely.
that we get from there all year round.
Absolutely. But right now, you can't really say that about Benue State, because that's practically, even though they're in the middle belt region of the nation, but they seem to be in the middle of the farmers' herders crisis. The level of insecurity in Benue now needs to be studied. It's of international concern. And day in, day out, there are very worrisome reports from Benue State, just coming from community problems, herders problems. And that alone, if you look at the level of farm produce coming from Benue right now, it has drastically reduced. We know that there's a lot of migration of farmers from Benue to other parts of the country, especially towards the southeastern or southwestern, leaving what they're supposed to do naturally. They are blessed with beautiful soil. They are blessed with wonderful waters. They have beautiful skill. It's something in the Igbos called Odenakarakapa. It's in their skill. Is a beautiful skill they have to farm. But they're not going to keep losing their lives simply because they are the food basket of the nation. When at a point they became the point of concern for the nation. So we need to tackle that concern in order for us to be able to get the maximal use of Benue State.
But do you think in all of those incidents, do you think the government, especially the federal government, has shown the concern that is required?
Concern, yes. Action, maybe no. Yes, concern in the sense that they've the federal government to the annex to a great extent has identified, yes, there's a problem in this area. But a lot more is still expected. We appreciate that there's been a reasonable level of identifying and accepting that there is issue. But we'd like to see results where the persons causing this unrest in Benue State, the bodies, whoever causing the unrest in Benue, as well as other states, other communities that probably have not been very well opened to the public, because we know about Benin State because the outcry, thanks to the social media presence, has been made open. What about some little communities that you don't know that this kind of situations are happening in? There are a good number of communities in states that believe that they are safe. So I believe the government has quite a lot to do, because if you keep doing something and you haven't quite gotten a good result yet, a very, very good result by all ramifications, a good result in the sense that you have not quite stopped the problem in totality, that means there are some things that you still need to do. And whatever needs to be done, so that what is very important is that this level of insecurity that's caused a lot of people to leave their farmlands and run away, and a lot of people to leave their farmlands and go into other kind of trades, should be addressed properly, maximally, to get the proper result, which is security in those areas.
Okay, this is the peak of the rainy season. And you and I know that farmers are always happy anytime it rains consistently.
Absolutely.
Now, what is the guarantee that now that they are happy, they are in the farm, cultivating, putting things in place, what's the guarantee that at the end of the day, they're not going to lose all to the headers?
I can't quite speak for other parts of the country, because I wouldn't really know what's happening there at the moment. But some of these places, when you speak to the farmers, they would say there's no guarantee. But there has been a recent interest of communities on, self-help communities on security. People are speaking up, people are talking about things more. So I'd like to talk about Enugu State per se. In my own community in Enugu State, there is a heightened level of security per se in the farmlands right now, because the state government has practically worked significantly to restore the confidence of people on security, and there has been an increased number of security forces, the police, the army, in certain areas where they were not before. I'm not saying that there is a total level of security, no. It's not quite where we are supposed to be, but right about where I am, it's a lot better, because I visited one of my friend's new farmland in a place where ordinarily I wouldn't have gone to, and I've seen there's more confidence of people to venture into places where they will ab initio not go to, because some areas have heightened security
threats.
No, not just threats, presence in this case. So I'd like to encourage the government, because it is the primary responsibility of the government primarily to produce a sane environment and give the people security. Is the primary responsibility of the government. It might be our obligation as people, as citizens, to improve or maintain whatever security we have. But the people whose job it is to secure lives and property is the government. So some governments who see that their people are not farming as they should actually, retrospectively speak to themselves and find out why. If your state is not producing in the farms, you should ask yourself why. An African man generally is not lazy. They don't go into the farms. Find out why they're not going into the farms. So in my area of Enugu State, I'm not speaking of every area of Enugu State, there's been a kind of interest. More people are going into the farms because security presence is a lot better, significantly better. So I'd love for that to replicate all over Southeast Nigeria and all over Nigeria. That would be a lot better for us.
Okay, you have just spoken about Enugu State, the much you know, and all of the security stringent measures that have been put in place. The ones you saw. We don't know what happens in other states.
Exactly.
But it is a possibility there are some states that there are no security, just as it is.
Not just possibilities, certain. A lot of states have very, very high level of insecurity as we speak.
Okay, supposing you find yourself a farmer to one of those states.
Definitely, I won't farm.
This rainy season, would you go to farm?
I can't. I wouldn't. You know, that's what I said. In as much as we'd love to produce, sell, buy, farm, you know, we'd love to stay alive first. Everyone wants to protect and preserve their lives. So you wouldn't really expect someone to want to go throw his life away simply because he wants to maintain the award of a farmer. So a lot of states are going to miss out on this rainy season.
Your decision on assumption tells me that a lot of farmers must have said we are not going to the farm.
Definitely, because with the kind of story we see that has been confirmed all over social media and the you know, the print media and the mainstream media, we're seeing the kind of insecurity all over the country. And once it happens in a very basically agrarian environment, you wouldn't expect them to go into the farms. Definitely.
Okay, if that's the case, the food insecurity we are talking about, don't you think there's every possibility that would continue to linger?
It will. It will. That's why we should have a good level of consciousness of our leaders to always take security as something very important, because if other states have high security issue, it's going to span across a good number of states and it's going to affect the country as a whole. Because what happens in Benue, we down here in Enugu might think it does not concern us, but when one staple food which is predominantly produced in Benue doesn't get to be produced, it's going to be a very significant gap in the market by the time harvest period has arrived. That's when you really know the import. You know, right now during the planting season, we don't really know what we're missing, because what we're still enjoying is the harvest of the season.
Previous year.
Exactly. But considering the fact that most of the things we have are seasonal, after every planting season, we can just manage to, you know, consume till about the next harvest season. That's actually when we know that this issue of insecurity, this is how bad it has affected us.
Okay, thank you so much. I want us to critically look at the importance of this security in our local communities.
Wow, local communities, the stability of every local community is practically hinged on security. If our local communities do not enjoy security through the paraphernalia that the government has set up and all of that, and our own obligation, our own community self-service, you're going to lose the community, because there's going to be a migration. People are going to run. People will not even want to do business there. It's going to be a dry land. We know about a lot of places that has been deserted in different parts of the country, in the Tarabas and some other states. There's situations that people would look at, they wouldn't want to come there and do business. They wouldn't even want to live there. We know that there are some parts of the world, if you were told to take a free visa and live there, you wouldn't want to go live there. Nobody wants to live in fear. Nobody wants to raise children in environments that are not safe. So security in communities is not something that you can overemphasize. That is what will be able to give you peace of mind. That's what is going to be able to allow you to have a great sense of development. That's the only thing that can make that community prosper, because the prosperity of a community is only possible if the community is safe. Because that is when a little community can attract investors. You might be surprised that people will bring investment, not because the community is a popular community or is a well-placed community or is a community very close to the metropolis. No. People bring in developments into areas because they know it is safe. People like to live in areas because they know it's safe. And what makes a community thrive is residence, business, and development. And once there is insecurity, these three things cannot stand. And these three things are the things that would make the community either exist. The absence thereof will make the community cease to exist. So security is something that every community must have to exist.
Okay. Over time, we have heard that a lot of communities have been invaded by unknown people. Sometimes they say it's herdsmen, sometimes unknown people entirely. Okay, and as we speak, it has not stopped. Does it not amount to people living in fear?
Of course.
Especially in those local communities.
Absolutely. If your community is invaded and you know that the invaders are still there, they haven't been removed or they haven't been, totally annihilated by the security forces, a lot of people wouldn't even want to live there in fear. They would relocate. There is some people who know how to take risks. They might just want to live there, beef up their own personal internal security and all whatnot. Some people would not want to take that risk. Some people would prefer to leave, go away from that community in totality. So when you have a community that has invasion over a period of time, it's something that is worrisome. It's something that you can't actually deal with as a normal person. It's actually something that it's not usually easy to comprehend, because if you aren't there, you won't be able to understand how those people will continue living in perpetual fear. And it causes a mind drain. There's something called mind drain. For instance, you'd hardly see a community that has a problem like that where you have professionals existing there.
Okay.
Professionals do not want, you can imagine you being a professional, for instance, a medical doctor, opening a hospital in a community where tomorrow he might come and his hospital will be razed down by fire, by the invaders. You wouldn't want, no one would want to do that. So it causes the community to be bereft of people who will be able to provide certain kind of services. So I as a person find it quite difficult to, relate with communities where people have been living in close proximity with invaders for over a period of time. It's quite unimaginable. People will be living in perpetual fear. It's something that you can't quite imagine. So I always appreciate it when state governments of those areas always make sure that they remove the issue of the invaders, because that is just the only way your citizens can live without fear.
And that is the best.
That is the best, because I don't really, it doesn't quite make sense when people live with fear. Because people who live with fear and trepidation, they can't be resourceful, they can't be productive, they can't function. And people who can be resourceful, productive, and cannot function, what do they have to offer to the community? What do they have to offer to their society? They just exist. And humans who just exist are not particularly important. They're not particularly useful. They just exist. Exactly. They just exist, occupy the ecosystem. They don't produce, they don't farm, they don't market. So how do they live? So we're not built like that. We're built to be community builders. We're built to be resourceful, to produce, to protect. That is how we are built. So any community which doesn't have any form of security, that is why with time they keep migrating and migrating and migrating and stop existing. Sometimes the invaders are not even able to occupy and remain in that place. They come there, they don't even have anything to offer the community, and they leave the same community and move to another community. You know, that is why it's very important if our government would always be very, very strong on security. You know, the invaders and people who cause all this kind of insecurity and you know, fear in citizens shouldn't be given room to fester. They shouldn't be protected. They shouldn't be allowed to stay. It doesn't make sense. We all as citizens are supposed to protect each other.
Of course.
The government as our parent body is, you know, they have the mandate to protect life and property. And we have the obligation, I keep always saying that it is a we thing, it is a government thing. We also have the obligation to make sure that we help ourselves to remain protected. That is why when you come into any environment, you should know how the status quo of that environment is, so that you know when there's an aberration, when you know that you'll be able to know when there's an intruder, so you know when there's something wrong. You see a little child walking on the road and a vehicle comes and starts talking to the child. You would know when the child is at risk. You know, we should stop this attitude of I don't know him, it's not my business. It's everyone's business, because when that child is abducted, just when you hear that child was abducted, I'm sure if you're a human with a living conscience, it's going to hurt. Even if it's not your child, even if it's not a relative of yours, it's definitely going to hurt. So security is everybody's business. In every community that doesn't have a great level of security, it's something that you can't quite understand the severity of the emotional damage it causes to the inhabitants. It's something people should listen to. The psychological effect is horrible, and it affects people so much so that when they move away from the places where they are emotionally drained because of heightened insecurity and move to places that have great level of security, great level of organization, you see them doing very well. So it's everyone's business. It is the mainstay of every community, and it is very, very vital for any community to first.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Let's find a way to bring this importance of security to Nigerian politics and leadership.
Yes. One thing I always tell people is when we look at politics and leadership, we tend to, you know, I'm talking about the people who refer to themselves, who believe that they are the good people. When we think politics and leadership is for the people you refer to as people don't have much doing, or people who are not as busy as you are, you move it to those who might not be as important, as who may not give in their best. But I always tell people that inaction is a worse action than a negative action.
Okay.
Inaction, because you were supposed to do something, you did not do it, you just don't want to act. It on its own is bad, is worse than a negative action, because you did not cause anything to go good. And then you are talking down on someone who is doing bad. The person who is doing bad may be doing bad without knowing that
really
he is doing bad. But he is doing something, he's making an effort. But you're not making an effort at all. So I tell people, we need to, every one of us, we need to be part and parcel of the leadership of our communities. It is when we get involved in the leadership of our communities that we are parts, stakeholders, and inadvertently we are people who speak our opinions and try to make things right. Now, coming to the security aspect of the politics, insecurity has pretty much kind of dissuaded well-meaning Nigerians from being part of politics because they believe they're not going to be safe. But we should know that if we keep throwing people away or chasing people who are supposed to, effectively make a change in our community using violence, to scare people away from politics, is not going to help our development to get better. We should always know that. Because leadership is supposed to help us improve on the development of the people, right? We should always know that everyone who you think is getting involved in politics actually wants the best for the community. He may not be the best candidate, but he has interest in the welfare of the community, right? So we should always know that the best thing we can do to prove ourselves right is to make results, not by hounding others. Most of the great governors or great senators or the great leaders in House of Representative, they show working, they show how good they are by their development strides. So when they want to stand for re-election, they don't even need to speak much. People will be shouting, don't even talk much, just it's you that we know. So most people who resort to, using insecure means to chase others away from politics are people whose scorecards are not so good. For instance, if you go through Enugu State right now, it's going to be hard for you to see people who are going to be speaking against what the present governor Petermbah is doing. He's doing a lot of developmental strides. So he has his own bargaining power. Some good number of senators, like my own, I'll brag about my own senator any day in Enugu West, Senator Sitangu. He has a lot of developmental strides. He's bringing it out. If you are in position of leadership, do not use a force of insecurity to chase others away. Bring out your developmental strides. So when you want to go for re-election, you don't even need to use, I don't want to use the word, the general words we know, but don't enforce it. Don't scare people away. When they want to come and contest, fine, let them come and contest against you. But what you're doing is going to speak for you. So encourage people to come, try their popularity, and try their, it's going to groom people to have confidence to come out tomorrow. If they come out today and they don't win against you, they could be the best person to come out tomorrow, because each time they come out, you are grooming leaders. When you chase away those good ones, using insecurity, using mercenaries in insecurity, you might eventually chase away those who would have brought proper developmental stride in the future of your community, in the future of your state. Now, I will always advise people, courage is not the lack of fear, but courage is your ability to stand up and overcome fear. In as much as we have this looming insecurity, we all haven't run away from Nigeria, have we?
Okay, we have not.
But we have, in one way or the other, always consistently tried to see how we can combat insecurity in our little...
Fight what is fighting us?
Yes. Combat insecurity in our little environment, in our neighborhood, in our community, in our environments, because personally, we do a lot of community developments in my own locality, Ngwo. And why we encourage those community development strategies and programs that are usually done by the community, not even by the politicians or by the leaders, is because whenever you encourage and continue working on these community development projects, you build people's minds, you refocus people's minds, you rewire the young people's mind, because these are the targets of these insecurity propagandists and insecurity propagators, you understand? So we have to keep on building leaders in our homes so that insecurity is not going to be a problem in our political sphere tomorrow.
Okay, Doc, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I want us to observe a short break now. When we are back, you are going to speak to us about the security in the Nigerian judiciary.
Thank you very much.
Our viewer, just be there. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, back from the short break. We're still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today has been the importance of security in Nigeria. And I've been with the SSA to Udi local government chairman, the former SSA to Udi local government chairman on media and publicity. The executive director, Udi Vision 2020 project, Dr. Ijoma Ofo. Doc, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me once
Before
again.
the short break, we're talking about the security in Nigeria politics and then the leadership. And I told you that when we come back from the break, we're going to look at it from the dimension of the Nigerian judiciary. How secure do you think it is?
Yes, every Nigerian knows that our judiciary isn't where it's supposed to be right now. But I always ask, why can't we strive for perfection? You know, it's very important that our judiciary kind of builds the trust of Nigerians in the system. It's very important. The judiciary, in as much as we know that every human is fallible, every human is perfect, is imperfect, yeah? But it behoves on them. I'm not in the judiciary, but it behoves on the judiciary to work on consistently building their confidence in the Nigerians' eyes back. Because the Nigerian populace, some may tell you that the judiciary in Nigeria is good, yes, but we know the general look. But the judiciary themselves are going through a lot, I would say, because insecurity also affects them. You know, if a case is not going the way it favors a powerful person, we've known how it's usually handled hush-hush until this is over, because every man, of course, fears for his life. I know that in the apex courts and other cadres of the courts of Nigeria, we have very pious and very good judges, good sons, good barristers, good people of the law, we know. But be that as it may, the reason why the judiciary is usually handled hush-hush sometimes is when there are sensitive cases. They wouldn't want to speak out about it so that the defendants and the plaintiffs may not really know how the case is tilting until it's a done deal. The judiciary part of Nigeria is a very sensitive matter, because I know a lot of the components of the judiciary are good people. But the system where when people are handling sensitive cases, their lives are at risk, they fear for their lives, that on its own is one of the things that makes a lot of them very, very touchy, very, very, you know, they act like, for lack of words to use, they act like people who do not want to risk their life for the system. So they hide. They do not want to talk about cases. Some people do not even want to act like the activists among the judiciary to speak to the press about cases, because some of them would fear that if the cases is not going to the favor of some persons who are very highly connected or very powerful, it might lead to very, very unpleasant situations in their lives, which we know has been the situation in the country in the past. That on its own is not me holding a brief for the judiciary, but we know that the judiciary is still being found wanting in Nigeria at the moment.
Okay, before now, the saying has always go that the court is the hope of a common man.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does it go today in the Nigerian judiciary that we're talking about?
The common man, I wouldn't say for the common man actually, because in Nigeria the common man is usually being pitied, because when you're the common man, it's hard for you to find justice in the real sense of it. In the real sense of it, because one of the things that usually affects justice for the common man is protracted cases.
Okay.
Protracted length of case. A lot of cases are held for years, and the common man may not be able to afford the fees of the lawyer continuously, you know, representing him for that
of the case.
Exactly. So when you use the word the common man, that may not apply. But for someone who is well-to-do, that is not very highly connected, the judiciary may be his hope, because in a lot of cases where people thought that it's the high connection that might help, usually tilt is usually either way. But for the common man, the common masses, it's a problem, except if there's expedited hearing.
Okay.
Apart from that, which is not usually the case in Nigeria.
That's what I want to ask you. When would that be?
That's what I mean, except if there is expedited hearing, because in Nigeria we still have a situation where you go to the Nigerian penitentiary. That's the new name for the prisons now. You see those who are in what we commonly call ATM, awaiting trial, are much more in number than those who have been convicted. You understand? So if we get to this situation where people do not stay in awaiting trial longer than they are supposed to, then that is when we start growing, because a lot of people stay in awaiting trial in holding cell for years. Some of them even stay there longer than what would have been their eventual sentence. So that on its own, it tells you that the judiciary still has a lot of work to do.
Doc, thank you. I want you to take it to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which declares that the primary purpose of governance and government is to protect the welfare of, the safety and welfare of the citizens.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why is it not being maintained in the Nigeria case?
It's a lot of gaps are still in our country. A lot of gaps, you know. We are still, at 60 years, we still have a lot to learn. 60 years plus, yeah? We still have a lot to learn. We have a lot of work to do in our country. We really do. The will to do the right thing and the ability for the persons in leadership to see through what each section is doing. There should be that will and ability to see through. Execution is usually a problem. It's really, really a big issue, putting things to the end. So we need our government to still sit up. There's still a lot of work to be done. The will might be there. The ability might be there, but the force to combine the will and the ability to be able to do these things right is still a gap. And it's very important for our leaders in the country to always look inward and make sure that they are picking the right people for each job. We know during the time of Dora Akunyili, the NAFDAC, the woman was working so much that she was practically being, held back. She gave her all. Okonjo-Iweala right now, we see how much she's given her all. These are people in appointment. I'm just pointing out people in appointment. There are so much people. The present Minister of Foreign Affairs, we can see how beautifully she's doing her all. Mrs. Bianca Ojukwu. There are people who you see when they come in, they do their all. They give it their all. If our government can keep finding these people, this kind of people, who will keep giving their all. I purposely excluded the elective, people in elective government, like the governors and the senators. I'm talking about those who are in appointment, who the federal government or the state government go fishing and pick.
Yeah.
There are people who you see
maybe their abilities have been known before they were appointed.
That's exactly where I was going to. There are some people whose precedents have been known. You've studied them. You see the kind of things they can do. Those are the kind of people we need in the Nigerian leadership, in all these ministerial parastatals and all of that, because they are the ones who execute these constitutional provisions day to day. These wheels, they oil the wheel. The leadership of the nation just pushes the car, starts the car, they keep it on. They keep the work in motion. You understand? So we need to have people like that. People who will call this their own. That if this spoils, mine has spoiled. Not people who will be in appointed position and be much more interested in allowances, packing money for their 5th generation. Those are not the kind of people we need in the present day Nigeria, that needs people who will not allow things to spoil further than they have.
Does it not concern you also that a lot of times you see that roads in Nigeria are reconstructed when it must have killed a lot of people? There are some bridges that are dilapidated. They are left there, or they are broken by itself, and maybe consume a lot of people before you see them coming.
That's still where we're coming from. The gap in you might see that the bill to fix that road may have been passed by the legislature practically even before the road got, irretrievable. The bill may have been passed, the budget may have been raised. Then there's a gap in funding and execution. So those are the gaps that actually need to be plugged. If we can have a situation where all the arms of government have these gaps plugged, so that there won't be a break in communication. Some of the roads we are seeing that are being built now are roads that have been awarded years. Funding kept them. There are a good number of rural roads that you might be surprised that it's just funding that is keeping them. Not that the funds is not available, but the person who is supposed to approve the fund is not quite worried about it. So in every area, we should know that the people who we are serving, anyone who is in leadership should understand that the people who we're serving are looking up to us for us to provide the basic security. These roads are even things that add to security or lack of it in communities. So these are things that we should understand, that our people in leadership should not at any moment forget. That is why I love people who are passionate leaders. people who are passionate leaders. Look at governors that are passionate leaders. I don't even need to name them. When I say it, there are some names that come straight into your head immediately.
Yeah.
What struck Alex Oti out? What is striking Mbah out? What is making it look like Ositangu is get? There are people who are passionate. You see them. They just, even with the little fund they have, they are doing something. What they are doing may not be up to 60 or 70% of our needs, but they are doing something. They are not saints, but they are doing something. Some are not. So what we should understand is, even if you are made a minister today, shall do something. This is Nigeria we're talking about. Every inaction you make heightens insecurity. Every bad road encourages insecurity. It's very, most of the robberies we see, most of the adoptions are done at the bad areas.
Yeah.
If you remember.
Right.
Most of the issues we have are done at places that are quite lonely. And what made them lonely? People don't want to go there because of recurrent insecurity. So this security is everyone's business. For instance, I tell people, what is happening in Taraba? You might think it's none of your business, but it's going to affect you too. The insecurity in Taraba, go to Night Mile now. Almost, how many, the percentage of Taraba, Adamawa, citizens of those states that are in Night Mile is staggering. Is staggering. There was a little unrest that some of the Northerners had in Asaba quite recently. How did I go to know about it? There is a big influx of Northerners into Night Mile. And when I ask questions, because usually I'm very, very interested in security, I started asking questions. That was when I knew that they attacked a DPO in Asaba. They were being arrested. All of them, Night Mile. So insecurity in any aspect or any part of Nigeria will affect another part of Nigeria that may not even be in their immediate geopolitical zone. Because Asaba is in Delta State, that is south-south, right? We are southeast. Insecurity in Adamawa is not southeast. Once there's insecurity in Adamawa, we have a full community of over 4,000 people in Night Mile. You might wonder how I know this. I know most of this. So we need to take security very seriously.
Okay, quickly talk about security on your parting words. Security in Enugu State.
Security in Enugu State is not where it's supposed to be. We are making progress, yes. But there's still stories here and there, kidnap, abduction, killing here and there. It is the business of the government. The government knows. The government is making some effort. It's not ideal, but it's making some effort. The government of petermbah is really making some effort. But we should know that whenever we see something, we must always talk about it. And please, I'd like us to know that we should make good use of our social media handles and avoid misinformation.
We're rounding off.
And we should also know that security is everybody's business. You see something, say something, immediately happens. It's going to save a countless number of lives. If you need to say something, say something. If you see anything, say it. The government will take note of it and do. I'm not talking for the government, but I believe that is what is supposed to be. And when we do it, the government will then do their role. And if they don't do their role, we remind them.
All right, Doc, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
I've been with the SSA to the local government chairman of media and publicity and executive director of Division 2020 project, Dr. Ijoma. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you also for having this nice time with you. We have discussed on the importance of security in our Nigerian nation. Hope in any little way you can help, because there's always the saying that security starts with you, starts with me also. Thank you so much for being there. We'll see you again.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery. Even when physical allocations are significant, the absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into a behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
To most humbly invite onto the rostrum His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi. The Emperor, the Conqueror, the Champion, the Lion is here. Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the leadership of our party, with the able support of our national chairman, And on behalf of the millions of Nigerians out there supporting and working hard and praying for us, party and our country, on behalf of the thousands and millions of delegates in every local government area of our nation who defy the challenges of insecurity, weather challenges, and even defying the hunger in Nigeria by turning up yesterday in all the 774 local governments to affirm what we are doing today. On behalf of them all, Mr. Chairman, I invite you to support me in presenting this symbol of victory, symbol of salvation, symbol of rescue. This NDC flag, the flag of the fastest growing party in the world, the flag of the party that is now the hope of all Nigerians, the flag that will enable our team led by Peterobi, and the other announcement is for him to make. We won't do that. On behalf of all our millions of teaming members, we present this flag to you to go and conquer and win for the NDC and for Nigeria and rescue Nigeria. Thank you. Congratulations. Announce his acceptance speech.
So, His Excellency Mr. Peterobi will now announce his acceptance speech.
To Nigeria. Let me very respectfully and with deep humility recognize our leader, the white grey shark, sincerely recognize our dear party chairman and all NWC members, and especially recognize our leader, Senator Rabiu Kwankwasia. It is, my dear brothers and sisters, you all duly recognize. It is with this sense of humility, profound gratitude that I accept this exceptional role of being the presidential candidate of our great party. Especially at this difficult time, I will make a bit of a long statement to show that we are here. I wish to assert unequivocally that a new Nigeria is possible. the conviction that united us. It must serve as our compass as we move on this challenging road to sustain us in our trials, in our difficult movements. Today, our nation finds itself at a crucial junction, enveloped by uncertainty. Families are anxious about their safety. Parents are concerned about their children's future, and talented youths of our nation are worried about their country. Businesses are struggling. Communities are suffering. Alarming number of citizens have lost faith in the very concept of governance. Yet, I stand before you filled with optimism and strong faith in the resilience of our people, and our family believe that a new Nigeria is possible. For that new Nigeria to be realized, the number one thing we need is unity. It is the foundation on which nations are built. Nigeria cannot advance while fragmented by ethnic, religious, regional, narrow political divides. It is impossible. We must now decide to build bridges where people erect walls. We must replace mistrust with confidence, division with understanding, and resentment with a collective purpose. A united Nigeria is indispensable, and that is the foundation on which we must grow. Number two is insecurity. If you follow the records today, in the year 2022, Nigeria was number 8 on the most impacted terrorist country in the world. By 2024, we are number 6. By 2026, we are now number 4. So it's worsening every day. This is a country, and Nigeria is a country that a few years ago was reputed as one of the biggest contributors to peacekeeping globally, where our men have fought in different and have helped to keep peace, helped to restore order in many countries, from Rwanda to Cambodia to Yugoslavia, Mali, Liberia, and we've done all this. And our army and military are recognized as one of the best. That even at the time, a Nigerian general commanded the entire UN keeping force. Today, our story is a sad story of where insecurity has taken over. We must address insecurity and resolve that with urgency, for no nation can thrive when citizens can no longer sleep with their eyes closed, farmers can no longer go to farm, and nobody is safe. We must take that decisively. And I'll end it by saying that we have people in this party that can help us. I believe that we have somebody who has been Minister of Defense, who has been everything that will make it work. And I will conclude by mentioning this again on our strategy. Number 3 is health care. Nations are measured by health care. Today, Nigerian life expectancy is 54 years, the lowest in the world. And we are number 157 in health among the countries that are measured. Our primary health care is in tatters. And that is the foundation of health care. Only 10 or 20% of our 30,000 primary health care centers are working. That is unacceptable. Our health insurance scheme is below 10% when compared with comparable countries like Indonesia, that is over 90%. That cannot continue. And it is not time to lament about what we're going through, but what we are going to do. Our budget today is one of, health budget today is one of the least. Let me assure you that NDC government, and I use the word NDC government, because it will be a government that the party will be supreme. That the NDC government, in 4 years, we will ensure that our insurance that is below 10% today, health insurance, is at least double to over 20%. We will ensure that in 4 years, we must have a functional, well-manned primary health care in 8,809 wards of this country. We will ensure that by the time we end 4 years, 50% of our 30,000 primary health care centers will be functional and properly manned to serve our people. We believe you. We believe you. We will make sure that in 4 years, the budget of our health care will be 10% of our GDP as against below 5% today. Because we need it. And I want you to note everything we are promising you. Because who deliver? I was a governor. Everything I promised, I delivered it. And it will not be different this time. So we must do that. We must ensure that our people are healthy. Because it's important to us. We can no longer continue the way we are going. Our education, the number 3 thing is education. Our education today is among the worst globally. And of course, we have over 20 million children out of school. Education is number 1 driver of growth. And I'm happy that all the leaders of this party believe in the importance of education. We will invest in education. We will train our human capital to drive the process by investing heavily. We will ensure that out-of-school children are reduced drastically, and it will be measurable and people will see it. Because we ensure that every child will have opportunity of going to having basic education. Our budget and investment will be doubled, and donor agency support will be verifiably accounted for, not what it is today. We will do that. The next thing we are going to do is hunger and agriculture. We will mix the two of them. When this government came into being in 2023, Nigeria is 109 in 150 countries measured in hunger ranking. Today, we are 115 in 2025, classifying us as one of the hungriest countries of the world. as you know, last year, I said every day, Ukraine that is at war, dashed Nigeria grain to feed themselves. They are at war. And they gave us grain. That cannot continue. Nigeria cannot be in lists of hungriest country of the world because we have vast uncultivated land. We should not be part of it. The World Food Organization have just said that 35 million Nigerians are at risk of hunger this year. That shouldn't be. Nigeria is blessed. We have vast land. We shouldn't be. And whenever I say, people will say, oh, maybe it's not possible. And I can tell you it's very, very possible. We can feed ourselves, become a net exporter of food in this country. And I'll give you an illustration using what is happening all over the world. The greatest and most consumed food in this country today is rice. Nigeria cannot effectively produce 6 million tons of milled rice for the vast land that we have. And I do the important comparison to show you why we should produce more, but because we are not a producing nation, because we are not engaged in production, the greatest rice producer in the world today is India. India came from importation to being #1. Today, India produces about 200 million tons of milled rice. Capacity. Today, India produces 200 million tons of milled rice. The number 3 is Bangladesh. They produce about 60 million tons of milled rice. And number 5 is Vietnam with 42 million tons of milled rice. If you look at these 3 countries, in terms of land size per population, Nigeria is better. The size of India today is about 3,287,000 square kilometers, which if you times it by 1,000 will give you 3,287 billion meters. Divided with a population of 1.4 billion, it will give you 2.34 square meter per person. If you go to number 3, the number 3 producer, which is Bangladesh, is a country of 148,460 square kilometers of land. If you times it by 1,000, it will give you again 148,460,000 divided with 170 million of their population. It will give you 0.87 square meter per person, below 1 meter. If you do the same thing with Vietnam, Vietnam is 331,000 square kilometers. And you times it by 1,000, it will give you 3,331,000. And if you go and divide it with their population of 102, you get 3.2 square meter per person. And Nigeria, our own country, is a country of 923,000 square kilometers, which if you times it by 1,000 and divide it with a population of 230, is over 4 meters per person. So we have more land space. Why are we not producing more rice than they are producing? We're not even producing 10% of what they're producing. We will change Nigeria from consumption to production. So we can produce rice. We should be exporting rice. I have maintained that we can make more money from the vast land in the north than we make from oil. This laziness must stop. Our country must be productive, and we must feed our people. We cannot continue the way we are going today. We'll say no to hunger and use it for employing our people. Number 5 is energy sector. It is totally unacceptable. Today, Nigeria is the country with the highest number of citizens without access to electricity in the whole world. About 100 million Nigerians don't have access to electricity. In today's world, it is unacceptable. A country of over 200 million people only generate and distribute 4,000. When comparable countries of the world, to use even African ones, their biggest economy, South Africa, and Egypt, number 2, generate today over 40,000 megawatts. So we are not even producing 10% of what these 2 African nations are producing and distributing. Both of them are less than 50% of our population, and they generate 10 times the electricity we generate. This is an African country. It is unacceptable. It cannot happen. And I pledge on behalf of our government that in 4 years, this country will generate and distribute at least 10,000 megawatts from the 4,000 they are doing today. It is something we have studied. We are not going to get into government and start giving you excuse why it will not happen. Unemployment. If you Google Nigeria today, it says Nigeria is 4%, 4% unemployment. Do not take it, it's not serious, it's a lie. Because in 2021, our unemployment was 30-something%. By sheer mathematics and wuru-wuru, it came to 4. Because things have worsened, and I assure you, we will not take it. Nigeria remains over 30% in unemployment and unemployment, and over 40% of youth unemployment, which we will tackle. We'll be honest, we'll be transparent. We'll tackle youth and unemployment in Nigeria head on. And we will do so by supporting, number 1, micro, small, medium businesses, which is our young ones that, and we can compare it to other nations, by giving them the necessary tax incentive, support, and ensuring that they can borrow money at a competitive rate. Today in Indonesia, the biggest employer of labor is micro, small, medium businesses. They generate over 90% of employment because young people who are vast in Nigeria, talented, should be supported with an interest rate that can make them thrive. Who borrows money at 30% and survive? Only government. The government have crowded up the borrowing space. We will free it. In Indonesia, the interest rate officially is 15%. Small businesses get it at 5%. We want to replicate it in Nigeria, where small businesses have access to funds and can borrow it at a competitive rate. It is important that we deal with it and deal with it aggressively. I know the day is fast spent. We will be dealing with other issues. I assure you that our government will deal with the issue of corruption. you will see a drastic reduction on corruption and cost of governance. This waste must stop. We need the resources to invest in critical areas so we cannot continue. We cannot continue to ask people to fast when we are feasting. No. You cannot continue to tell people who don't know where the next meal is coming from and you're buying new jets, new yachts, new houses. No. It is time for us to stop that. So we will cut drastically cost of governance and reduce corruption. I've said it before, to fight corruption starts from you. If you're not stealing, your wife is not, your children are not, you reduce it by 50%. And that we will do. Rule of law. We will ensure that our country becomes the country that operates within the law. We cannot continue rascality, government disobeying the law, government interfering in the rule of law. We need the law to work because that is what will attract investment for us. We need people to be sure that when they go to court, the judgment will be interpretation of the law. It will no longer be, I will make beneficiary of the law. When people talk about what is happening in politics today, I said to them, I was in court. I was the first governor to be in court for 3 years, who became a governor through the court. I was in court for 3 years. Without knowing any of the judges, 5 of them gave judgment in favor of me. Without knowing anybody in appeal, they gave judgment in my favor. I was impeached. I went back to the court. But the lower court and the appeal court returned me without knowing anybody. I seek interpretation of the law that my tenure is not complete. I went to Supreme Court of Nigeria. I did not know anybody. But within 30 minutes, Supreme Court sacked somebody who was already sworn in as the governor and asked me to continue. And all this I did without giving anybody a farthing or meeting any of the judges. I want Nigeria to return to that era when the rule of law will prevail and the country will work. And finally, democracy. The democracy we practice today must change. It must be a government of the people, by the people and for the people. The people must be the one determining what is happening. We're going through difficulties, which I urge all of you not to relent. Opposition parties are being treated like criminals, harassed and everything. You will not believe it. This arena you are, we are here because we are denied space everywhere until graciously we are given this one. That's why we came here. Everywhere we went, where we did our last convention, we were denied. That's why we came here. And you can see what happened to other parties that today, 2 of them were shot down by police. Nobody wants to come. Even when we came here, they said we should not advertise it until this morning. That's why you didn't hear about it before. It was this morning that we authorized to say we are coming here. That it should not be. Our government will work with the opposition. We will encourage them. We will make sure they exist. Because that's what it should be. And in spirit of this, I've said it before, we will ensure that our party is firm. We will work with them. Things will be different. It will no longer be when whoever wins the election and sworn in turns himself into whatever you choose to call him. No, our party will be supreme. And we will ensure that all those who are involved are partners. We will work. The government we intend to form will no longer be a government where anybody will say that the vice president is a spare tire. The vice president will be a partner, because we want to build a nation where there's two equal people who work for the great of the country. Decisions will be taken as partners. Everybody will be consulted. The party will know the decision of the government. That is what we require. That's how government functions. Because it's about the party, it's about the government. And that's what we are going to do to ensure that we succeed. It is in this vein that I graciously accept the affirmation as the candidate of this great party, and in the same spirit, inviting Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso to join me as the vice presidential candidate so we can rescue this country. One person believes that a child of somebody should be trained to be somebody. He believes in education. He believes in security. And that we will work together to ensure that it happens. It will not be a government where, remember what I said, we will be partners. Not a government where one will be found wanting. I assure you, and I urge you, please join us in building this new Nigeria that is possible. Thank you, and God bless you.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
The Nigerian electorate remains heavily youth-driven, with demographic projections consistently showing that more than 60% of the country's estimated population of over 200 million people are under the age of 35, placing young people at the center of democratic participation and political outcomes. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission,
INEC's official breakdown of the 2023 general elections voter register. Out of 93.4 million registered voters nationwide, youths aged 18 to 34 accounted for about 37 million voters, representing approximately 39.6% of the entire electorate. This confirms that young Nigerians remain the single largest demographic bloc in electoral politics. As Nigeria moves toward the 2027 general elections, INEC's ongoing continuous voter registration exercise indicates a gradual expansion of the voter register, with fresh registrations and PVC updates expected to significantly reshape the electorate. Electoral officials have repeatedly stated that the final voter register for 2027 will reflect updated youth participation, particularly first-time voters, reaching voting age since 2023. Despite these numerical strength, electoral participation in Nigeria continues to show a persistent gap between registration and actual voter turnout. In several election cycles since 1999, turnout has remained below 50%, raising concerns about political apathy, distrust in the electoral process, and systemic barriers to participation. Democratic expectations place clear responsibilities on young citizens. These include active participation in voter registration, collection of permanent voters' cards, participation in peaceful voting, rejection of electoral violence, and engagement in issue-based political debates, rather than identity-driven or money-influenced politics. Since the introduction of the Not Too Young to Run Act in 2018, legal barriers to youth candidacy have been reduced, allowing Nigerians as young as 25 to contest for legislative offices and 35 years for executive positions. However, political analysts argue that internal party structures still remain largely controlled by older political actors, limiting meaningful youth inclusion in decision-making and candidacy selection. On the ground, youth political engagement remains mixed. Digital platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have become powerful tools for political mobilization, awareness campaigns, and election monitoring. However, this online engagement often does not translate into equivalent physical turnout at polling units. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements significantly influenced public discourse and voter education. Yet, reports from election observers highlighted challenges, including vote buying, logistical delays, pockets of electoral violence, and low turnout among the first-time voters in several states. Many young Nigerians continue to express frustration over unemployment, inflation, insecurity, and a perception that political leadership remains disconnected from their daily realities. These socio-economic pressures are widely identified as major drivers of political apathy among youth voters. Experts and electoral analysts identify several structural challenges affecting youth participation in Nigeria's electoral process. These include economic hardship, which limits civic engagement, political exclusion within party systems dominated by established elites, vote buying practices that weaken electoral integrity, insecurity in parts of the country that discourages voter turnout, and weak civic education, particularly among first-time voters. A comparative analysis with other democracies showed different patterns of youth political participation. In India, structured youth wings
within political parties provide formal pathways into leadership. In Kenya, expanded civic education and digital mobilization have improved youth engagement in recent election cycles. In South Africa, youth activism remains strong, although voter turnout among urban youth has shown signs of decline in recent years. Nigeria, however, presents a paradox. While youth dominate online political conversations and electoral awareness campaigns, this energy is not consistently reflected in voter turnout at polling units. INEC and governance experts maintain that Nigeria's youth population remains both a democratic strength and an underutilized electoral asset. While registration figures have improved over time, participation levels still fall short of the demographic weight of young Nigerians. As the country prepares for the 2027 general elections, stakeholders argue that urgent reforms are needed to convert youth population strength into actual political power. These include expanded civic education programs in schools and communities, improved youth economic empowerment to reduce political disengagement, stronger internal democracy within political parties, enhanced electoral transparency to build public trust, and wider use of verified digital civic engagement platforms. There are also growing calls for structured political mentorship programs to prepare young Nigerians for leadership roles beyond election cycles, ensuring continuity in governance participation. Nigeria's youth remain the backbone of its democracy in terms of population strength, visibility, and influence. However, the critical question ahead of the 2027 elections remains whether this demographic advantage will finally translate into sustained electoral participation, stronger representation, and measurable political power in shaping the future of the Nigerian state.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Now here are the headlines. Delta Police tightens security around schools, worship centers, correctional facilities. Ogun government shuts gas facility after leak, hospitalizes 60 students in a Jobode. Now the news in details. The Senate has passed the bill seeking the establishment of the National Agency for Malaria Elimination, a major step in Nigeria's efforts to tackle one of its most persistent public health challenges. The legislation, sponsored by Senator Ned Nwoko, scaled third reading after consideration of the report of the Senate Committee on Health. The proposed agency is expected to shift the country's malaria response from treatment-focused interventions to prevention, control, and eventual elimination. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, described the passage of the bill as a significant milestone in the fight against malaria. He said the agency would coordinate measures such as environmental sanitation, fumigation programs, improved waste management, and support for vaccine research. Sponsor of the bill, Ned Nwoko, expressed optimism that the initiative would strengthen Nigeria's malaria elimination strategy. The development comes as the World Health Organization recently approved the first malaria treatment specifically designed for newborns and infants, offering fresh hope in the global fight against the disease. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 3 suspects linked to alleged armed robbery, kidnapping, and illicit drug trafficking in separate intelligence-led operations across the state. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Daniel Ndukwe said operatives of the Command's Violent Crime Response Unit arrested Obona Chinonso, aged 22, and Nachi Sipiril, aged 35, during an operation along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. Items recovered from the suspects include the locally fabricated revolver pistol, a cut-to-size double-barrel gun, 6 rounds of 9mm ammunition, and 1 live cartridge. Police said investigations are ongoing to determine their level of involvement in criminal activities. In a separate operation, officers arrested 36-year-old Izunna Ani at a location in Transekulu, Enugu, where quantities of substances suspected to be illicit drugs were recovered. The Osun State Police Command has commenced investigations into the shooting of the chairman of the Accord Party in Oshobo local government area, Mr. Asimiyu Ajibola. Police said the politician was attacked by unidentified gunmen on a motorcycle in the MDS area of Oshobo. He was taken to the Osun State University Teaching Hospital, where he is receiving treatment. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Ibrahim Gotan, has directed detectives and tactical units to intensify efforts to identify and arrest those responsible for the attack. He said evidence recovered from the scene has been forwarded for forensic examination. The Osun State government has condemned the incident and called for a thorough investigation. Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolakbo Alimi, said all available information should be carefully examined to establish the circumstances surrounding the attack. The Delta State Police Command has ordered enhanced security measures around schools, correctional facilities, and places of worship across the state. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Olufemi Oyemi, issued the directive during a strategic security meeting with area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of tactical units. He instructed officers to intensify patrols, conduct regular security assessments, and strengthen engagement with community leaders to improve intelligence gathering and crime prevention. The Commissioner also expressed concern over recent cases of violent crime and urged officers to promote peaceful conflict resolution among residents. Security has been strengthening around the presidential villa in Abuja ahead of a planned protest by activist Mr. Omoyele Sowore. Security personnel from multiple agencies were deployed around access routes to the State House, following calls by Mr. Sowore and members of the Take It Back movement for a demonstration over the abduction of school children in parts of the country. The protest organizers are demanding stronger government action to secure the release of pupils and teachers abducted in separate incidents in Oyo and Borno states. Meanwhile, the federal government says security agencies are continuing rescue efforts and have introduced additional measures, including the recruitment of forest guards and specialized response teams to improve security in affected areas. The Kano State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ibrahim Adamu Bakori, has warned officers of the Criminal Investigation Department against corruption, unlawful arrest, and violation of citizens' rights. The warning was delivered during a capacity building session held at the command headquarters in Kano as part of ongoing efforts to improve professionalism within the Nigeria Police Force. Police spokesperson, Mr. Abdullahi Haruna, said the commissioner stressed the need for strict compliance with investigative procedures and adherence to the rule of law in all operations. The commissioner also cautioned officers against conduct capable of undermining public confidence in the force, including the misuse of social media platforms. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on our social media platform, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Delta Police order enhanced security around schools, worship centers and correctional facilities. Coming up shortly, Ogun government closes gas facility following leak that affected 60 students in Ijebode. Do stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Ogun State government has ordered the immediate closure of a gas facility linked to a fresh gas leakage incident in Ijebode that affected dozens of students. The incident occurred during school hours at Our Lady of Apostles primary and secondary schools, causing panic as students developed breathing difficulties and other health complications. Emergency response teams evacuated the affected students and transported them to the General Hospital Ijebode for medical attention. The Commissioner for Environment in the state, Mr. Ola Oreshenya, said the government had directed the immediate shutdown of the facility while investigations continue to determine the exact source of the leak. The latest incident is the third reported gas leakage in the area within 3 months. The development has renewed concerns among residents and parents, with calls for a comprehensive assessment of gas and pipeline infrastructure in the affected communities. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has awarded a full university scholarship to Master Obasi Victor Nana, following his outstanding performance in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. The student, an indigene of Ebonyi State, and a member of the pioneer graduating class of King David Gifted Academy, scored 356 in the examination. His results included 98 in mathematics, 98 in physics, 91 in chemistry, and 69 in English language. Senator Umahi described the achievement as exceptional and commended the student for his dedication, discipline, and commitment to academic excellence. He noted that the scholarship is intended to encourage hard work and inspire other young Nigerians to pursue excellence in education. The principal of King David Gifted Academy, Reverend Sister Dr. Veronica Onyuku, said the student consistently maintained outstanding academic records throughout his years in the school. Apart from his academic achievements, he also served as senior prefect and currently serves as Speaker of the Ebonyi State Children's Parliament. As healthcare systems across Africa increasingly embrace digital innovation to address long-standing challenges in access, coordination, and continuity of care, a new artificial intelligence-powered healthcare platform has been introduced in Enugu with the ambition of connecting patients, doctors, pharmacies, and healthcare institutions through a unified digital ecosystem. The platform, known as Pilaxia, was launched by Apex Speech Medics Limited in partnership with an Irish health technology company, with developers and healthcare professionals describing it as a potential game changer for chronic disease management, patient engagement, and integrated healthcare delivery. Aneke TV correspondent reports.
An artificial intelligence-powered healthcare application, Pilaxia, has been launched in Enugu by Apex Speech Medics Limited, in partnership with an Irish health tech firm, aiming to improve coordination across Nigeria's healthcare system. The launch, held at Well Royal Hotel in Independence Layout, brought together doctors, healthcare administrators, and technology stakeholders. Professor Floretta Tassia, a medical microbiology expert, said that patient-doctor relationship must remain central to healthcare delivery and warned against unsafe drug dispensing practices, stressing prescription-based treatment.
From my own experience, I have, gotten a haircare service here. I have also gotten a haircare service abroad. Patient-doctor relationship is very, very important. I'm encouraging that please our doctors, our healthcare providers should have link with most of the pharmaceutical stores and encourage them that when patients come, I'm sending such a patient, please can you administer such drugs.
Pilaxia founder and CEO Stephanie Isambe said the idea for the platform began over 5 years ago and was driven by her personal experience with her sister's health challenges. She said the system was designed to connect patients, clinicians, pharmacists, hospitals, and caregivers on a single digital platform. She said the platform aims to improve communication and continuity of care and could transform healthcare delivery in Nigeria and beyond.
A very tough journey that I had to see with her. Her experience inspired me, but then I also had my own personal experience with chronic illness. A few years ago, I was in 2 very serious car accidents in the space of 2 months. And not only was that physically damaging, it was also mentally damaging, and it was a very long road to recovery.
The beginning stages, it was for me to educate myself in this new ecosystem that I was going to enter. But the past 2 years since we've been registered, we've been working diligently on building the platforms. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but Pilaxia is actually 2 platforms. So you have the mobile app for the patients, which is what we built first because, like I said, patient has to be at the center of everything we do. But then this past year now, from January, we've built the clinician web app platform, and then we've worked really hard to integrate the 2 platforms together. So it's been a lot of work, but what we've done so far is only the beginning because this is just the start of what we can do. That's why we wanted to hear the buy-in, because it's a connected ecosystem, and the ecosystem cannot be limited to just 1 or 2 functionalities. So we're going to continuously build the platform. That's why we want to hear the voices of the people, what they really need. So we make sure that we're incorporating that into our runway of other features that we want to incorporate further down the line.
Business Development Manager for Pilaxia, Mr. Onalu Nicholas Ugochukwu, said the application is focused on building a connected chronic care ecosystem in Africa and is currently in its pilot phase, with stakeholder feedback guiding further development.
It's through our core focus area, as we can see displayed: medication adherence, patient engagement, chronic care continuity, follow-up management, virtual healthcare support, and care coordination. This is what our core focus is on Pilaxia. And this is because we are trying to solve certain problems that plague our healthcare system in Africa. This will help us gather operational insights, clinical insights, commercial insights. And with these, we can go back, reform, and help us with scaling and optimization for the Pilaxia program.
Chief Executive Officer of Apex Speech Medics Limited, Mr. Kenneth Ono, said the partnership with Pilaxia would improve access to care and strengthen provider connectivity. He said the platform had support from institutions, including the Enugu state government, and was designed for wider adoption.
When it comes to partnership, I make sure that we have a group of teams that go through the product, go through the company before we endeavor, understand, to put our time in order for us to work with the organization. So for Pilaxia, I can tell you that we have looked into their product, we have looked into their services and what they are offering already in UK and Europe, other European countries. And we believe that them coming to Nigeria will actually help, to effectiveness when it comes to hospital management, chronic illness management, and also there are other broader aspects of services that they will be offering. So I don't want to put it as a telemedicine product. I think it's more than telemedicine. It helps what we are also doing in healthcare system when it comes to turnkey deployment, efficiency, when it comes to easy accessibility in the hospital management sector.
A panel discussion at the event included representatives from government health officers and senior medical professionals who assessed the platform's potential impact on healthcare delivery.
This also helps us with a particular aspect of pharmacy called pharmacogenomics, pharmacogenetics and pharmacogenomics. With this, you could just look up on the system and you could see someone's father who has been on the system, a particular gene that is, this person is from this family, and you can easily know that this issue are going to be problems.
In societies where our sister came from, the government, out of from insurance, take care of their citizens. But here it's not out of pocket. So it is also going to help everybody. If we link that, we don't concentrate it on the tertiary care, we don't concentrate on the secondary care, but we connect it right from the health education.
I see Pilaxia as coming to help. So if Pilaxia have come to offer some help in that aspect, that is the reminder. I saw something like talking about reminding, tracking the symptoms and all that, connecting the other aspects of the caregivers, like the pharmacists, like the laboratory person, and the society itself.
When we are talking about integrating any form of medical practice to the community, we have primary healthcare system, we have secondary healthcare, we have a tertiary healthcare system, and coordinating these 3 tiers of health system. So when we look at any drop of innovation that will tend to coordinate and link up all these 3 tiers, it matters a lot. Even reducing the cost of moving the doctors or the personnel to those areas because of the risks, it means a lot in our medical landscape. And people should be innovative within the law and within what is acceptable, observing complete ethical values as it applies.
The innovation is quite a huge one, and I pray it's going to be a successful one, because the packages and everything involved in the app is going to be a huge benefit to the people of Enugu State, starting from the clinician, patient meeting the clinician, down to caregiver. The innovation is going to play a huge role and is going to be impactful even to the people of Enugu State and even to the, poor masses who would eventually have an access to it, and it will be a huge contribution and impact to their life as well. This is going to play a huge role in reducing much time spent in the hospital.
Concerns over data privacy, emergency response integration, and sustainability were raised by stakeholders, with developers assuring that security and long-term viability had been addressed.
We were hoping that as our platform grows and is used more and we collect more data, we'll be able to have enough data to be able to actually randomize.
We have series of organizations we're in partnership with. A lot of them will be having much of this product launch.
don't Pilaxia aligns with my vision as the CEO of my spiritual government.
Pilaxia said the platform is already operational in parts of Europe and is expected to expand digital healthcare access in Nigeria and across Africa. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma reports for Aneke TV News.
The coroner's court sitting at the Washer Magisterial District in Yaba, Lagos, has adjourned proceedings in the inquest into the death of 21-month-old Master Nkanu Adichie Ezege, son of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Dr. Ivara Ezege, until October 8, 2026. The adjournment followed the presentation of a Lagos State High Court order staying further proceedings in the matter. Counsel to Aero Care Multi-Specialist Hospital, Professor Taiwo Osipito, informed the court that the hospital had initiated judicial review proceedings challenging the jurisdiction of the coroner's court to conduct the inquest. According to Professor Osipito, the High Court granted leave for the application and directed that the leave should operate as a stay of proceedings pending the determination of the suit. He also informed the court that all relevant processes had been served on the parties involved. Counsel to the family, Chief Kemi Pinheiro, confirmed receipt of the court's processes and the stay order. He said the witness statements, including those of Dr. Ivara Ezege, an independent medical experts from Nigeria and the United States, had already been filed. Following submissions from the parties, Coroner Magistrate Atinuke Adetunji adjourned the matter to October 8th for an update on the High Court proceedings. No witness testimony was taken during the sitting. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, Mr. Olufemi Oyeniyi, has ordered enhanced security measures across the state, directing area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical units to strengthen surveillance and patrols around schools, places of worship, and correctional facilities. The directive is part of efforts to improve public safety, prevent security breaches, and strengthen community-based policing across Delta State. Meanwhile, the Ogun State government has shut down a gas facility in Ijebu-Ode following a fresh gas leak that affected about 60 students of Our Lady of Apostles primary and secondary schools. Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Ola Oresenya, said the closure became necessary to safeguard lives and enable authorities to investigate and address the source of the recurring emissions. The affected students received medical treatment after experiencing breathing difficulties during the incident. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good afternoon.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
The way we used to bite sense
before. It's not the way we used to buy it now. Things are getting higher almost every day due to the cost of fuel and the diesel. I believe is one of the major causes of the problem that we are facing today. My advice to the government is that they should be ruling us well. They shouldn't be doing things in the way that will not be beneficiary to us. Because many a times they will promise us that if they reach there, they will do this and they will do that. But at the end of the day, they will turn around and be doing what they do not say. My fellow advice to my fellow citizens is that everybody should be hustling and tightening his or her belts, because the country is not easy to manage. But by the special grace of God, we will reach to our various destinations.
Really is affecting me negatively, because we are buying bell 75,000 before, but now we are buying bell 350,000, a bell of a gown, 350,000 instead of 75,000. So it's affecting us too much. What government should do is to call the economy down, know what they will do in order for the economy to calm down, so that we can be buying it. Let's assume that we are buying it 100,000 or even 150. It will be okay. But see, a bell of 75,000, 350 is too much for us. And to sell it is difficult. Like now, the workers, they have not paid them anything. And as far as they are owing them, they will not pay us. They will not come and buy, nor even the one they bought. They are all here. They are waiting for the salary, then they will come and collect them. As I'm here now, I'm pocketless. It's affecting us too much. With God, all things are possible. There is nothing he cannot do. It's only him that will change this our president and even the governors. None is doing well. Let us be frank. None is doing well. They are all treating us anyhow, maltreating us. It's not good. But if we can bow down, the Bible says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, that he will hear us and change the good of our land. So let the women, if we can agree, let us go into prayers. God will help us and change this government.
The government is trying, but they're supposed to put more effort on economy. And it's fuel, so that the food items will come down. You understand? Transportation also will come down. Can we production? Can people stop war, feeling hunger? People are hunger too much. Hunger is everywhere. It's general. So government should put more effort on that.
I don't know how I'm going to explain. For what I'm seeing, so I don't know how I'm going to talk about it. You carry big money and come. When you are going, you will not see the thing that you use that money to buy. You will even see, it will seem to you as if to you that your money lost. In fact, the thing is making me to cry at times. But all I know is that there is God. What I think that the government should do is that they should help the less privileged. Like here in Nigeria, there's other nations that they used to give small money, like youth and the poor and needy. They should help. They should help to start paying little money to less privileged people, so that things will be better.
Asi na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Anyị bịara ka anyị mara ihe afịa nyere. Maka ọtụtụ mgbe ịjụọ ndị obodo anyị ka eke ụbọchị dị, ha na-eti mkpu ihe siri ike, ihe siri ike. Nye akpata na nke ụbọchị nke taata nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị wee sị ka ha bake n'ime afịa ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ka eke obi ha dị, ka eke ọnọdụ obodo a si emetụta ha. Afịa anyị bata taata bụ new market, ebe a na-azụ, ebe a na-eme ihe niile. Ka anyị jụọ ha ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ dị ha mma n'ahụ ka ọ dịrọ ha mma n'arụ. Maka ọtụtụ mgbe ka ndị mmadụ na-eti obodo bụ igwe, obodo bụ igwe. Ndị ụfọdụ asị gị na ndị nọ n'ime ebe aga, ndị ụfọdụ asị gị na ndị nọ n'ime bụ chinchin, ndị ụfọdụ asị na ndị nọ n'ime ebe ayọn. Mana ọ ga-aka mma ka ndị afịa jiri ọnụ ha wee kwuo. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taata na Aneke TV ka anyị jụta ndị afịa ka obi dị ha, ka o si emetụta ha n'ahụ nụ ihe anyị na-afụ ugbu a n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ka obi dị ha. Daalụrị nne.
Afa m bụ Mrs. Christiana Nwosu. Nne m isi m kwuo afịa dị very dull. Yatago maka na onwe mgbe ọka ebe ịbata shop ma mmanya dị gị as in people jụrụ ebe ama nkwede gị ịbata dị bịa jụọ m ajụjụ. Ifugo so afịa dị very dull. Ịmara na ọmụntụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ ka anọ ọ na-emetụtakwa ọkwa nnukwu. Ịghọtago at least ile iwe lie mana ilere manli fugo so ọ na-emetụta very well. And ihe anọ kịta bụ mụntụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ ekwesịrị customers a na-eflow like before mgbe ego dị mana ifugo na ego adịrọ so ọ na-emetụta nna a na-anazi ụgwọ akwụkwọ obere oge kịta achụwa for school fees so n'ọnyanwa ọ na-emetụta ọfụma. Ọ bụ na ọ ga-enyelụtụ aka mee ịmana ihe dị costly now. Number one, obudetela anyị ihe adịtụ mmazi na ọma ndịzi that high afịa dị. Ịghọtago then a na-akwụkwọ ụgwọ ọnwa because akwụkwọ ha ụgwọ ọnwa iwe ike bata afịa golo anyị afịa. Ịghọtago maka na afịa koko taa afịa dịrị taa asị na akwụbere ụgwọ akwụkwọ like month ịkpa ndị afịa aka n'ọnụ asị gị na ndị ọrụ oyibo adabatazi na anọ month ụgwọ akwụkwọ which is true. So ọ bụ na gọọmenti ga-enyela aka mee ihe niile ihe agbadata then akwụkwọ ndị kwesịrị ịkwụ ụgwọ ha mee afịa na-aga market a na-eflow like security anyị nwere now ha na-agbani ọkwa very very well because before iwere ike chefu imechi shop gị ịbata ma mfụzidatị mana now shop gị yele oye ịbata ihe ga-adịla and secondly ha fụ na shop gị yele oye apichielu gị kama ị ga-emezi bụ ikwu obele ego emepelu gị. So the security abịa na security dị mma ọ dị tight ya. Ndụmọdụ na-enye ha bụ na kịta abụrụzi mgbe a na-eche ka nwoke weta. Ịghọtago so ekwesị nwaanyị ọbụla enwere ihe ọ na-eme kwesị ka di gị dị alụgo ogologo ndụ. Ifugo ikwesị ọbụgodị ị ga-afụ ụsọ ụmụ nwaanyị na-elepịa wọta fụ ndị ga-eje nata akwụkwọ nri a na-ebugharị at least by ime ihe ahụ ịchọ ihe ị ga-eme ọ ga-enyela aka n'ezinụlọ mekwa di gị ahụ ọ struggle tụbatakwa ume adị ọ bụọzi ka ọ gba nke gị gbakwa ma nke nyanwa ga-agba. Ịghọtago so ndụmọdụ m na-enye ha bụ onye ọbụla gba mbọ chọọ ihe ọ ga na-alụ ka onye dị ya aka. Sit at home akwụsịgokwu ya but some jizia melụ mbọsị ezumike ha bụlụ mbọsị eji asụ akwa bụlụ mbọsị eji eme ọtụtụ ihe so ọ na-afịazi ụfọdụ arụ ịpụta for this afịa anya. Ịghọtago ụfọdụ na-apụtakwa na ndị kacha ntị pụta yarela ihe ọbụla ontili afịa gbasaa ọ bụlụ ego moto ka ịgbapụ bịa nọdụ. Ịghọtago so anyị na-emezi kama ya nọ n'ụlọ larụwa ụlọ ka ga mma na ịpụtali afịa ị na-ene n'ụwa ụwa na-enene gị soro ọnyanwa. Thank you ma.
Afa m bụ Mrs. Ogechiago. But ejima m n'afia bụ nwaanyị ngwo. Anyị sikwa ijukwa m ka nkwuo ka o sedere m. Ọnọdụ afia kịta adụrọkwa anyị mma n'arụ. Ọ jọgbukwara ude na-eshigbuo nkakwu. Maka na before insecurity anyị na-enwe experience now is XX. Ọ karịrị. Onwe mgbe before anyị amaghị ebe na break shop ma. Man nke hụ onwe ikwụchakwa m ụgwọ security abịa break o shop gị. Ị na-ajụ nde ka ọ ma mme so obodo na-adịghị anyị oyi onye chikwa na ọdịnya oyi nya gwa m ibe oshi fọta ihe anyị chọrọ ka gọọmenti mere anyị bụ maka achị na ofukitekwa imi ofukite enya gọọmenti ga-abatakara onye ọsọ enyemaka maka na anyị bụkwa ọka njọ anyị bụ ndị ụmụ ogbenye politicians na-eme abasawo ha ka bịa aka mara ka ama mme ka ewefuru anyị tax mgbe gọọmenti ndị ọzọ chịchavuru bịa anyị amaghị ihe bụ tax ma nke gọọmenti hụọ ọnwụ bịara anyị iwukwa nri riri wee kwụwa tax ana m akwụ tax onwe ya hụ gọọmenti na-emeri m ịgwaghị eziokwu mana gọọmenti na-ana m ego ọkwa nke taa nke echi ime oge akpọchie shọpụ gị ọnwa abụọ ka njọ gọọmenti batara anyị eze emeghe kanụ tụọ a karịa anyị bụ ndị ya ekire anyị bụ enwe n'ọfụ n'ọhịa otu aga acha a na-edoziri anyị ụzọ na onye gị na-agụ akụghị ada n'ụzọ ọma arụkọ idozichekwa ụzọ irighị ihe ịfụtakwa ịda ka anyị kara iju ewe anyị dawanya bụ garọp eyi ha onwe onye nye shuga n'ọnụ ọgbụfuo gọọmenti anyị chọrọ ka anyị nwebụ gọọmenti dị oyi onye na ịnabakwa be enye ụra na ọ bụ ịda ekwe iwere anya na tinye anya anyị chọrọ onye na-akpụkwe ọ na-akpụghị oyi gọọmenti ama nkwe nya bụ ka ehwete obi eju anyị oyi ụmụ ogbenye rijuwe ịhụ nya piete achịkwa m kwuo ọbụkwa peterobi ka aka ha nya nwe ka ọ bịa ọkụkwa aka oyi ịghọtawo ịnụkwa achị onye ehuchi ya achịkwe ọchị amara eze dị ọcha na eze dị deti peterobi dịkwa m ka ọ ka akara anyị ọbụọ m na-emere kampen mana ndị chịtara anụkwu isi efu ewee mara ụtọ shi eyi ọnya a na-ekwu ịgwa nke bụ eziokwu anyị bụ ndị nna adaghị mana ọmụrụ nwa amụghị uche enye onwe ka amụta nwachi anya ji emewe kidnapping onye ka amụta nwachi anya zuo ohi uche nne niile bụ ka nwaanyị dị oyi ịma na ana Igbo shi nọ nwata dụkwa mma ọ bụrụ nna bụ oyiri ọ dụkwa njọ ọ bụrụ na-enye mara ịghọtawo na ụmụaka anyị adịghị oyi na gọọmenti gwọ bụkwa ego kpara ego nwatakịrị na-erijufu ehọ nke ikpeazụ ga-abụkwa iwekwa ọbụrụ aka na garị bụ negichi yara gị mana ụnụ aṅụvu tii inekwe neghị je na ji dịrị neghị zuwo ohu achịkwa dị gị na ezu ohu ọṅụ oyi na ị na-ezu ohu ọkọ nju ụbọchị kpara ndị nna adaghị n'ọrụ ha ọmụrụ nwa amụghị uche enye ọchị na-azụ nwa mana ekpere anyị bụ n'ụbọchị taa bụ nọ ọkwa gọọmenti bata ihe niile dị ọkwa oyi ọdụwa oyi na-enye anya ịghọtara ọnju ụbọchị kpara ọnju ụbọchị ịhụrụ nke ikpeazụ bụkwa onye nụkwa afta ọchịrị obu n'aka sekuriti anyị generali ọ jọgburu udene shigbuo nkakwụ bikos ọ bụrụ bifo ihe na-ayavụ bụ ndụ ntọ ma hụọ bụ kidnapping na ya baa iwu kirikiri ụmụaka achị na ihe emetụ ọkwa ọhịa bụ ha na-epie atọkwara onye ha na 10 million ihe a bụ nju ụbọchị generali onwe ibe ọ na-adịghị eme na Nigeria anyị anụ bụ ịnụkwa nwa afọ ma ị na-eme travel na ị na-eje Lagos ijiri ndụ na ike ejeru afta ha n'ụzọ nwụrụ niile pịara ọhịa kpọọ ndị famili unu lamsọm mgbe a chịrị weta 80 million na ọ bụ na onye ọma anwụọ 20,000 o 20 million ka eyi onye ọma enwe chenji ịghọtawo obodo ajọka onidịghị mmadụ anyị metụ ugbu onwe m n'mkpu obodo njọrọ njọ generally security the bad gọọmenti nebere anya because it's getting out of hand ịnụkwa eme travel anwụrụ gị n'ihi ejeru ihe ka ijekọ anyị akpụwachi weta 30 million ịdọwara aka one ọ dịghị anyị oyi na ha gọọmenti na-ehe ma nebe sekuriti anya generally ma onye na-eme njem onye n'ọba enye ma onye dịka anyị ma na ọ na-ahịa n'ụwa ọnwụ anyị adịghị safe biko gọọmenti batara onye ọsọ enyemaka akwa gọọmenti ndị nne ma ndị nta ma ndị n'ọfụ ndị nta biko ha mara ihe ha mere batara anyị bụ ndị ọ na-enwe ka ọha eme ya ma ndị ahịa ma ndị gọọmenti ma ndị ọrụ oyibo ma ụmụ akwụkwọ anyị ụmụaka anyị jekwa akwụkwọ anyị anọ n'ekperi ọntụrụ ha arịa dịrị keke onwe ibe anyị ji bịa na ihe chụka anyị Idi onye keke nwa ojere call ya jibagbo nwa nunu na-enye hwe. Biko, government should help us in this situation of security. Thank you very much.
Afamo Buoluchi Chukwu. Ndị ba ya ekele m unu. Hey, ọnọdụ afịa kịta nọ na-agbawa m isi. Na-enweghị ihe anyị na-azụ. Na anyị tụkwuru wee na-ekiri afịa, anụgide ya pịwa fon. Ka anyị wee chụfu n'ụra mana still enwe ihe anyị na-azụ n'afịa. Na anyị tụkwuru wee na-ekiri anyị nwere ihe dị n'afịa adịrọ. Nke anyị ezido ọnụ ikwu okwu sef because ọnọdụ a anyị amaghị ebe anyị na-ebido na ebe a na-akwụsị. Mgbe ị na-ego ihe ụmụaka na-eri bifo ị na-egote bụ 1 naira mana kịta iji 5 naira igote nwuhu iji 2000 igote nwuhu agụrụ na-akwụdịtị nara anyị ọgọdọ kwụọrọ anyị nwa ndị gọọmenti ka anyị kere na ya aka biko na nke a karịa ya nye aka na ihe niile ọ kasikwe nke bikos ọ na-akwụ ndị workers ụgwọ ọfụma ifu na anyị ga na-ere ahịa ọfụma mana nke a bụ na ndị workers bịa ha na-ebe akwa na adịghị akwụ ha ụgwọ afịa adịrọ ya nyere anyị aka bututere anyị ọnụ afịa ihe at least ọnụ afịa ndị ihe datuo ọfụma ọ na-akwụ ndị workers ụgwọ ọ bụrụzi onye oke egote ngwere egote ihe niile a na-aga ọfụma kịta because ụmụ nwaanyị na-asụzi oyibo what a man can do and a woman can equally do it better sisi ha tie tụrụ n'anyị ofu nwaanyị n'akụkụ at least nwaanyị ahụ ga-enwe ike sorokwa na ihe a na-eme at least nwoke na-aje nwaanyị a na-eso ya n'ọta ka ihe kwesịrị ịdị o wee dị mma ọfụma abịakwana Enugu steeti o security ha dị oke kama na ihe ha ga-emere anyị ebere maka ndị emo oti ha na-ejizi ya because of them n'akụkụ ya adịghị ebe ha na-achọ onye keke akụrụ nwatakịrị na-ala skuul ọ dịrọ mma ma ụma security ọ dị oke n'Enugu anyị anụzi tigbo ozugbo n'Enugu anyị na onye ịlaba ịrahụ ụra ọfụma tete ọfụma na ya ka anyị chọrọ ọdụmọdụ na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m bụ si ha kulite n'ụra nwaazị kịta na-anụzi na-achebe di nye m buru pure water fụọ ị ga-erete ego rete at least di nye gị itinyekwe nke obere ahụ irete na pure water family a na-aga ama nụzi mpa nkechi bịa ka anyị lụọ ọgụ mma nkechi hapụ ya so ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m biko ana m ayọ unu pụtanụ ọ bụrụ pure water rebenụ ọ bụrụ ụgụ na-erebe ị ga na-erete ihe ị ga-eji wee na-azụ ụmụaka gị otu a ka ọ ha m n'olu daalụ some people some na-esi n'aka nne o asị m some na-esi n'aka nne some na-esikwa n'aka ụmụaka ahụ ọ bụrụ isi ike na-ebutere ha ịdị na-eti aka n'ebe na-adọrọ mma ana anada ka enyi sikwa som ndị nne bụ na enwere nwa ga na-eme ihe na-adọrọ mma ịkọshọn na nne ya pụtasị gị jee zụọ nke nna be gị bife bịa zụọrọ ya nke ya si efugo ebe ahụ ka nne si wee na-ada mana ọ bụrụ ma ọ ga-adịkwa mma na ọ ga-adị mma na anyị nwee ndidi na ọ ga-adịrị anyị mma ekpere nna ekpere obodo anyị bụ Chukwu ya biko gbata ọsọ enyemaka mee ka everything dị mma and gọziere anyị gọvanọ anyị ka ihe na-aga ọfụma anya bụ ekpere afọ m bụkwa Oluchi Chukwu daalụ
afọ m bụ Ekene Ona from Iweze South n'ihe akpọ ka in Nsukka Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Well, for now ihe ndị afịa na-agabiga na ihe ndị ọrụ oyibo na-agabiga na ihe ndị ọrụ aka na-agabiga bụ almost ofu ihe maka na ka ọ dịbe oke ka ọ dịbe ọgụnụ o nwere onye arụ fọrọ na gọọmenti a ka anyị bido from nke anyị mụnwa mara anya bụ ndị afịa ịbịa na New Market afịa anyị nọ na ya kịta New Market arịarịa New Market dị n'Enugu steeti. So far so good. The condition I bụ ndị afịa nọ na New Market juwe nọ kịta arụ afọrọ anyị nọ na nje afịa aka na-ekwu na anyị nọ na nje afịa. The current government nke etiti abịa tinye tax anyị akwụba tax and I believe na government bụ inyem nyeg ihe doro government na anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa bụ government nye anyị government tax government na anyị ga-akwụ tax anyị na-akwụ tax mana the government anyị na-akwụ the tax enwere ike isi ka ọ bịa mara ka anyị bụ afịa ebe nwaanyị na-azụta afịa ka anyị sha eme ma ya na-azụtakwa afịa ma ha da-azụta afịa ihe n'anya na edise line nke ị nọ na ya ihe na-akpọ line a bụ ọdaanụ mgbada ọdaanụ ihe na-aga ebe a bụ ijiji oke ngwele mana anyị na-eme expect ihe kwesịrị ịga ebe a bụ mmadụ then mgbe mmadụ na-agafete ebe a dị busy anyị na-akwụ tax at least ọtụtụ beta mana nke a bụ na anyị na-akwụ tax mana this place is scanty okay gọọmenti kwesịrị ime ka afịa nwa na-akwụ tax dị busy mana ihe gọọmenti na-emebe ha anaghị tax achara anyị waka
ihe gọọmenti ga-eme ka afịa wee dị busy
na ihe gọọmenti ga-eme bụ iruo na merod mejọ ọrụ ede ebe n'ụzọ ajeberu to iva ebe aha ka afịa niile nọ na market na merod mana believe na gọọmenti na ha chọrọ ka ụzọ merod dị free n'ihe ha ma abịa ime afịa mana ọ bụrụ ọzọ n'ime afịa ka na-azụ afịa na ọzọ na merod na major road moto na-aga ka a na-azụzụ afịa ije na merod ebe ahụ ụzọ ajeberu to iva na ndị dị busy ebe ahụ anara ego bụ ndị ngwo ha dị busy ndị nke a na grupu nke abịa na 200 grupu ndị nke ọzọ abịa a na-eme by 10 to 12 to 4 ihe a ka asha na dị busy naanị ya den ndị nwa nọ n'ime ahịa kwesịrị ịdị na-ereta ahịa ọ bụzie na merod ka na-azụ ahịa uche mụnwa believe na gọọmenti ahụ anyị na-akwụ ụgwọ kwesịrị ịbịa put things in order major road ahụ onye ọbụla bata n'ime afịa Emmanuel merod bụ ihe moto na-agba not mmadụ ịdị na-azụ afịa iru ebe ahụ sef anyị nwa na-azụ ahịa n'ime afịa bụ anyị mechaa afịa anyị na-ana n'ụta ka moto na-echikere onye ọbụla ọkpa maka na ndị agha na-anacha 200 the busy vurubaro block cha the whole road moto na-azụ ụzọ mmadụ na-azụ ụzọ
ka ndị isi afịa ya bụ ndị isi unu n'afịa si wee malụ n'ụdị ọnọdụ anyị
ma onye isi afịa ma gọọmenti ha si abụ ofu onye isi afịa ebe a I discover that not the busy achọ nke ya akpa nke ya because na ịma ngwa m na ego ha na-anata na merod ebe ahụ na onwere ihe ha na-ebenefit and ịma gwa m na onye isi afịa enwere ihe ọ na-enweta from that merod ọkwa bụ na o nwere ihe ọ na-enweta from merod ahụ ọ bụ na enwere gọọmenti na-enweta from merod ahụ na ha ma nkwe ka ihe a mebe exist mana ọ maka ọsọ ya nwere na onye isi afịa ma ndị gọọmenti nwa anaghị tas nwere ha na-enweta ha na-agafe ebe ahụ eme anya ka ọ na-ada afụ mana ha fụchara ya niile ịma na gọọmenti politicians abụrụ ka esi kwuo na mbido ka a ga-esi mebe mgbe onye isi ala na-achị gọọmenti Enugu steeti batara na ọ gwara anyị na 100 days na ihe dị iche ga-emebe mana afọrọ m ihe dị iche mebere kama nọ na-akawanya njọ just like onye isi ala bụ Tinubu shiwekwa anyị nkwa ada ekuzi okwu infrastructure na ihe a na-ekuzi okwu bụ ka mmadụ ga-esi wee zọrọ onwe ndụ maka ihe a na-egbu karịrị every day by day a na-waste blood ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ na anyị nọrọ onwe anyị na-adị egbu mmadụ ma ọ na ọsọ tasị ọ bụrụ edife ọ bụ nke a bụrụ ya edibie mana nke a bụ na anyị ga-anọrọ anara anyị tasị anyị na-egbukwe ndụ anyị adọrọ save na Naịjirịa onwere onye ndụ ha dị save na Naịjirịa onye ọbụla na-azụ onwe ya onwere dị save onye so na adị save na Naịjirịa ya kwuo onwere gọọmenti nke a bịara mụnye ọkụ na-arụ ndị mmadụ onwere onye arụ fọrọ ihe m chọrọ ịma na nke anyị ji bụrụ mmadụ ikwu ihe ị chọrọ at the end of the day emebe nke ha onwere na ebe nke gọọmenti nke kịta nke Tinubu bịara gwụ mmadụ ike m na o ji onye ọbụla eme karịkachọ ikuche otu abụ n'ezi ikuche ị na-agwa ya okwu n'ụdị na-enye ya advice ọ na-ahụtaghị na bụ an opposition party APC mana ihe ya niile bụ na omekịta anya na omekịta imi ọ ma ngwa m onye President Tinubu ama ngwa anyị na enwere nwanne gọọmenti na-eme affect so na advice m ebe the current gọọmenti nọ ndị APC bụ na ha mata nọ mmadụ ka ha na-achị ha mata na mmadụ ka ha na-achị n'ihe ha na-achị na-agabiga karịrị anyị na-ezere ọnwụ anyị na-ezere karịrị and ọ kachacha njọ na gọọmenti APC a.
Afa m bụ Mrs. Caroline Obi ọnọdụ obodo anyị na ka o si wee dị ọ na-emetụta m because na ma onye ihu ma onye azụ nwere onye ọdọ emetụta because na onwerozi ebe ama a na-eme ọ na-abụfu oge ndị ozi ọma na-ekwusi na mmadụ ga-afe ya jide ego na mamfe ya ego ifugo ihe ị ga-ego ego ịma mfu ego dịka ọ dị kịta ihe niile adịka ngala ọnụ ọbụnagodo ọjị anụ anyị na-ere ofu penta ọjị a bụ 15,500 ile 16,500 ka eji ele so otu a kịta ihe niile dị onwe ezebe otu a ụmụ nwaanyị na-atagbuzi onwe ha n'afọ n'ụdị dị iche iche agbada otu akwụkwọ akpọsa ele bi n'elili nri abịala otu anyị nọ kịta ewere ụgwọ dị iche iche egbusisi ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị tasị anaghị na-ekwusa anaghị nke esowama anaghị nke anaghị ọchịchị ahụ na ebe a na-anaghị adị n'ebe dị iche iche ịnọkọtakwuo ị na-agba m ọsọ o nwere ike esiji akụ aka n'ụzọ iji ekwefụta bikos na maka na ijighị ihe na anyị kwụchara kịta 36 inwe shed na anọ ị ga-akwụchacha 36 ma ịkpọsara ma ịkpọsaghị ihe ị ga-akwụ ya so nọ ihe dị na ya na ọ gbakaziri anyị alụ anyị na-ayọ ndị na-achịzi ha ma ebere ha ụtazị mgbe izi ya na anaghị 1,000 naira anyị jiri obi ọcha na-akwụ nwere onye na-agba ọsọ mana nke a bụ na nwere 3 minutes abịakwa si gị weta ya amakwa ileta gị ọ gị weta iweta eweke ikpoche nke gị ị na-ejegharị so ọ dịzi anyị ọ dị anyị njọ mana anyị na-ayọ Chineke na-agbanweela anyị ọnọdụ obodo a na-agbanweela anyị na-emetụ ndị isi niile aka na-emetụkwa ndị niile ndị gaghị achịkwachi aka na-emetụ ndị niile na-alụ ọrụ aka so onye a gwara nke dị mma ka ọ na-anya ka e wee mee ụwa niile onwekwa maka na ụwa na-ejimejiri ụwa na-emeji ọkwa onye nwụọ nke ya agaghị onwekwa ebe ọzọ ọkwa onye nwụọ nke ga-aga anyị na-ayọ Chineke ya biko maka otu anyị na-ene nkịta nwanne nya ala alụmụla ọmụgodo ma maka gbakọta onweghị owe nsị Chineke biko melu m ebele ụnụ ụtụtụ Monde jebe mishọn jere sekpụla nsị Chineke biko ihe ọbụla bụ uche ya meelu m ka m letagodo ego nji igolu nri ri nyaa so kwucha ya wefụta mbịakwa nyekwa maka nleta nke nji igolu gokọrọ nri nalụ welu sie iwe a nye ụmụazị lie nke m so iwe nna ya obodo anụma bụ obodo a biko ihe ọbụla bụ ọgbata obosi mee ndị ka ebe niile dịkwa na mma ma ndị ana ma ndị ihu ma ndị azụ Hausa nọrọ Igbo nọrọ Yoruba nọrọ ebe niile nọrọ ma ihe gawa agawa ka ọ dị na mma ana m ayọ Chineke ya biko na onwere onye ọzọ ga-eme n'abụ Chineke ga-agbanwe ọnọdụ obodo a ọ bụrụ ma ekpere onye na-ekpere mana ọ mbụsọ ọgbasị Chineke ọ gbanweela anyị ọnọdụ obodo a ana m ayọ Chineke ọ ga-adịrị anyị mma n'ụtụtụ ọ ga-adịrị anyị mma n'ehihie ọ ga-adịrị anyị mma n'abalị ọ ga-adịrị anyị mgbe niile ọ ga na-enye anyị anyị na-ayị ya papa ana m asị na meela anyị karịa ka anyị pụrụ ịyọ na Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị.
Afa m bụ nna Jọfọ Chijioke. Ọnọdụ obodo anyị jogburu dị n'esigbo nkakụ. Ndị obere mmadụ ewughị onye were ọnụ okwu. Anyị na-atagbu ụwa anyị n'afụfụ n'ime ahịa. Enweghị ụzọ akụ wee jewe Ọnịsha dị nso n'ebe onye ọbụla nọ, ọkachasị n'ebe ndị ahịa nọ. Ị na-anya na main road na mgbago na ndịda iwu onye na-afụ na-agafe onye pụta jụọ na ịda afụzi ebe ndị na-abịa ego ga-ahịa ha ga-asị gị bụ na ego adrọ ime blame ndị mmadụ ebe ọ bụ na onye bụ ọ dị ka akwụsịgo nke ahụ onye bụ pịọ wata a ga-ana ego n'ime shọpụ ebe ịbata ebe m na-akụta 6,000 naira na-ewe ngwa ahịa debe ihe gata ụdabi ikichi eketa 36,000 naira ewere onye na-egota ụzọ ihe eyi ụmụaka na iri gị wabụ onye bịara ahịa ma rie udu ma nri nkịtị sef so obodo anyị jọgburu uwe ya na ogologo ụzọ anyị one gọọmenti batara ahịa one day n'ime ahịa ebe a I'm a very old man wee sị anyị n'ọnọdụ anyị ka anyị si n'ọnọdụ anyị jọgburu uwe na ahịa ji obodo lọla anyị oge ọ na-achị ihe a bụ ihe elefugo m ihe a before butu oyi butu ị na-eye ebe na ị ga-afụ dị otu the main road dị before mmiri na mbuze na-akwatu everyday na-akwatu everyday until ọ dụrụ otu ọ dị ihe a na-abịa ime ebe ịkọrịta ego n'ime ahịa akọrịta ya eburu wee na ndị na-akụta 6,000 naira kedu ihe mere ha n'ime anyị ewero onye kpanye ofu mkpụrụ ngwa ahịa tata ịchọ ọ bụrụ half gbanne ịchọ kwakọrọ wee na ihe kọsịrị ya bụ na iwero ndị nọ n'ime anyị kọsịrị ya bụ na ego adọrọ ihe kọsịrị ya bụ na ụga na ekwere ndị mmadụ megharịa arụ so gọọmenti Enugu steeti akalụ njọ ebe ọ na-ejogbu onwe ya bụ na ị ga-akpanye ngwa ahịa 10,000 naira n'ime shop anagụta 6,000 naira ma ị nawa village ebe ọ bụ ka ọ bụ the best ị na-ana village ịnọbụgo na township before ndị nke ahụ wee banye anyị eweji protection anyị na-eweta n'ebe gọọmenti nọ ihe m na-ayọ ka emee bụ obodo anyị bụ Naijiria hapụ ndị winrụ ka ha chịa na ana were ndị ajọ mmadụ wee magoro ndị ezigbo mmadụ wee ndị mmadụ nenere anya na ọ ga-achịwa obodo anyị amagoro ha wepụ ha ndị ajọ mmadụ abanye chịwa anyị obodo ọbụla ndị ajọ mmadụ na-achị obodo ahụ na-atagbu onwe ha n'afụfụ ọ bụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ na-amụ ụfụ mmadụ ibe mmadụ n'afọ maka anyị nche niile bụ ndị nne na nna mụ a na-ewere isi n'ebe nne na nna mụrụ wee pụta na amara na afụfụ ụdị mara ọ bụ ndị ajọ mmadụ pụta ha magoro ndị nke ọzọ chụpụ ha megokwara ndị nke ọzọ chụpụ ha ndị ahụ batara abụ sọsọ aja ka ha na-ekpunye ndị mmadụ n'ọnụ so anyị na-ayọ bido na federal gọọmenti ka onye bụrụ ndị winrụ bụ ihe na-achị anyị n'obodo a ya bụzi na ndị ajọ mmadụ na-achị anyị n'obodo a na ọ jọgburu onwe ya ana m ekene unu
afọ mbụ Sista Stella Ofie chai anaghị ekwu ọ dọrọ m mma chaa maka na ihe na-eme ugbu a ọ na-agba m anya mmiri ahịa anyị na-azụ ihe anyị na-egobu dịka 60,000 ihe a na-erezi 130,000 ịwọ na ọ majinyere ego karịrị ego ọ bụ ọzọ ya na-ekwu ka a na-eme not too much ama m onye je ekute mmiri kwọrọ ka anyị kwọrọ ọ dị too much na-ayọ ndị ọchịchị anyị ka ewedata aka ka ha mara ihe emeri ya ụmụ ogbenye atagbu onwe ha n'afọ onye ọna na-ebe ma ndị ukwu ma ogbenye ma okenye ma ndị big man maka ana m afụcha ndị big man na-abịacha ahịa ebe a otu ha si eti mkpu ha jikwere ego bịa na ha na-ese na ha ego ya ji na ya afọ ọzọkwa na ihe ya gote na o buru ibu ọ bụrụ gị oke ngara ọnụ ihe garara ọnụ too much so ọ dịrọ mma na-ayọ gọọmenti ka agbata ọsọ enyemaka ebe nchọ ka gọọmenti gbata ọsọ enyemaka o buru ibu na mbụ mgbe izizi earlier this year fuel atinyeghị ego ozugbo fuel bịa tinye ego ihe niile ria anyị na-enwe aṅụrị lasị ihe bịa daa onye ọ na-enwe aṅụrị ma okenye ma ndị ụmụaka everybody nwee aṅụrị na ihe daa within ebe March obido tinyebezi ego tinyere ego gbago to 1,500 ịhụ na ọ dị too bad Nigeria nwe oyi gọọmenti Chineke gọzi Nigeria gọziga anyị oke ihe niile Chineke tinye na Nigeria onwe nke na-amịta mkpụrụ ọma ọ bụ gịnị ihe niile a na-ebupụ ya outside onwe nke Nigeria nwere onwe nke na-erute dịka ndị mmadụ ọ bụrụzie outside ka a na-ebupụ ihe a which is very bad that fuel a mere ka ihe gara ọnụ o mere everything dị gara ihe niile onwe ihe amam ihe m ga-ekwu na nke ahụ ọ dị too much another one bụ gịnị nchekwa dị mkpa n'obodo niile Nigeria enweghị security even ma ofu a na-asị na enwe security na-enwe onweghị security anyị nwe because ị ga na-aga n'ụzọ ị na-eche ka ya ga-esi wee ruo ebe a because ndị ntọrị Another one bụ gịnị ndị yawu anụnwa na-ere nkịta nweghị onye mara onye bụ onye inwe ike ịbanye m na moto ịma nọ ndị yawu ọdịmanda ntọrị aka ya eme asị gị ngwa bring your phone weta nka ike akwụ ekwu were egbe chekwu so which is very bad ka ebe ike ihe anyị ga-akọ aga aka ofu ka yara ịbụa ọ dị too much so ama m ebe ya na-ayọ Chineke na-ayakwa gọọmenti ka benete ihe a niile na-ere na ka ụmụ Naịjirịa ka obi anyị na-adata maka ụfọdụ ụmụaka anyị mụrụ ụfọdụ nọcha agbapụzi outside si na ebe a ka ha mma ụfọdụ pụọ a na-arịrịtezi na ga-anata because ọ gịnị nchekwa onye ga-achị obodo oyibo ga-anata ma ọ dịghị ndị ga-echekwa ya onye achị obi n'aka because ị nwere ike ịnakpu ọ na-aga n'ụzọ asọrọ ndị agụ tọrọ gị ozugbo jee n'ime ọhịa atọ gị jee n'ime ọhịa tọrọ gị jee ebe masị ha sị kpọba afọ ego ma ewetaghị ego agbagbuo onye ahụ ịhụ na ihe ahụ adịrọ mma so na-ayọ gọọmenti ka a mara ihe a ga-eme ya ha tinye ebe ahụ ọnụ ya ihe m chọrọ ikwu
afa mbụ Josephine Ndụka ọnọdụ obodo a dị ọkwọ mma maka na ma fuel ihe niile ome ngwaahịa arịrị ọfụma ọ na-emezi ihe onye ya egote ọ ya egote nwe a na-eme anyị na-ata afụ anyị na-atagbu onwe anyị n'afụ n'obodo ahụ iji kwuo eziokwu adebe ọ nọ ka njọ bụ na prezidenti anụbeghị m onu ya na ya hụkwa nke mbụ bụ si ka patuo fuel ihe adịba mma na ene crayfish ka ọ na-arị azụ niile ọrịrị ka ezi ka ndị ugbo ogbe ya esi gote nwu ihe ha na-eri ọ na-ahịa ahụ onye bịa chọọ igoro ihe 1000 ọ sịghị nye nke 200 n'ihi na ego adịghọ mma ego na-akọ amamebe kwadobela ego adịghọ ọnọdụ obodo adịghọ mma onye dịka ya akọ ọnọdụ obodo adịghọ mma mana nchekwa ma n'ihe niile maka na ị na-aga n'ụzọ ụjọ ezuo gị arụ ị na-aga free because na ị nwere ike na-eme n'ụdị bụ
every second the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good evening to you, good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining this evening on Aneke Brief, that one-stop show that brings to you events, situations, and occasions that are happening around Enugu and the Southeast. This is Aneke Brief, and I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochomma. Now on this show, we bring to you conversations ranging from every part that you can think of, both emotional, psychological, political, economical, and of course spiritual, concerning things around Enugu, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, and Abia states, all states around the Southeast. And yes, our guest is already here with us in the studio. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing to you a brief highlight of the events and issues that are trending in the Southeast today as it appears on the news bulletin. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is Aneke Brief. Like I mentioned earlier, our guest is already in the studio, and he is a real estate practitioner, I like to call it that, and he's a dear friend. I've known him for quite some time, and it's good to have him today with me in the studio. He is Engineer Ibe Chukwudi Frank Stanley. He's the CEO, Blake City Shelters Limited.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining me this evening.
Good afternoon, Prince.
How have you been?
I'm very fine.
It's when you're calling my full name.
Your names.
Well, it's my name. I'm glad that you still remember my name after all these years. Exactly. Anyway, we'll just go straight into our news bulletin for this evening. We have 4 topics that we just, have an overview of before we get into our conversation for this evening. Now, on the first, we have a story from Umuahia, Abia State. It says the Umuahia Capital Development Authority has commenced the demolition of illegal structures in parts of the Abia State capital as part of ongoing urban renewal efforts. So I think this is to create more road, or whatever reason they had to demolish, to have, I'm sure the government has a plan for the structure of the city, so hence the demolitions. So how do you think, being a real estate person, how do you think this will affect both the government and the citizens?
Okay, I think firstly, the government of Abia State, they are working so tirelessly, making sure that Abia State becomes one of the world class, not just in Nigeria, but in West Africa at large. So Dr. Alex Oti, who is the current governor of Abia State, is actually, his works are actually commendable because he needs Abia State to be at that list of one of the states that both, when you come to commerce, when you come to industrializations, when you come to urbanizations and so many other things that makes up a society, he wants Abia State to be one of the very best in Southeast. Apart from insecurities, although insecurities there are also been touched over there as well as in Abia State here. So I think he's working tirelessly to make sure that Abia State is among the front lines of states here in Southeast.
Okay, well, still in Abia State, the government has inaugurated computerized vehicle inspection centers in Aba and in Umuahia to improve road safety and ensure that only roadworthy vehicles operate within the state. This is, tech-driven and innovation. Yeah, I feel it's innovative based on the accidents, to control accidents and having to take off bad vehicles from the road. Okay,
the best way to handle situations is when you computerize so many things, you digitalize so many things, and having that mindset of having vehicles being checked computer-based is quite commendable. Just like I said, Dr. Alex Oti, he has always wanted Abia State to be the #1, and I think his vision, his mission, and also his objectives to project Abia State, it's always been in his mind and in his heart, and I'm sure that he will definitely make it to his 2nd term without any stronger opposition that will fight him, because I'm not a member of Labour Party, I'm not a member of NDC, but I think he's one of the best here in the Southeast.
So far. Okay, still in Abia State, of course, the Nigerian Medical Association Abia State branch has called off its planned industrial action following the release of kidnapped orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bonaventure Agwacha. So Dr. Agwacha was kidnapped last month while traveling from Imo to Umuahia. And over the past couple, I think it was yesterday, before yesterday, they came out to say that they were going to engage in an industrial action if the doctor was not released. But seeing that they have called it off, I'm guessing the doctor has gained his freedom.
Okay, insecurity is one of the major menaces that faces the society in current days. It is so troublesome, it's so worrisome that you can't even travel on roads without having the mindset of coming back safely. Just like 2 weeks ago, or will I say 3 weeks ago, I traveled to Abuja on road, and on my way coming back, I posted it on my social media, on my Instagram. On my way coming back, I met those bandits, and it was just like a hell to me. Like, I felt that insecurity, because all this while I've been seeing insecurity in televisions, I've been hearing it in radios, but this particular one, I witnessed it. And in my heart, I felt like, okay, I witnessed it, but I was not adopted. What of those who have been adopted? What of those who have been on their way? Maybe, probably they are traveling for their various businesses, they are traveling to see their family members, and on the way they are kidnapped. What would be the fate of both those who were kidnapped and their family members? I was able to fix myself in their shoes, and I see that if this country doesn't face insecurity critically, I don't know the fate of a common man like me who cannot be able to afford flights in Nigeria. That would be very bad for persons like us. So government really needs to look into matters like insecurity.
Honestly, well, while we are still hoping and praying that the children that were kidnapped are being released, we are thankful that this particular doctor has been released, because, I mean, being a surgeon at this level, you would understand that there are persons whose life are on his hands, and if he is being held up in custody, I wonder what will happen to this said person. So we are grateful that he's been released. All right, that's all on the news bulletin review we have for this evening. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be going to our conversation for this evening, and we are looking at a rather sensitive, I wouldn't say sensitive, but something that has been on the mind, or is on the mind, of so many citizens of the Southeast. And we're talking about the price of living in Enugu and across southeastern states, tenant rights and skyrocketing rents. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Southeast region has long been known for its entrepreneurial spirit, strong family values, and growing urban centers. However, as housing costs continue to rise faster than incomes, many residents are asking whether the dream of secure and affordable accommodation is gradually slipping out of reach. If you live in Enugu, from New Haven to Independence Layout, from Ababa to GRA, from Transikulu to Ugwaji, you've heard it or you've lived it. The landlord just called, rent is due, and it has gone up again by 40%, by 50%, by 60%, sometimes 100%. And oftentimes, no repairs done, no notice given. And you hear, just take it or leave it. And if you leave it, where would you go? Because the next house is just as expensive. In the last 3 years, Enugu's rent has become a second taxation, if we're being honest with ourselves. A 2-bedroom flat that was around $350 in 2022 now goes for around 800 to 1.2 million in places like New Haven and GRA. Even in Ababa and Aneke, where we used to get 150, is now 400 and above. Self-contained house students and young workers are now 250 and 350 per year, with landlords demanding 2 years upfront, an agreement, plus caution, plus agency, plus damage fees before you even collect the key. Meanwhile, salaries haven't moved. The minimum wage is still at 70,000 naira. But beyond the burden, the financial burden, the housing challenge raises broader questions about urban planning, social welfare, economic justice, and sustainable development. If affordable housing becomes inaccessible to ordinary residents, what impact will that have on the social and economic future of Enugu and the southeastern states? And what role should government, housing regulators, landlord associations, and tenancy advocacy groups play in addressing the growing crisis? Are tenants receiving adequate protection under the law? Are landlords justified in increasing rents in response to economic realities? These are some of the issues we'll be addressing this afternoon on the topic, the price of living in Enugu and across southeastern states. Tenant rights versus skyrocketing rents. Already I've introduced my guest this evening. He's engineer Ibe Chukwudi Frank Stanley. He's the CEO, Blake City Shelters Limited.
Exactly.
Good afternoon and thanks for joining once again.
Thank you.
All right, let's, we've had a brief conversation. Before we went on air, we've had at length conversation. And I said I wasn't sure where I was going to start off my questions from. But let's hit it straight at the head. At what point did we get to where we needed to, have skyrocketing rents, especially here in Enugu State? What was that turning point where we started paying higher amounts when it comes to rent? Okay, thank you.
I would rather say, I would rather start with the factors that affect or that brought up to the high rents here in Enugu. And one of the major factors is a factor that you will even be surprised to hear. Like, I've been in real estate for over 3 to 5 years, and I've studied, I've met with clients, I've met with landlords, I've known the real cause why high rents have been, or why we witness high rents here in Enugu. And one of the major factors, which is the #1 factor that I'm going to mention, is from the clients or from the prospective tenants. Do you know the reason why? There are some apartments that maybe you know that this apartment is very expensive as a prospective tenant, and you are desperate to rent an apartment, and maybe probably you get to those apartments, agents get you there, and you know that they are expensive, but at the end of the day you go to pay for those apartments. I think we are not encouraging others who cannot be able to afford those houses. I'll give you an instance. There was a particular apartment that we rented in Transekulu, and it was a 1-bedroom apartment, 1 million. That was the first time that an apartment was being rented for 1 million in Enugu, which was in Transekulu. So when this house came into market, we met the landlord. We tried to appeal to him, because I told you earlier that we do appeal to landlords, that prices of renting an apartment is usually expensive. Sometimes we do appeal, sometimes we advocate. So we met this landlord and we told him that this particular apartment is on the high side. But the only thing that he told us was, if we cannot be able to rent that apartment at 1 million, because of, he was checking the building cost, he was checking the cost of transportation, and he was also checking the proximity of his property, because he saw that his property was almost on the third road. Okay. So he said that if you cannot be able to rent it for 1 million, that we should leave his house. So we left that particular apartment for over 2 months. It wasn't rented. But shockingly to us, 3 guys, I wouldn't want to call them Yahoo boys, I wouldn't want to call them fraudulent guys, I don't care how their sources of income comes, but 3 guys came to pay for this apartment, and they took 3 of those apartments. So when agents realized what happened, the next day someone paid, the following day another person paid, and at the end of the day, an apartment that was a house that was abandoned by agents just because of the high increased rent was actually paid by desperate people, and at the end of the day, such landlords would say that, okay, they were able to achieve their goals by leaving that particular apartment at a very high cost, and maybe if some other closer landlord sees that this particular apartment was rented on the high side, other ones will also be encouraged to also make their own as well, be at the high side. That is the #1 factor that affects rent. Then secondly, just like we have inflation here in Nigeria, it's a major challenge here. both in the stock exchange market, because the more dollar goes up and comes down, the more building materials also goes up. Just like today, I checked the cost of cement today. It was quite outrageous. You know, you can imagine someone acquiring just one bag of cement for 12,500 naira or 13,000 just for one bag. So you now check if it's someone who just started a project recently, what is going to face, both in cost of acquiring materials, one, cost of acquiring labor, cost of transportation, like everything has just skyrocketed, gone so up. You get, so things like that do affect the high rental values here in Enugu State.
Okay, away from houses that are built newly, I mean, like from what you rightly said, the cost of purchase of building materials has increased, hence why some persons who build houses have a certain amount fixed. Let's talk about houses that are not new, right? Houses that have been built over the years, and then because of I wouldn't know what these reasons are. Maybe you help us outline the reasons why landlords, existing landlords with existing tenants, what reasons that would lead to them waking up one morning or one weekend, or for whatever reasons they woke up that day and decide that that's the day for an increment in rent. And oftentimes you see that nothing has been effectively done on the house. I can, like I said, I can understand a new house, but help us understand why existing houses do have to increase rents.
Okay, just like I said earlier, some houses or some landlords probably maybe if they rent a particular apartment as high as 2 million, for instance, they still have neighbors, other landlords who are still closer to them that don't have or doesn't have virgin houses, you know. And most of all those landlords, I don't know if they are in one particular union. Okay. In the extent that maybe if one particular person could be able to successfully rent his apartment very high, you'll see the other ones who are still around, you know, trying to reference on the previous apartment that was rented. Like some landlords would tell you that, are you not seeing the house that they just rented here, that they rented it for 2.5 million? Why would you want my own to be 1.5 million? And in some cases, most of all those landlords who have old buildings or old tenants, they would want to give the tenants quick notice at the guise of increasing or inflating the house rents. And secondly, some houses that are in a very better proximities, that is close to the access road, or some that are very closer to accessible water, because these are the factors that it helps to inflate the values or the cost of houses. Once a house, the proximity is okay, it has running water, it has better or steady electricity, and it also has better facilities. You know, some of those landlords would see their apartments as gold. You get, so in most cases they would want to increase their house rents just because of one or two factors that may not really be able to make someone who is reasonable, you know, to increase their rents. Yeah. This
action, is it by any way backed up by the law, both federal or state law? Because it's a common reoccurrence, and it seems like it has become normal for a landlord to just decide to increase his rent. Are there procedures, actual procedures, needless of the reasons that you've mentioned? Are there procedures that you say that these lawyers follow when they want legally, or maybe so by some documentation or some process you have to follow before you can increase rent, such that when you present it to your tenants, okay, these are the things I had to file, these are the things I had to do that led me to increase this rent? Or is it just something that is done on a whim based on the things you just mentioned?
Okay, you know, at my understanding, I think Nigeria is not supposed to be a lawless country, but the citizens are making the country lawless. You know, you can see someone who is in a haste or who has been frustrated just because of an apartment. You go to pay for an apartment, and maybe at the end of the day, the landlord charges you for the legal fee, which is tantamount for you to have your legal agreement being signed. But at the end of the day, you don't take it as a major concern. You don't take it so seriously to sign your tenancy agreement, because all those things are being stipulated there in the tenancy agreement.
Okay.
A landlord is not supposed to increase rent when it is not up to 3 years.
Of you living in it.
Living there, exactly. So under the law, it has been there. But so many persons don't care to sign those tenancy agreements. And some of the, in some cases, the reason why they don't want to sign it is because once they see that the legal fee of that particular apartment is as low as 100,000 naira, they wouldn't care to, because they know that once that legal fee is up to 200,000, that there must be a legal fee which should be signed. You get, but once an apartment, once they charge you cheaper in the legal fee, maybe you don't know that it's a game, that if you ask for your tenancy agreement, the landlord will say, he will tell you how much did you pay for your legal tenancy agreement or for your legal fee. So there is no need for you requesting for that tenancy agreement. And at the end of the day, you say, okay, they collected 100,000 naira or they charged 50,000 naira. So that means there is no need. But at the end of the day, you see yourself falling into the crimes of landlord just waking up one day and increasing rents. Not just increasing rents. Landlord can even wake up one day and tell you that he needs that your particular apartment, which is not right.
So it's partly the tenant's fault that these activities and actions are done.
Once you sign your tenancy agreement, all those things are being written down, and not just for you signing it. You have to go through the legal or the tenancy agreement, go through what was written there, so that you can be able to have a clearer view of what you'll be expecting once you rent that particular apartment.
All right. We often have this amount we pay when we rent a house. I mean, the actual rent is often high enough. And then you see added, you've mentioned one of them, legal fee, you see agency fee, you see caution fee. Now, if I am to pay 1.2 million naira for rent, shouldn't that in a way have some compensation for these other fees that needs to be paid? Because it feels like sometimes when you accumulate every amount you need to pay, the actual rent sometimes is just what you added extra is almost as half, or sometimes 40% of your actual rent. Exactly, yeah. So why do we have that when it comes to housing?
Okay, you know, so many persons do have that mindset that they will tell you this is your first payment, then this is your subsequent payment. Some of them go to the extent of convincing you that your first payment is usually heavy, and you at some point you wouldn't have any questions or any objectives to that, because you really needed that particular apartment. Then they would also tell you that maybe they would like to calm you down and tell you that your subsequent payment is 800,000 naira, but your first payment is 1.5 million. Then at the end of the day, you say, okay, there's no problem. Let me just run around and get that 1.5 million. Then I know that from next year, I will be paying 800,000. All those things are fraud, and all those things are not meant to be implemented or not meant to be practiced. You get, but let me take it one after the other, just like the agency fee. You and I understand the meaning of agency fee. We are the real estate brokers. Without an agent, you cannot be able to have access to the particular apartment, not just the particular apartment, to the area that you wanted that particular apartment. Just like your vicinity where you work, your work area is here in Ogui. So you would also want to rent an apartment that is closer to Ogui or closer to Independentnews, or in a place that the proximity is very okay. You get? So in some cases like that, you would not or in any way want to sorry, come to that question again. I'm
asking why we need to pay caution.
Okay, why you need to
pay? Some call it damage fee when I've already paid a certain amount for rent.
Okay. So that particular rent that you pay is maybe you've paid it, but when it comes to the other charges, just like the agency fee, which is the broker's fee, you pay it based on an agent helped you in getting that particular apartment. Then the legal fee, just like I mentioned, is what you pay for your legal or your agreement, tenancy agreement signing. Then when it comes to caution, I so much believe that caution should be paid. Do you know why? I've been in a situation whereby I see a client who left an apartment damaged, you know, and that particular apartment that was damaged, there are still prospective tenants who would still want to rent that particular house. Just like you come to this particular office now, you see that the toilet has been damaged, you see that the kitchen cabinet has been damaged, you see that the wardrobes, you see that the pipes have been damaged. At some point, they even damaged the wiring system of that particular flat. So you would then be asking yourself, who in his or her right senses would want to come to someone's house and start damaging things, you know? So there are some persons who makes that caution fee a must.
But this caution fee, from what I understand, it should be an amount you paid for the owner of the house to fix things for you when they go by, not you. Because I feel like most times you pay these caution fees, and then if you have like a plumbing issue or a plumbing structure to build something, you still have to go ahead and do it yourself. So shouldn't this caution fee that one pays for a house cover for these little fixings in the house?
Okay, do you know those works is illegal? It's just
as a tenant.
As a tenant, it's illegal. It's just like you paid to get a phone from Jumia. At the end of the day, you go to a park to buy that same phone. It's illegal because you've paid for those services. The services that you paid for as a client who wants to rent that apartment is for the damaged things to be fixed. But some of the landlords will tell you that where caution applies is only in the plumbing system. It applies if there are damages in the overhead tanks or in the electrical system, but they don't use that caution to paint the apartment for you. So in most cases, it is quite understandable. But in situations whereby you damage almost every... Okay, let me take for instance, you rent an apartment for the first time. It's still a virgin house. You pay for that caution. The reason why you are paying for the caution is to let you leave that house. When you are living in that house, you leave that house
the way you care.
The way you care, exactly. So that if you are packing out of that house, you pack out of the house as a human being and not like an animal, you know. So if you pack out of that house like an animal, the landlord will say, okay, that he has collected caution fee, you can go. Because so many clients or tenants do pack out even in midnight, in odd hours at night. So you will not know when they packed out. So the reason for that caution is to make sure that they have some part of your monies that will be used for fixing your apartment when you might have left that particular apartment.
These caution fees, are they refunded? Let's say I move out of a house and I didn't have to make you spend out of your money to fix anything in my house. Shouldn't this caution fee be refundable?
Caution fees are 100% refundable.
But oftentimes that's not the case, because I don't think I've heard anybody that had this caution fee refunded.
Do you know the reason why? It's because so many persons have had that mindset that caution is not refundable. You know, maybe some persons actually probably might have maybe damaged things in their houses, and maybe when they leave, they just leave like that. They wouldn't want to ask for the caution fee. Then you that is living like a human being, you rent an apartment and you meet such persons that are always good at damaging things in the apartment. They tell you that caution is not refundable. Even you will also be relaxed, and you feel that, okay, people do say that caution is not refundable, so therefore let me feel relaxed. But actually, caution is being refunded, because even in your agreement form or your agreement paper, it is also stipulated there that caution is refundable once you didn't damage anything. And once you are handling over key as a learned citizen and as a learned tenant, if you are handling over key, you are calling your barrister or your house manager or your caretaker to come and check your apartment to know if you have damaged things there in the apartment. So if they come for the inspections and they see that at the end of the day that you did not damage anything, they will refund you your caution. So it is refundable, not it might be refundable. It must be refundable, according to law.
All right. Still on this whole housing and rental issue, you come to rent a house and the landlord tells you you are to pay 2 years upfront. Now, by what standard is this measured, and why is it necessary that you're requesting for a 2-year rent before, and amidst other conditions that people rent houses on? So let's briefly talk about why some landlords give 2 years, and why some landowners or house owners make some ridiculous rules when it comes to acquiring their property.
Okay, if a landlord should tell you that his property is 2 years, I think that's just a mutual agreement, because he will give you his reasons, and one of the reasons is that maybe that particular apartment maybe is still under construction, and you have checked this is the exact location that you needed this house, and there is no other building that is in that location. And you know that even if you wait for that apartment to be ready, that so many persons may have come before you to secure that apartment. So it is just like a mutual agreement. Maybe landlord tells you, okay, I don't have money to complete my my project. Can you pay for 2 years? Then with that 2 years, I can be able to fix the overhead tank. I can be able to do the German floor, the increte floor. I can be able to do the wiring or the tiling, you know, to keep the house in order. And you, as an understanding person, because it's just that is the reason why I said it's a mutual understanding between you and the landlord. But if you cannot be able to do that, you have to wait for that particular apartment to be ready. And for you waiting for that particular apartment to be ready, you find out that at the end of the day, if that particular apartment is ready, if you go back there, they will tell you that so many persons have paid. And what terms did those people paid for?
They agreed for the 2 years.
You get, so at some point you wouldn't have any option. They are not doing it that it is mandated that you must pay for 2 years. They are doing it based on maybe their short financial capabilities, or maybe some other things that would amount to that.
If I want to rent a house at Independence Layout, I have a certain, wherever it is, as long as it's at Independence Layout, I have a certain figure in my head. And if I were to rent a house somewhere at Ababa or inside Coal Camp, I have a particular amount in mind. What would you say are factors that constitute amount variance in the areas for renting house in Enugu?
Okay, just like you said, the difference in the locations.
Yes, okay.
You know, you cannot compare New Haven.
But oftentimes it's the same structure of house, it's the same interior, the same standards, but because of the places they're positioned, the amounts are different.
You've already answered the question yourself, you know.
But I should think, because if it's the same close to the road, and is accessible water and all of that, and light as well.
The most things that people do check while renting apartments, maybe probably higher or lower, is when people are out for basic amenities. And what are those basic amenities? It is electricity, it is potable waters, it is good or serene environment. You know, some persons wouldn't want to rent houses in about based on the population congestion. You know, you cannot compare Ababa with Transekulu or GRA based on population. You know, and so many other factors, so many other infrastructural developments, and that the infrastructural developments in GRA cannot be compared with that of Ababa. You know, so these are the factors that do affect the variations of prices of rents in different localities or locations in the society.
Okay, speaking on mortgaging and renting, do we have such action obtainable in the Southeast where you can mortgage a house, get a house and pay till you pay off and it becomes yours, and renting? Which would you say is more people, you know, tilt more to based off of this current rent increment? Which would you say people, you know, desire to do more? Is it still renting or to actual mortgage a house?
Okay, I think the inflation in the country, it would make you to always go for the lesser amount. like if you wanted to buy a car, if you have in mind to buy a car, you would always want to go for a Toyota instead of going for a Benz or going for a Rolls Royce. It's not because you cannot mortgage on Rolls Royce and be paying gradually. You just want something that if you pay peacefully. And if you are sleeping, you sleep peacefully as well. You know, those who are in renting, I think they have more greater advantage. Although they don't have advantage more than those who are in mortgage, because you know, once you are done with your mortgage, you find out that automatically that house becomes your own, and you don't pay any other fees in such buildings. You get, but their monies are usually. It is usually big, and you know, there's something that government needs to do. I think government needs to make people to be able to assess housing financing, because if you go to acquire housing financing from the government or from mortgage banks, you know, most of the times it is difficult to succeed loans in getting loans, or those loans you get. So government are not making it so easy for people to get. So I think government should really work on that. But according to your question, people are more conversant with renting than mortgage, you know, because they see mortgage as sales, and you know, sales is something for the bigger class or for the higher class, more than the lower class that usually goes for renting. And they know that at the end of the day, they will have in mind that they have their projects down in the village. So even if they retire, once they are done with their services in the township, they go back to the village, you know. So that's the reason why.
All right. Across the South is over the past 3-4 years, we've seen governors like that of Enugu last year said he was going to build some housing units for civil servants, and you realize that there are areas that are called government reserved areas, but somehow the rents for the accommodations in those areas are higher than normal areas. Now, for a government who ought to provide housing accommodations or accommodation for citizens, why would you think, or how would you say they need to address these housing situation when it comes to building houses for citizens that cannot afford these expensive ones?
Okay, I think the government needs to address that critically, or more critically. You know, one of the major reasons why they have good governance is when you can be able to provide basic amenities, you can be able to provide social amenities, you can be able to provide housing, you know, you can be able to provide so many other amenities, you know. But a government that, or a particular government that doesn't look into providing housing amenities, I think that government needs to go back to the drawing board, because once a government provides, just like during the time of Chimaroke, we had the Ebano housing and so many other housing estates. During the time of Buruburu, we had the Winners Estate, the Buruburu Estate, and so many other places. But you find out today that even those housings are not even affordable to the common man. The common man cannot be able to afford it. And that is the reason why, even if people protest that they have high rentage, that government needs to come in, you ask yourself, what is government doing to make sure that all this, the lower renting values is achieved or is determined? You know, but at the end of the day, you see that government is not doing anything about it. So I think that government needs to really look into critically, not just telling landlords that they should step down their rents, because there are fewer there are fewer how will I put it? They have fewer competitors, building competitors, you know, than what we see today in the society. So government really needs to bring down, or really needs to provide more housing estates in the states
for citizens.
Exactly.
Now let's come to students. If you go to, it's as if when you come to a university environment, you find out that students are paying oftentimes almost the same amount of rent as their parents back at home. And you're asking yourself, isn't this supposed to be a student environment? Aren't rent for persons now who decide to live off campus because of reasons best known to them? When we talk about increment in accommodation, I remember how much I paid when I was in school for accommodation where I live. It was the cheapest at the time, ridiculously cheap. Now, in that same area, you find someone paying $250 for a place I used to pay $50 in just 5-6 years. Now, for this increment in rent in educational environment, is it the fault of the government or some landlord union that have decided to use these students to make money, seeing that they don't have choices? And then we go ahead to have some students that have dropped out. I've gone back home because they cannot afford to pay house rent after paying, because we already have the school fees being on a high side. Let's take Enugu for instance, UNN, UNEC, and ESUT. You would know how much their school fees are, and then you now have to add a rent of $250, $300, $350 for just one person to pay. Whose fault is it? Is it the landlords or the educational system and the government?
Okay, I think one of the basic reasons why you have student union government is to advocate for high prices in both transportation. You advocate for high prices in both housing, because I could remember back then when I was still in Michael Obari University of Agriculture, Mudike, there was a time that the then VC Vice Chancellor, which is Professor Edoga, increased the cost of renting the hostel from 20,000 to 60,000. Back then, students protest. They had protests, they protested. So after that, the government had to look into it, you know. But these are cases in Omaya. You cannot compare it with a case, you cannot compare the same case from Omaya down here to Enugu, that you know that almost everywhere is expensive, you know, because almost everywhere in Enugu, both UNEC, I think UNEC is even, that area, Maryland, is very high expensive, even just like Transekulu. You know, Enugu in general, the houses are high, unless you find yourself in rural areas like in Soka or in Abane. That is the places where you can get a more reasonable apartment at a lower cost. But once you are in UNEC, you are in the Enugu municipal, I don't think you cannot be able to escape those high rents. But it is not actually the cost of the landlords, it's the cost of the government. We send all these things to the government, because once they provide housing allocations, once they provide good urbanizations, once they provide good infrastructures and better town plannings, I think all those things will drastically go down. Okay. No, but they are not doing anything about that, and which is very bad.
Now we have some unions. We have the Nigeria Union of Teachers. We have Nigeria Union of Road Transport Workers, and these unions help regulate activities done under the premise of both teaching and transport. Do we have such union for tenants and landlords that would help regulate this spike, often by a constant spike when it comes to renting, that should, if you exceed a certain percentage for a particular house, you are either fined or you're prosecuted for it?
I think that is a better question. The Enugu State Real Estate, we already have an association called the Enugu State Real Estate Association, and this association has been under the chairmanship of Right Honorable Obi Okafor. And, you know, there was an argument, or there has always been an argument, that agents are the ones who are causing the hike in rental values. And people we agents do tell people that we are never the cause, but we always find solutions. But you know, the reason why it is like that is because you are not, if you are looking for an apartment, you are not, the landlord is not the one showing you the apartment, the lawyer is not the one showing you the apartment. You have to walk around with agents. So anything that happens, you always want to point to the agents that they are the ones who are the cause. But because of that, we came up with a platform called the ESRA, which is the Enugu State Real Estate Association. And that ESRA has been working so hard in regulatory activities in the real estate. Just like we have cases of agents being fraudulent, you know. We have cases of some agents hiking their agency fee, or some landlords hiking their legal, some of the lawyers hiking their legal fees, and some of all these things. These are things that we tackle in that platform, which is the Enugu State Real Estate Association, and we have been working so tirelessly. The executives of that association has been working so tirelessly to make sure that all those costs are being brought down to their minimal basis. You know, people are suffering, people are actually suffering, and we agents, we are making all those sufferings to be subsidized, but no one is encouraging the agents. People are always saying that agents are criminals, agents are this, agents are that, but agent is not the one who is collecting legal fees, not the one who is collecting caution fee or the management fee or the service charge. What we only after, once we render our services, we only after our agency fee,
which most of them increase, and sometimes is also outrageous, which is why they complain.
It doesn't increase. The highest agency fee, I think it wasn't up to 20%. The highest agency fee that I've witnessed in the field, it wasn't up to 20%, but in most cases you see the legal fee is up to 20%. You see the caution fee more than 20%. You ask yourself why, or you ask the landlord why. He will tell you why you're asking him why. That you shouldn't ask him why. That you should ask the government who is making the building material cost to be so high. You know, and at the end of the day, you still center all those blames to the government, because if the government, if they are making lives better, if they are making things better, if they try to rectify that issues of inflation and issues of the exchange rate going up all the time, I think Nigeria will be better. All
right, before we round up, we just have a few more. Let's talk about acquisition of land, because we've narrowed all our conversations on existing buildings. Now we have a whole lot of controversy, both on selling land that are already in dispute, selling land that are not yours, reselling an already sold land. How do we rectify this issue when it comes to people wanting to grow and have properties in the state where they live?
Okay, that is a very nice question. You know, they say that every actions and reactions are equal but opposites. If you are an investor, or if you are new as an investor, you need to work with a verified agent or a verified real estate firm. That is the first and foremost thing that should come up to your mind. You get, just like my company, I'm Blake City Shelters. We have office there in Transeculo. You know, if you come to our offices, our main office will show you verified properties or genuine properties. You work with a real estate firm so that they lead you to genuine properties. Not just that, before you make a proper purchase of a land, you should always verify the owner of the land. You should always go through, you should request for the legal backings or legal documents that backs that property, to know if there are disputes, to know if there are family issues, to know if one person in the family wants to sell that property and others doesn't want the properties to be sold. So there are some properties that maybe the husband wants to sell but the wife doesn't want the property to be sold. I have such case in Imo State one particular time, that a property was sold by the husband, but at the end of the day the wife confronted the buyer of the property that her property or their property is not for sale, and any money that is being collected should be refunded. You know, we've had so many cases like that. So before you buy or before you acquire a property, you first of all go through the legal documents. You first of all go through a verified agent. You first of all go for search. It is what they call search. You go to the Enugu State Land and Housing. You know, you verify if this property is actually genuine. You know, these are the rooms that will give you a better view of how to get a genuine property in Enugu State. All
right, as much as this conversation cannot be exhausted, because there's so much to, you know, unwrap when it comes to renting, tenancy rights, and the things that landlords use tenants to do in this southeast alone, but because of time, this is where we will wrap it up this evening. Thank you so much, Engineer Frank Stanley, aka
Blake City.
Okay. All right, that's the much we can take this evening on the show. Thank you so much for sticking with me up to this moment. It's always a pleasure having you on the show. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. But before I go, keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. See you tomorrow.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a fresh morning, it's a brand new day, a day to live, a day to fulfill, a day to aspire and perspire. Alright, I am Princess Ken Achoma, welcoming you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, welcoming you too to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and joy. Yes, we're going to bring you that daily dose of everything you have been waiting for, from politics to hot topics to updates that you need to know in Nigeria and the rest of the world.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to our global audience. And we're so grateful for letting us to be in your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right. I mean, seeing that today is Thursday and it's the 4th day in the month of June. Earlier, just 3 days ago, we had just gotten into the month of June, and we said things, we encouraged, we, tried to motivate. But it's 4 days into it. I wonder what you've done differently. I hope you're doing something differently to change how the life goes for you. I hope you're having a change of mindset as regards everything that's happening in your life and across the country. For the past 3 days, we've read about stories in the newspapers, some, uplifting, some encouraging, some really disheartening. But these are the things that we see in the country to create and live with us a fresher perspective, a different perspective from what we know and what we have. So I just hope that as the month is going further, you're making plans and you're changing things about yourself.
It is important to note that today is the day that you have to take another step to the right direction. Well, I'm here to motivate you, and we're here together to inspire you to make the right move. And just like the quote we will be seeing shortly says, it's important you know that this is what we're doing, and it's already 4th day. I don't know whose birthday it is, but it's going to be someone's birthday. Just make sure that you live to the fullest of the moment in your life.
All right, moving on to our quote for this morning. This is from the renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. This morning she's saying, our stories will only change when we become the active authors of our own reality, rather than passive readers of our own history. Our stories will only change. Your story, my story, can only change, can only be altered when we become the active authors of our own reality, rather than being passive readers of our own history. It's more prideful, it's more fulfilling when you take part in the transformation of anything in history. When we study history, when we read about history, we read about men and women who have over time altered the creation of history, and we read about them in such light. Oh, this person made history. Because of this person, I have this. Because of this group of persons, these became to be. Now imagine what your future will look like when you become part of it. So you're not supposed to be a passive reader in your own history. You're supposed to be, however little it is, whether it be read in the history of time, that you passed through a certain region and then you are the one who was offering peace to people. That's a legacy you have to leave. So you don't have to be a passive reader. You don't need to be a passive reader in your own history. You need to take part in being active authors of your own reality.
Two things here. One, when you're making history, whether you're living your daily life or you're living any life you're living, make sure you document. It's very important. One, as you're making history, just ensure you document. Just from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said, our stories will change when we become active authors of our own reality, facing reality, knowing that, oh, we're living in a time when we need to understand the architecture of our political system. What do we need? Do we need a change, or do we need to move on? Do you think it's time to move on, or do you think it's time to stay? Now, knowing this and having that reality would help you. As you know it and have the reality, also document. I tell young people all the time, it's good you write things down. It's good you know that any day that you pass through, ensure you have notes which you've made. And also, this is something that will make you to understand that you are active in your own history. A lot of things we are reading now, the quotes of the likes of Chinua Achebe, the quotes of the likes of great authors that we have all over the world. What was different was that they had to write down something. What maybe at some point they thought was foolish, now makes sense to us. Even the music, the songs, whatever you're doing, make sure you are active in your own reality. Make sure you stand your ground and make sure you believe in yourself and take note of whatever you believe in. Yes.
All right. The great writer herself, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, urging us to take part in our own history. It is said that until the lions have their own historians, the tale of the hunt will continue to favor the hunter. Having said that, Chimamanda here is encouraging us not just to go into writing literally, but to be active participants in shaping our own story. Remember, it is said in the academia that reading makes a man, but writing makes a complete man. And in this instance, Chimamanda lays it perfectly well for us. And the hour has come when we should be active participants in our own history, where we do not let others write our own story. What are we saying? Soon the bell will toll, and it will be time to take part in that decisive moment where we will determine how the story will be written. Yes, soon you will be required to bring out your PVC to make that change, effect the change that would see the trajectory of this nation shaped for good forever, such that posterity would read of the changes you participated in making by joining and being part of that process. Yes, it's no longer time to sit on the fence. It's not time to toe the regular line of political apathy. No, the hour has come where we become active participants. In the words of Chimamanda Adichie, our stories will only change when we become the active actors of our own reality, rather than passive readers of our own history. Though Chimamanda here is talking about the historical, enterprise of, the Africans writing and shaping their story, and not from the perspective of the Europeans, like we are told, that Mungo Park, discovered River Niger. River Niger that we had our mothers and our fathers go fetch water from, where they had what do you call it?
Water play.
Water play. They went to swim. There's a key word for it. Where you go for party on the beach and then, all those relaxation and all that. They did all that. They were fishermen, who went fishing in those rivers. But it was written by Europeans who want to make us realize that until Mungo Park sojourned to River Niger, that River Niger wasn't discovered. That's simply because we allowed the Europeans be the determining factor in writing our own history. But the emphasis is here. As Nigerians, wherever you're watching from, be it in Ogbete market in Enugu, Ogige market in Nsukka, Ariere market in Aba, or Alaba International Market, or Sabongeri market in Kano, or Ochanja market in Onitsha. The emphasis here is that it's time where we will write our own history. Collectively, let's join hands together soon to write the history of this nation, in seeing that we entrust the right leadership.
And also, just to add to what he has said, if you don't participate in writing history, someone else will write it for you, and it's their version that you get to live with. So imagine if we have a story and it's collaborated by 20, 50, 100,000 people. The truth about such history, the truth about such events cannot be lost. So you have to be active authors of your history, not because you probably enjoy it. It may not be cozy, it may not be funny, but because of posterity, because of the generation to come after you, to understand how things work, to understand how things worked, so they can understand what is happening in their current dispensation. So Chimamanda is reminding us this morning that we do not need to be passive readers of our own history. We need to be active authors in our own reality. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing weather reports for the day. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in Southeast today.
Morning, Anambra State, Oka. Anambra will experience a hot and humid day with temperatures climbing to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Onitsha is expected to feel particularly uncomfortable due to high humidity levels. Expect intense afternoon heat, cloudy skies. Later in the day, thunderstorms from late afternoon and heavy evening rainfall that could cause localized flooding in vulnerable areas will go to shower the environment.
Good morning, Enugu. Enugu remains the most comfortable state weather-wise today. Temperatures will hover between 24 to 31 degrees Celsius, with cooler conditions compared to the rest of the region. We are to expect a pleasant morning, moderate afternoon, warmth, increasing cloud cover, and light to moderate evening showers with occasional thunder.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Ebonyi will be the hottest state in the southeast today, with temperatures reaching 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. Expect intense sunshine and heat during the afternoon. Possible heat stress for those outdoors, followed by strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy evening rainfall.
Good morning, Owerri. Owerri will be humid from morning through evening, with temperatures peaking around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius. And we are to expect muggy conditions throughout the day, thicker clouds in the afternoon, and thunderstorms occupied and accompanied by moderate rainfall during the evening hours.
Good morning, Abia State, Umuahia. Abia will record temperatures around 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, with Aba feeling warmer than Umuahia due to urban activity. Expect warm and humid conditions, increasing cloudiness as the day progresses, and thunderstorms also, with evening rainfall likely to affect movement and traffic.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. This is the Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're moving into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. On the papers we'll be reviewing this morning are The Nation, The Punch, Daily Sun, Daily Trust, and The Vanguard. All right, starting off strong is from the Nation. On the cover story, we have killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. 2 to die by kidnapping. Troops kill 50 ISWAP terrorists in Northeast. All right, killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. That's the cover story on the Nation newspaper. Over to the Punch, over 600 pupils, teachers abducted, despite 145 billion naira Save School scheme. This is on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. It says, Amnesty International says scheme derailed from corruption and bureaucracy. Bandits demand detainees released in exchange for abducted Oyo school children. NUT threatens school shutdown as Oyo Assembly rejects negotiation with bandits. Also on the Punch newspaper, on page 2, we have looted weapons from Libya found with Nigerian extremists, says UN. The United Nations says that looted weapons from Libya was found with Nigerian extremists. On the cover story of the Daily Sun, NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. Backs teachers strike, demands urgent action on insecurity. And Obi asks bandits to release abducted children. This is it on page 6 of the Daily Sun. NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. And on the Daily Trust, again, gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. Gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. That's the cover story on the Daily Trust. And then lastly, on the Vanguard, from the Vanguard, on Senate to federal government security agencies, it says, deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped children. Deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped children. Barao, Oshomole, Musa want accountability by service chiefs and security agencies. Gunmen on rampage in Ogbomosho, Ibadan. Sack immigration officer, carts away firearms. Rescue Oyo pupils, teachers now, or admit failure. Atiku tells Tinubu, please release these children for sake of our continued humanity. Obi begs kidnappers. NLC threatens solidarity strike with teachers. And U.S. pledges continues counter-terrorism support. All right.
Then we take a look at the Daily Trust headline, which says, again, government abduct students in Zamfara. Government abduct students in Zamfara. Government have reportedly abducted another group of students in Zamfara state, underscoring the persistent threat of insecurity and school-targeted attacks in the region. The incident has renewed concerns about student safety and intensified calls for stronger security measures to protect educational institutions. This is about the government abducting students. But there were about 7. One guy escaped from the den to make them 6, 3 girls and 3 guys who were abducted from the University of Zamfara State. Now, a lot of questions how the whole event happened could be, from what we are seeing, from what we read, would be that one of them just took a step out of the house and then left the door open as gunmen were passing. Imagine that kind of story. Gunmen were passing. They had to, come in and then abduct the students. Now, it has been a lot of issues that has been repeatedly consistent in Zamfara State. Even not just students, even from last year, you've had farmers being abducted, which has really reduced the quality and the output of the product from Zamfara State. This is a growing concern that the federal government, amidst the other kidnappings that are happening around the nation, it is sad to see that students are the target of these bandits and kidnappers. It is very sad to see. And also, we're also talking about the kidnapping that happened just a few hours, go yesterday of the former Minister of Power, Adelabu. The sister, the younger sister, Busayo, was kidnapped too. She was kidnapped by 7:30 in the morning when she was taking her kids to school, her twins to school, and who has served in the Central Bank of Nigeria and also in the pension department, who is said to be planning to relocate to the US to be with her husband. It is a sad thing, a sad occurrence in our nation that we are seeing series of kidnappings going on. And the question that is being asked, a lot of people have been asking, what actually is going on? Why are there sprees of kidnapping here and there? What is happening in Ibadan? What is happening in Zamfara? Does it mean that the Northeast are sharing some connections with those in the Southwest region? That is a problem that we are trying to figure out. That there's no day in Nigeria that you don't have issues of gunmen abducting people. Now the target seems to be students, seems to be young, pupils. You saw the one in Oyo, you saw the one that they had to, it's been days, it's been more than 20 days that these guys were in captivity. They have not been released. Even after there's no negotiation, we could say, because we are not hearing anything from the federal government. All we are hearing is, okay, it is the process is ongoing, and at the end of the day, they will come out. However, these issues are growing concern that no Nigerian is safe, much more the younger people. Imagine that a sister to the former Minister of Power will be kidnapped. A lot of people might say everything they want to say, but I'm telling you, from a stance of someone who has been in this nation, Nigeria is not, this is the highest we've had as a nation of issues in kidnapping. It looks like every day the story is getting worse. And we're not having to see that there's a progress about this abduction. And it is something that is not nice. Now, taking the focus to the students, where students are being taken in captivity. Choma.
Honestly, I'm a bit emotional right now. My question is, what exactly is happening? All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will continue on this conversation. Stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Oh, you're welcome, but I apologize for that breaking transmission. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV.
Yes, it's still Sunrise on Aneke TV, and joining us at this moment is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Meka Odom. Mr. Meka, a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to our viewers.
All right, we are neck deep into the conversation around issues affecting Nigeria. Ochoma?
Yes, on the Daily Trust this morning, they started with the catchword again. Gunmen abduct students in Zamfara. Now, before we went on the break, I was saying that, seeing this headline this morning got me a bit shaky. We are not over Oyo State. We are not over the retired general that was kidnapped. And yesterday, in broad daylight, a teacher was kidnapped in Oyo State, in Ibadan, in broad daylight, in open space. And then these are university students kidnapped again. Another woman was kidnapped with her twin children. What is going on? And then this morning, we are learning from the Oyo State government that they are not negotiating. They are not negotiating with the bandits. And if you're choosing not to negotiate with the bandit, what are your efforts? It's not like you have a set-up intelligence to, ransack or canvass the whole forest in Nigeria to find these people. The alternative we have with the level Nigeria is at now is negotiating with bandits. And you are saying you do not want to negotiate with them because you don't want them to leverage on the fact that Nigerian government will keep negotiating. But then again, you've not done anything, and people are still being kidnapped on a daily basis.
Oh yes, people are being kidnapped on a daily basis. Mr. Mekadom, on the front page of the Daily Trust, we're talking about, again, government abduct students in Zamfara. And let me start with, are you surprised that it's still happening? Reeling from Oyo State to Zamfara, we don't know where next. And as we speak, another kidnap could be happening in another sphere or area of Nigeria at this moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation keeps reoccurring, and it's I remember very well in the words of a one-time military administrator of Lagos State, Raji Rasaki. I think he retired at the time. He was in Lagos at Milad. I think he was a colonel or so, but eventually he left the military, maybe as a brigadier general or so. But what I'm emphasizing on now is something he said at the time. He was the military administrator that was in office when Morocco, if you know that suburb in Lagos, was brought down to robbers, and a lot of criticisms came to him, and he made a famous statement. He said he welcomed the criticisms because he said, as a people and as a leadership, they cannot afford to put themselves in a situation where they will be receiving condolence and sympathy messages over a situation that they had the power to avert. And that also applies to individuals. You don't allow yourself to come to a point where you now be a recipient of sympathy and condolence messages over a situation that you had the power to avert. You see, we have said this over and over and again. As much as we sympathize, and very deeply, from is a heartfelt sympathy, because you can imagine when people are held even inside a comfortable room. Assuming, let's give an instance now, everybody agrees that where we are now is a relatively comfortable place. This place is well air conditioned. There are no mosquitoes there. Very well illuminated. We are sitting down in a chair. We could say that. But imagine when you want to go out for any reason whatsoever, and you are restrained. You are told that, look, sorry, you can't go out. There's a certain psychological state that now comes to be that does not even respect the comfort that you are enjoying here. Now, just suppose that with children who are in a very uncomfortable place and they are held back, perhaps, and I'm sure, what else again with terrorism at gunpoint. So the psychological trauma alone is enough to cause your blood pressure to rise, and so one can't imagine it. But these things keep reoccurring. I remember in one of our sessions on this program, we had said that, look, the danger is not even why we are dealing with the situation. Let's make sure that it doesn't happen anywhere within the shores of Nigeria. And of course, nobody wants that to happen anywhere in the world. But unfortunately, here we are. We're hearing there's hardly any day you open the pages of newspaper or you scroll through the, you go through the social media, like you don't get to read or get to learn about one ugly situation of this nature or the other. Honestly speaking, you talked about the Oyo State government, saying that they are not going to negotiate. It's a very difficult situation and a dicey one too, because two things are there. There are two extreme points. At one side of the extreme is you don't want to negotiate with terrorists, because what are you going to negotiate with them? Give them money, make them promises, give them money. When you give them money to release the captives, yes, the captives are out in most instances, and some other times, even when the ransoms are paid, we have also had situations where at the end of the day, the people don't end up not coming out. But let's be very hopeful that when you pay the ransom, the terrorists will release them. But ultimately, you've also enriched the pocket of the terrorists. And that becomes a highly illegitimate economic gain for the terrorists. And so nobody wants to encourage that kind of a thing, because when you embark on any means of making money successfully, it becomes an encouragement to do more. So if they probably have kidnapped 10 children now, or 10 people, and they are being promised 1 million naira, next time they want to make more money by kidnapping more, or even people of higher profile. So so when you keep negotiating with them, it looks as if you're encouraging that trade, and nobody wants that. Most countries of the world, most governments adopt that policy of no negotiation with terrorists. But again, that leads us to the important question of what you asked. In the absence of negotiation, what else do we do? But again, also, the other side of it is, it's easier said than done. In Africa, there's a proverb that says that when they carry the remains of a dead man across in front of your compound, who is a strange person, it looks as if it's a log of wood. Wait until the day they carry your very close relative. You will understand the pains of death. You will understand how difficult it is to deal with, that kind of situation. So when your person is in captive, when your own person, in Nigerian palace, we say your personal person is in captive, is in the kidnappers' den, you will understand what desperation is. You will understand what sleeplessness is. You will understand what it means to be anxious over a situation. So for you to preach, please don't negotiate, don't give money, don't pay ransom. These messages and these rhetorics are better understood and told when you are not when it's not your person. When it's your person, is a different ballgame entirely. So like I said, this takes us to the center point of, in the absence of no ransom, in the absence of no negotiation, what do we do? And that is why we preach that, look, let's do everything possible to ensure that security in the land. And security in the land, not just kinetic security, not just hardcore security. Because all over the world today, the United Nations will tell you that security threats, it's all encompassing. It includes development. It includes good governance. Whether we like it or not, yes, we know that in Nigeria, over time, it's been established that a lot of these people who are involved in these criminal activities, many of them are ideologically driven. So when a man is ideologically driven, there's perhaps no amount of offers you can make to him until he's able to drive home the ideology that is pushing him. But beyond that, we also know that there are common criminals who are probably being driven by harsh economic realities. Whether we like it or not, everybody tells, hardship is not an excuse to go and steal. Yes, we know hardship is not an excuse to go and steal. But we also know that there are people who are driven into criminality due to hardship. And not just hardship, due to bad governance. Not just bad governance, due to many difficulties we're having in our society today. That's why we say one of the surest way to fight insecurity is not all, but a sure way to fight insecurity is good governance and development.
All right, Mr. Meka, just quickly, is Nigeria worse off today, security-wise, than it was in pre-2015 at the point when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, where we were seeing placards everywhere, you know, dignitaries, VIPs, first ladies carrying placards, bring back girls. Is Nigeria worse off today than it was then? And again, why are we not seeing expedited action, you know, to create a state police that would enable the ungoverned space to be placed by, you know, at the subnational level?
Okay, is Nigeria worse off today? That's a question that before anybody answers, you probably have to look very deeper and do a lot of consider a lot of things and do more, you know, detailed analysis. To be very fair, to be very frank, you know, and to be very balanced, I will tell you that it depends on how you're looking at it. Yes, there were a lot of things that were happening in pre-2015. We saw the Chibok girls that were kidnapped, perhaps the first of its kind then, and we saw a lot of improvised explosive devices, the one you call bomb, you know, going off in several places. I was living in Abuja at that time, and a couple of times those bombs went off at locations that were not too far away from my house, and even where I was working at that point in time. I mean, the one that went off in one of the newspaper houses in Abuja there was just very close to my office. We were just sitting down with, you know, my boss and two of my colleagues when it just happened, and it was like, you know, we saw the everywhere shaking. So nobody wants that kind of situation to repeat itself again. And then I remember the song we were singing in that time was "Now So We Go the Day," because it looked as if there was no solution. Again, also, that also gave rise to, in many places, before you could access public buildings, before you could access many other places, churches, even when you are traveling when you are within town, you have to pass through very difficult, you know, security screening checkpoints, hold up everywhere. For those who are coming in from the Nyanya axis, it was a major. Every day, be rest assured. You probably spend like 1 hour or 2 hours on the road before you access the city. If you're coming in from Lube, the same thing. You're coming in from Kubwa, the same thing. So nobody wanted that kind of situation. But today, I don't think that's the way it is exactly. So it's some kind of relief. Then, if you look at the other way around, you also tell yourself, yes, many parts of Nigeria now are probably more bordered than they were then, you know, in terms of, because then, apart from maybe places like Abuja also, the bulk of the things were happening within the northeast, you know, the Bedugris, the Gombes, and you know, Adamawas. So, but today, there's a whole lot of insecurity in many other states in Nigeria. And so it depends on how you look at it. But the basic thing is that the nation is also from the budget. We also know that we are probably the budgets are much higher than on security-wise, much higher now. And we also expect that the military would have undergone it, because when this battle started, the rhetorics we were getting then was that, well, it's a new phase of security threat, and so the military needed to, you know, readjust themselves to adapt to it. It's not like the normal, you know, security issues. But this is a case where there's guerrilla warfare involved. There's using soft targets and many other things, you know. So, but I believe that more than 10 years after today, the military would have acquainted themselves with everything about it and probably prepare better. So maybe that's why, with all the money that is being spent, the budget, the assistance from many other countries, so probably that's why people are more, and the promises that were made, as a matter of fact. So that's why there's far more cries from people today, you know, that this thing has lingered for too long. I mean, and again, also considering the fact that many of the threats are occurring and reoccurring, so you know that's the issue. God forbid if somebody comes to your house today and breaks through probably comes in through the window from the kitchen, comes into your house. Well, God forbid if the person succeeds and goes, as long as you're alive, I think the next thing for you to do is to fortify that place.
Yes.
And what about a situation by the person comes in again, several times. The same. We begin to ask, what is going on now?
All right, thank you very much. You know, while you were analyzing this issue, you just struck a chord, you know, and then I became retrospective to the happenings pre-2015, you know, talking about the IED explosions, you know, and then a lot of memories just flooded, and then I now begin to see faces that were lost, you know, in some of those instances. However, the call is on the federal government of Nigeria to do the needful, that we don't continue to lose our citizens. This situation needs to be brought to an end like yesterday. We have children who are in the kidnappers' den. And again, yet, students are equally being kidnapped. Are we getting to a point where education will be abandoned? What state are we in? And what is the nation doing concerning this situation? The nation continues to grapple with increasing insecurity daily. Do we wait and continue to talk about the next election? Why the situation continue to deteriorate? Please, the Nigerian state, our leaders, it's time for us to go beyond our comfort zone and interrogate this issue before it consumes all of us.
Okay, moving on. We're moving to the nation. Killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death. This, you know, brought about a little glimpse of hope. So it was Judgment Day yesterday for 4 out of the 5 men prosecuted by the Department of State Justice over their involvement in the June 5th, 2022 attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. So this 4 person, there were 5, but 1 person was discharged on all 9 counts. So in the first 3 counts, these 4 men were sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. And from the 4 to 9 counts, they were sentenced to death by hanging. And this is a crime that happened in 2022. They've been tried, they were convicted and sentenced at the Federal High Court in Abuja. So, I mean, I feel it's a delayed gratification or a delayed punishment. But then again, it has brought about a glimpse of hope in what is happening in the country currently.
Yes, of course, is a no. You see, when we say is a cheering news, nobody wants, nobody is happy to see another person dead. However, the simple law of justice demands that, look, when you bring death to the doorstep of someone else, that you yourself must have a handshake with that death before. So with these men, remember the untold hardship and difficulties and horror they brought to the church, the Catholic Church in Owo. I mean, the Sunday morning, Nigerians woke up to that very devastating and heart-wrecking news. And so, somehow 2022 and 2026, that's about 4 years, one would have wished that perhaps this judgment would have come earlier. But however, it's coming now, not too bad. Sometimes they say that the wheel of progress may be very slow, but it does grind. You know, it moves slowly. It could just like the propeller of a big, big ship. But it's moving. It's moving, and it's also a very good one to, because sometimes Nigerians ask the question: these men that are wreaking these havocs, are they spirits? Is it that no arrest is made? When they are arrested, is it that no conviction is made with all the evidences and the security agencies have? So, but this now is a testimony. Although, I mean, this is the court of first instance. The men themselves, they have opportunity to also appeal at the court of appeal and even up to the Supreme Court. My only issue is sometimes when eventually the court gives the final verdict, I mean the highest court in the land gives the final verdict, we have been told, from the various information in the public domain, that sometimes the chief executives in the states are a bit, resistant to, because the truth is that even after the court, the chief executive in the states will have to sign off before they are eventually executed. So, but let the convictions come first and foremost. Let them come, because and sometimes this is why we all admire some developed nations. It's not, see, we are all proud of Nigeria. And if I'm not proud of Nigeria, which other country am I going to be proud of? Because this is my country. I don't have two countries. You see, but we can't help but admire what is happening in other countries. And when we do, it looks as if we love those countries more than our own. No, we still love our country. See, America will do, look at countries like America and Israel. They will do everything possible to hack down anyone who spills blood, innocent blood. They will commit resources. They will do everything possible to ensure. Look at, the famous statement of George Bush Jr., former president of America. He said, look, after 9/11, he said, is either we bring them to justice. That's the perpetrators of Osama bin Laden and his colleagues. He said, is either we bring them to justice or we take justice to them wherever they are. And eventually that was what happened. Some of them they brought to justice. Some they took justice to them. And that is it. Is either you bring them to justice to account for what they did, or you take the justice to meet them wherever they are.
All right. So in this instance, we commend the Department of State Security for being able to bring these individuals to face justice. However, we continue to urge a little more proactiveness, in this engagement. However, the Nigerian state can go one step further and institutionalizing a specialized court to handle cases of this nature. 4 years is a number of years ahead within which this case could have been handled and settled. However, while we commend the DSS and the judiciary for the expeditious review and trial of this case, we continue to urge the Nigerian state to go one step further and see that we nip, situations like this on the board.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper headline, which says Senate to federal government, security agencies deploy all resources to rescue kidnapped school children. The Senate of Nigeria has urged the federal government and security agencies to mobilize all available resources and intensify efforts to secure the release of kidnapped school children. The lawmakers stressed the need for swift action to protect students, restore public confidence, and address the growing threat of school abductions in Nigeria.
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying, that this thing has been happening too many times. Again, we still plead that, look, please let the ones that has happened, let it be the end. Whichever one is the current one, let it be the end. We don't want to hear about this again, because how can your child go to school? Say, where are your children, or where is your child? Say, oh, he or she, or they are in school, and eventually they are not there. So how do we imagine that kind of situation? Children, innocent children who are now paying for whatever is the case, whether it's the grievances or the wrongdoings or whatever is the mindset of the bandits or those who kidnapped them. So I agree to what the Senate is saying. I very completely, let the security agencies, and not just the security agencies, even they themselves too, because they're also part of the leadership. In fact, they are part of the political leadership of the country. So the government is one. The government is made up of the executive, judiciary, and the legislature. Sometimes we have the tendency to, even they themselves, they point hand at government as if government is just the executive. No, they are part of the government. So they should also join forces with, the executive and all other, agency of government to ensure that these children come back safely and handed over to their parents and their wards, and their guidance, and also ensure that we don't hear this kind of story again, because apart from the trauma that is causing Nigerians, you know, is also not a good selling point for us outside the country. Let me tell you, you see, the educational system of a country, it's a lot of times is boosted by foreign investments, right? Sometimes you can be here and you say, oh, apart from the fact that we know today people have bastardized the name, the nomenclature, oh, American school, British school, people have bastardized. People go and set up one mushroom school somewhere and say it's American school, but the way it should be, when you say this is a British school, it tells you that this is probably a school that, you know, there's a lot of the consideration of either the British curriculum and their structure, their way of learning, their educational system also, and many a times it requires some level of investment, either expatriates coming to, you know, be part of the system, or the investment is huge, and many a times it's people from outside, you know, coming to. So these are, but when you hear school, when you hear these kind of stories, and if today you are there are expatriates in this country, and their families are here, they want to send them to school. These are the kind of things they'll be thinking. So let me, if it's a British, I will say, look, let me look for a good British school to send to my child to. The same thing maybe Americans, or you carry somewhere, so look, I want to send my child to an American school, right? Because there's a mindset you have. But when these kind of stories begin to mean that children will go to school and from there they are moved to kidnappers, then it doesn't put our country in the right. And we preach foreign direct investment. How will foreign direct investment come when stories like this are everywhere? And it's not as if they're made up stories. They are realities on ground. So that is why we must not allow things like this to happen again. Anywhere in Nigeria. And I'm happy that, you know, a few days ago I was on this program and I was saying, if a youth, for instance, there's need for them to protest as a way to express their grievances to government, it shouldn't just be an Oyo State thing. It should be a national thing, and I'm happy many other states are doing that now. You see, because injustice to one is injustice to all, threat to one is threat to all. You don't just fold your hands to say, because a few months ago or even a few years ago, this thing was happening in the Northeast. From Northeast, it moved out to Northwest. From Northwest to North Central. Today we are talking about Southwest. And of course, you know the proximity between Southwest, South, and Southeast. So we don't want this to spread. Let something be done now. All hands should be on deck. Everybody should support the government, and government should do more to ensure that this comes to a halt. We don't want it again. It's not a good selling point for our country at all.
All right, Mr. Meka, quickly, why can we hazard a guess as to why this either non-kinetic approach to freeing these or your school children is lingering against the number of days we witnessed in Kebbi State, you know, where we're meant to understand that the children were freed through non-kinetic understanding with the bandits? So why is this one taking more time in this very instance?
You see, that's what we're saying. And that's why I said that, look, you know, there's something they call I'm trying to put that proverb in the most modest way, you know. It's an African proverb. We learn that when you have a mosquito, or it's an African proverb, when you have mosquito or ants on the scrotum, you need to be very careful. You need to be very, very show tact and carefulness, because if you hit hard, you wound yourself. And if you say, no, I don't want to wound myself, that's a sensitive part of the body, you keep doing what? Suffering the discomfort. So, the whole idea of discussing with the kidnappers or anything else, it sounds good sometimes, because where it is very successful, you quickly release the abductors, I mean the captives, and they come out and give a sigh of relief, enjoy the relaxation and the easiness of your relatives back home. But it's an encouragement to the criminals for more exploit if no adequate structures are put on ground to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And so that is why when things like this happen, in some places, people may say, oh, what else do we do? Let's go and give them what they want and quickly. So the earlier you give them what they want, in some other places too, others may be very reluctant and say, look, I'm not going to pay any ransom. I don't even have the ransom to give. So this is also part of what can cause it to drag, right? And again also, you remember that even the abductors themselves, the criminals themselves, they may also want to, drag the issue so that we probably believe that they are more serious than they are, and create more tension, more panic, so that their bargaining advantage will increase. So these are the reasons why. And remember, the two societies are, even though they are all Nigerian societies, but they are slightly culturally different so the mindset and the thinking of the government in those two states, the people concerned, and the history, is not the same. Where you cited example now, they are, if you study the time, you know that more or less they are more accustomed to that kind of so I'm sure that they would have set all their structures, and when it happens, you know who and who to call and who to reach out to, and it's like, let me give you an example. When we were living in Lagos, when I was in Lagos in those days, there's an area you go to, they snatch your bag. If you're a lady, they snatch your bag, and all the lady needs to, when you cry out and say, they snatch my bag, there's people, they will just report it. So they snatch your bag. Which area? If you tell them the area, they will tell you, say, wait, they know who to meet. They know the networks. Before you know it, they will call you and say, look, is this your bag? Check, is everything inside complete? I say, they say go, because they have they know they understand what has happened. But there are other places where maybe that kind of a thing is not very common. So when it happens, you even need about 48 hours to figure out what has happened and how do you go about it. So these are some of the reasons.
Okay, I'll move on to the next on Punch. This is from the United Nations. It said, looted weapons from Libya found with Nigerian extremists. Okay, the United Nations has said some weapons looted during the Libyan conflict in 2011 have ended up in the hands of extremists in Nigeria. The United Nations Under Secretary General and High Representative Izumi Nakamitu.
Remember that President Muhammadu Buhari, when he was president, said this several times. He talked about it, that the collapse of the Muammar Gaddafi regime in Libya, created a whole lot of security challenge, within Africa, particularly in countries along the Sahel region. Nigeria today. But I don't think anybody should be surprised, because you see, when regimes of that nature collapse, right? Not only that the regime collapsed, it affected the country the way it did in such a revolutionary manner. What happens is that it creates security challenges. And Muammar Gaddafi was one government, one president or one head of state that was reputed to, invest heavily in weaponry. And so that is why today in Libya, all these different rebel groups exist. And it's the same thing that happened when Saddam Hussein, when his regime also collapsed in Iraq. It created cells of various rebellious, armed rebel groups, right? So what do you have in that kind of situation is, given how porous the African region is, in terms of border demarcations, it's very easy for people for these weapons to find their way And given also the itinerant nature of the popular group that we all know their name, you know, and from Sudan to Niger, from Niger, and also, what do you expect? But the only thing there is that one would have expected, and I do know that there's a committee in well, it used to be, I don't know whether it's an agency now, a department, or just a mere committee, to checkmate, you know, light weapons infiltration into the country. I know that there used to be, because I knew where the office was located, somewhere in Asokoro, you know, in those days. You know, so that these are the kind of, when you say a government should be very, very proactive, one would have expected that when that thing happened, because it is not new that, you know, when such issues happen elsewhere in Africa, there are countries that are going to be on the receiving end. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are countries that are going to be, let me tell you also, you see, one of the reasons why America spends so much money and get involved in some certain happenings in some certain countries. Many times people who don't understand just castigate them and ask them, what is America's problem here now?
Yes.
If they're poke-nosing in every country, can't they just stay in their continent, their faraway continent? The reason why they don't want to do so is because they will know the consequences of, if we allow this to happen, it will affect us. You understand what that means? If you allow, it's just like as God forbid. That is why Nigeria, that's why see, most bigger nations in the world must ensure, contribute, and make sure that there's peace in Nigeria. God forbid, if anything happens to this country, as large as it is,
it will affect
the whole of our neighbors, many countries in Africa, in Europe. So you understand, you now understand. So that is why one would have expected that Nigeria as a nation would have stepped up the issue of mopping up and checkmating the influx of light weapons in Nigeria. I know that the government probably didn't fold their hands, but the issue is that to what extent was the arrangement? Did it work? And if it worked, how come that we are still hearing this story of weapons infiltration into the country 12 years after the collapse of that regime?
All right, so Mr. Maka, just quickly, very briefly, do we say that the oppression of the United States oppression that ousted Muammar Gaddafi, leading to the rise of this conversation, where we're talking about the proliferation of arms, you know, trickling down into the West African sub-region, and Mr. President did allude to the fact while he was on state visit in the UK. The question is, can we categorically say that that oppression, the US oppression, was a total failure, as that nation has not known any peace and is beginning to cause more security challenges across sub-Saharan Africa?
No, you can't say so. As a matter of fact, now we're moving into the area of international relations and diplomacy, international security and diplomacy, which is a very interesting area. You cannot say it was a failure by any standard. Remember also, for every operation that any country involves into, there's always a goal and there are objectives. So when you know the goal, you know the objectives before you can say. To a bystander who doesn't understand what is going on may look at it and say it's a failure, but they know what they went for. And now, number one, the thing, in the first place, it wasn't only America that went to the operation. Even though America may have contributed hugely to it, that operation went on under NATO, right? Okay. Non-allied treaty organization. And of course, you know that NATO wouldn't want any threat anywhere close to them, not even from nations like Russia, not to talk of, you know, Libya. Again, also, if you understand very closely, you will know that the operations of NATO in Libya is very, very similar to the Israeli and American operation in Iran now. And if you are listening to the commentary and the narratives from President Trump, you will know that no nation wants to entertain threats around it. No nation wants to entertain threat. So now the objective, if the objective is we need to eliminate this threat. If that is objective or the goal, now they go ahead to eliminate the threat. Of course, there will always be consequences. Now, the consequences may be other nations that will now have to bear the brunt. It may be other nations. Now, what the bigger nation, whose goal is to eliminate threat here, because if you allow this to continue, it's going to pose as a threat to me or to them. Look, let me say, if I'm a bigger nation now, if I allow this threat to continue, it will grow, and it might grow to a point where if I will use $1 million to eliminate this threat, I'll use more. Now I will it might grow to a point where, number one, I may now need to use 10 million, and it will be more risky for me, and it will be more, so I'll rather eliminate this threat now. Now, what are the consequences? Consequence number one: many nations are going to condemn my act. I don't care. I don't care. It's about my strategic national interest. Two, many nations are going to, castigate me. I don't care. Right? The only thing, and also many nations are going to be negatively impacted. Okay, what do I do to, on that kind of situation? I can mitigate. Any nation, if I see any nations that are likely to be negatively impacted, I can assist. I can assist them to deal with the situation. But ultimately, it's their problem. Ultimately, because when you talk about international relations, what comes most is strategic national interest. Now, when you look at strategic national interest, security is at the dominant part of it. You talk about security, talk about economy, talk about immigration and many other things. These are things that form strategic national interest. And so when nations decide to embark on operations like this, it's difficult for you to say, no, they are wrong, because you're not seeing what they are seeing. The only place is any nation that has a capacity will never want threat. And that is why countries like Israel will spend anything else to fly military jets, go and strike targets in Iran, even at the risk of being condemned by almost every country in the world. But they don't care, because if they don't do it, they feel that, look, if we don't do it, we will not have peace in our country. We will not live. We cannot live at the mercy of another country. And when President Muammar Gaddafi was alive, he didn't hide the fact that he had great resentment for countries like America. He didn't like, and left for him, he was building, though this is also arguable anyway, because when you come to African development, it's also it's a major issue. There are people that will not agree with me, but one thing that is very clear is that Muammar Gaddafi never hid the fact that he had a great resentment for the West, and so the West saw him as a big threat, and to them there was every need to eliminate him. So whatever other consequences or whatever problem he created in Africa, those countries should deal with the problems. The best thing that can happen is that if you call them for assistance, they may help you, but ultimately it's your problem, so you deal with it.
All right. We'll take a look at the Daily Sun. Daily Sun headline which says, NLC threatens strike over terrorism. The Nigerian Labour Congress has threatened to embark on industrial action over the worsening security situation in Nigeria, expressing concern about terrorism, kidnappings and attacks on citizens. The union is calling for urgent and more effective measures to protect lives and restore public safety. This is about the Nigerian Labour Congress. They are threatening strike over the insecurity we are having in our nation, and them being one of the strongest labor, a society, a Congress that is looking and watching closely to whatever the government is doing, that are trying to understand and stand between the government and the people, especially in the socio-economic activities, in the issues that involves the economy. Them standing in that position makes it more, it gives them that avenue to voice out and stand their ground on the current insecurity issue. Before we started with the issues at the Middle East, where the war between Iran and Israel, that was where it all started. They were, shooting at the government also concerning the economic activities. Now they are down to the issues around terrorism, still threatening that there could be strike in the architecture of our labor concerning terrorism. So let everybody go and arrest you. You don't see anybody to kidnap again. Yes.
Yeah, you see, to an extent you're right. You see, the point is, Nigerian Labour Congress has built itself to a pressure group. You know, one would have naturally, the argument would be that Nigerian Labour Congress they should concern themselves with issues of workers' welfare, salary, and conditions of service and things like that. So why are they delving into such very murky waters of national security issues and things like that? But on two grounds, we must excuse them. That number one, Nigerian Labour Congress has become a champion of the masses. Issues concerning the masses, because the masses themselves may not have an organized body through which they can, you know, make issues or influence government and except you know, through public opinions and things like that. Nigerian Labour Congress has become like a flag bearer of you know, the wishes and aspirations of the Nigerian people. So that is that. Then number two, you also understand that when we talk about security, security is part of the welfare of workers. I mean, the teachers that were kidnapped there, they belong to they belong to NUT, and NUT is an affiliate of Nigerian Workers, I mean Nigerian Labour Congress. So if they believe that, you see, you must understand the mood of the nation. A lot of people believe that government is not doing enough. That's not to say that government is not doing enough. Government, because why would this challenge overwhelm? You know, there are people who believe today that that government can do better than they are currently doing. And so all of these things, and that's why for me, I want to advise the government. Sometimes some of these protests and things, let them not see it as an affront on government. Let them not see it as an opposition. Let them see it as people, you know, voicing out their frustrations and you know, more like an appeal, telling government, please do more to assist us. We are in discomfort and things. Let them view it from that perspective. So for me, that's what Nigerian Labour Congress is doing. You know, if they are threatening to go on strike, it's a way to get government attention, to tell them, look, you need to do more, double your efforts.
Okay, that's a wrap on the show this morning. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this newspaper review and analysis. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I'll leave you with this from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie on our quote of the day. Our stories will only change when we become the active authors of our reality rather than passive readers of our own history. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Chukuma. Thanking you for watching.
And Mr. Mekodom, thank you for that in-depth analysis, especially on the foreign issues, you know, dissecting the issue of with Libya, you know, with such expert dissection or a surgeon's approach. It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Right. And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality,
one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies,
and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.